Chapter 20 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Who has not heard of the Masque at Theobald's, perhaps the most disgraceful scene that ever took place in an English court? And yet it is into the midst of that extraordinary spectacle of disgusting excess that we must lead the reader for a short time, together with some of the fairest and the best of the personages in our tale. Not long after those conversations took place which we have in the last chapter detailed, the king, the queen, and the whole court were invited to spend a few days at the princely mansion of the Earl of Salisbury, to revel with the King of Denmark, who was then visiting England, and who had just returned to the capital from a short tour through some of our rural districts. The presence of this monarch in England had tended to anything but to improve the morality or decency of the people. A coarse-minded barbarian, with some of the virtues, but almost all the vices, of a half-savage state, could not, indeed, be expected to aid the progress of civilization in a court where he was courted, flattered, and looked up to as the brother of a queen, whose affability of manners, in default of higher qualities, had rendered her undeservedly popular. It must not be supposed, however, that the higher classes in Great Britain were universally polished or free from gross faults at the time he came. There were many, it is true, in England, as probably will always be the case, who, in point of demeanour as well as virtue, of genius as well as goodness, excelled any others on the earth. But there was a great mass, as there is still and ever will be, noble by birth but not in heart, high by station but not in principle. The rude insolence which the Scottish courtiers had brought to the English capital filled it with feuds and bloodshed. The example of some of the most distinguished women of the court spread immorality abroad like a pestilence, and the ordinary, so admirably depicted by Sir Walter Scott, finished the education of the young courtiers in gaming and the excesses of the table. But it was not alone the house of Monsieur de Beaujeu which was open for such orgies, nor were they persons of high rank who alone frequented such abodes. For, at the time I speak of, there were hundreds of these dens of iniquity held in different parts of the town, where every man chose his own scale of vice and indulgence, and ruined himself or his neighbours, cut his own throat, or run his best friend through the body, according as skill and inclination might combine. It was to the King of Denmark, however, that the court owed the gross habit of intoxication, which now became general, and which lasted from that time to a period not long before the present day. He first revived the barbarous notion in the land that excess of drinking can be honourable, and it spread with extraordinary rapidity through all classes, affecting not alone the men, but the women of the higher ranks. Many lamentable scenes produced by this vice are to be found depicted in the papers of Winwood and other contemporaries, but perhaps the most celebrated of all, from the disgusting process to which the beastly sin was carried, took place at Theobald's on the occasion to which we now refer. Hospitality reigned in the mansion, even to profusion. The cellar was free to anyone who might choose to use it. The door of the buttery stood open day and night, and the royal table actually flowed with wine. For the entertainments of the second day of the royal visit, a masque had been prepared by the owner of the mansion, but it was unfortunately appointed to succeed a grand banquet at which all the court was present. As what was then considered a delicate compliment to the king, who continued to affect, notwithstanding the bitter sarcasm of Henry IV. of France, the title of the English Solomon, the masque was intended to represent the visit of the Queen of Sheba to the wise sovereign of the Jews. The great hall, next to the banqueting room, was fitted up as the Temple of Jerusalem, and at the upper end of the dais a canopy was raised for the two monarchs, the Queen, and the principal ladies of the court. The banquet I will not describe. Suffice it to say it was over, and with unsteady steps the kings proceeded to take their seats with the Queen, and all the principal ladies in attendance upon her. The Princess Elizabeth was not present, and Arabella Stuart, from her royal blood, was seated next to Anne of Denmark. Many of the followers of the old court who had received but little encouragement from James had, with laudable feeling, been invited by the Earl of Salisbury, and amongst the rest was our good friend Sir Harry West. Though the king took no notice of him, and many of the young courtiers thought fit to wonder how such an antiquated specimen of the Elizabethan days had come thither, the sweet lady whose tale we tell had stopped to speak to him as she passed onward to her seat, giving him her hand and calling him cousin, from his distant relationship to the family of Cavendish. "I beseech you, Sir Harry," she said in a low voice, after a few words of courtesy, "stand behind me on the dais, and leave me not if you can help it. It will be doing me a great service to let me converse with you, rather than with one who, I fear, may be too near." "I will be there," replied Sir Harry, and though there is always some difficulty in making such arrangements in a crowded court, the old knight, proceeding with his usual calm self-possession and firm experience, had reached the back of Arabella's chair by the time she was seated. The moment after, the Viscount Rochester approached, and though he was not one to attempt to displace a gentleman of Sir Harry West's years and reputation, he looked a little mortified, and took a position on the other side of the lady, nearer to the Queen. Arabella looked round to see if her old friend was there, and Rochester, who, to his credit be it spoken, was quite sober, seized the opportunity to bend over to her, expressing in courteous terms, though somewhat unpolished language, a hope that she did not suffer from the heat. The lady replied with all due civility, but briefly, and as she did so, her eyes were brought to the opposite side of the circle, where sat some other ladies of the court, and there, to her surprise, she beheld the lovely countenance of the Countess of Essex, gazing upon her with an expression of fierce anger, which she could not at all comprehend. Without much care to discover what was the cause, however, and merely following her own plan, she turned instantly to the other side where Sir Harry West stood a step behind her, and said a few words to him in a low tone. The knight answered, and Arabella rejoined, but their conversation was speedily interrupted by the commencement of the masque. The gilded and painted pillars intended for the columns of Solomon's Temple were suddenly illuminated by girandoles of light round the capitals, and a flourish of trumpets was heard without, when, followed by numerous attendants, a masked lady, carrying a casket in her hand, and representing the Queen of Sheba, entered the hall and advanced towards the two kings. The casket was loaded with a variety of shining things made in sugar by the art of an Italian confectioner, which, though assuming the form of jewels and precious stones, contained within jellies and syrups and perfumes. It was remarked by those persons in the court who had not themselves paid their devotions too deeply to the god of the grape, that the step of the Queen of Sheba was quite as unsteady as that of her prototype might be supposed to have been upon the sea of glass. She contrived, notwithstanding, to reach the dais, but there, whether her feet failed her, or whether she stumbled over the step, does not appear, but she fell head foremost into the lap of the King of Denmark, bespattering him with her confectionery in a most unseemly manner. Confused and ashamed, she started up, though not without assistance, and her mask falling off displayed the face of one of the first ladies of the court, with a heightened colour and eyes somewhat void of expression. The Danish monarch himself, who was good-humoured in his cups, instantly started up to console the overthrown lady, and calling loudly to the musicians to begin an air which he named, he declared he would dance a measure with the Queen of Sheba. Unfortunately, however, he did not well calculate his own powers, and in the very first effort, after reeling for a moment from side to side, he fell prone at her feet, well nigh bringing her to the ground along with him. A scene of confusion ensued, such as is happily seldom witnessed at a court, in the midst of which the Eastern Queen very wisely effected her retreat, and his Danish Majesty was taken up by 4 stout ushers, and carried into a neighbouring bedchamber, dripping with the jellies and syrups which his fair partner had so unceremoniously bestowed upon his garments. It is probable that the scene would have ended there, had not James, who never chose to be disappointed in his amusements, insisted upon the spectacle proceeding, and 3 ladies were introduced as Faith, Hope, and Charity, gorgeously dressed, though with no very light or heavenly vestments. The farther proceedings of the masque we shall describe in the words of an eye-witness, in order to win the reader's belief for things scarcely credible. Hope, says Sir John Harrington in his New Guy, did essay to speak, but wine rendered her endeavours so feeble that she withdrew, and hoped the king would excuse her brevity. Faith was then alone, for I am certain she was not joined with good works, and left the court in a staggering condition. Charity came to the king's feet, and seemed to cover the multitude of sins her sisters had committed. In some sort she made obeisance and brought gifts, but said she would return home again, as there was no gift which heaven has not already given his majesty. She then returned to Faith and Hope, who were both sick in the lower hall. Next came Victory in bright armour, and by a strange medley of versification did endeavour to make suit to the king. But Victory did not triumph long, for after much lamentable utterance she was led away like a silly captive, and laid to sleep in the outer steps of the antechamber. Now Peace did make her entry, and strive to get foremost to the king, but I grieve to tell how great wrath she did discover unto those of her attendants, and much contrary to her semblance, most rudely made war with her olive branch, and laid on the pates of those who did oppose her coming. Thus ended an exhibition, disgraceful to all concerned, and painful to those who witnessed it. To Arabella Stuart it had, as the reader may suppose, caused not a little grief and annoyance. She felt ashamed of her sex, of her class, of her society, and during the last act of this strange scene, she had turned her eyes away, suffering them to wander over the crowd of persons who lined the hall on either side, and occupied a considerable space at the end. In the meanwhile, Lord Rochester, who, though not constantly maintaining his position near her, always returned to it, had endeavoured more than once to engage her in conversation, but, to say truth, without much success. At last, however, he perceived that her voice, in answering some question he addressed to her, suddenly faltered, and her reply stopped abruptly. "Is anything the matter, lady?" asked Sir Harry West, who saw her cheek turn deadly pale. "I am faint," replied Arabella. "The heat, I think." "Will you go out into the air?" asked the old knight, but at the same time his eyes followed hers to a spot at the farther extremity of the hall, towards which they were turned, and an involuntary exclamation of "Ha!" broke from his lips. It was just at this moment, however, that the group representing peace and abundance entered the hall, and the noise and confusion which prevailed drew attention in another direction. "Would you like to retire?" again asked the old knight. "No," replied Arabella. "No, I shall be better in a moment. This cannot last long. Would to heaven it had never taken place." "It is, indeed, a disgusting affair," replied Sir Harry West. "My lord, I wonder if his majesty would object to that window being opened, for the lady is faint with the heat, and the king himself looks over warm." "Oh, no," exclaimed Lord Rochester. "I will open it in a minute, and give Solomon some air. Would your majesty be pleased to let in a little of the breath of heaven?" he continued, moving to the king's chair, "for it seems we have too much of the breath of earth here." "Well flavoured with sack and canary," answered the king, "but we'll soon get out of the hotter. Don't you see, peace and plenty are retreating in confusion, and methinks it will be wise to go out upon the terrace and refresh ourselves in the evening air. The moon is shining, is it not? Give me your arm, Caro. Ay, fegs, though our head be as strong as that of most folk, the good wine of my Lord of Salisbury is well nigh as much as we can carry." The king and queen then rose, and according to the proposal of James, the whole party issued forth into the wide ornamented grounds, with one exception. Arabella Stuart, whispering to Anne of Denmark that she was somewhat faint, but would rejoin her in a few minutes, darted away to her own room, where, casting herself on her knees beside her bed, she hid her face upon her hands and prayed. Her prayers were not unmingled with tears, however, and when she rose, her eyes were red. "They may see that I have been weeping," she said to herself, "and I may as well put a mask upon my face as upon my heart. There will be others in similar guise." And taking up the rarely used black velvet mask which lay upon her dressing table, she hurried down by the small staircase which led from her apartments to rejoin the Queen on the terrace. At the foot of the stairs, close to the doorway by which she was going out, stood a tall and graceful figure leaning against the pillar. He drew a step back as she approached, with a cold and respectful air, but Arabella suddenly stopped, exclaiming, "Seymour, do you not know me?" And she put up her hand to remove her mask. "Nay, nay," he said, stopping her, "I know you right well, sweet lady. No mask can hide Arabella from William Seymour." "Then what is the matter?" she asked in surprise. "Why did you not let me know that you were returned from exile?" "Better, perhaps, not have returned at all," replied Seymour in a grave tone. "Oh, Seymour!" exclaimed Arabella. But at that moment a door on the other side of the passage opened, giving admission to some servants carrying plates and dishes from the banqueting room, and Arabella, fearful of being recognised, hurried forward and joined the Queen upon the terrace. She found that almost every lady had resumed her mask, on the pretence, common in that day, of guarding her complexion from the air. The company had broken up into various groups, and were scattered over the grounds in the moonlight, with the liberty which Anne of Denmark encouraged in the court. And as soon as the Queen saw Arabella, she exclaimed, "Away, away, my pretty cousin! Find thee a mate for the evening. We have cast off royal restraints, and for the next hour are as free as the wind." Arabella looked round, but the mate whom her heart would have fondly sought for that hour, or for the whole of life, was not near. And fixing hastily upon good Sir Harry West, she advanced to the place where he stood, saying, "Come, my dear good friend, the Queen wills that I choose a partner for the evening's gossip, and so I will inflict myself on you." "Alas, lady," replied the old knight, walking by her side, "you might have chosen a younger and a gayer heart." "A younger, but not a gayer," replied Arabella in a cheerful tone, "for we will be as merry as skylarks together. What is there in the world worth being sad about, when one has found out that love sooner or later waxes cold, that hope goes out at last like an exhausted lamp, that courtesy has its changes, like every other fashion, that temperance and soberness can give up their place among the virtues to drunkenness and excess? What is there in the world sufficiently valuable to make us give it a sigh when we see it passing away?" "Right gloomy merriment, dear lady," answered the knight with a shake of the head, "but yet not of the sort that falls upon old age. The shade upon you is but that cast by some passing cloud, not the grey twilight of declining day. What has happened? Has your bird gone out of the cage and flown away?" "No," replied Arabella quickly. "He has come back again, and pecked my hand. But here hurries Lord Rochester. I pity leave me not. Ha! Who is that sweet lady joins him now and hangs upon his arm?" she continued, speaking to herself. "Many thanks, fair dame, many thanks for keeping him from me. I pray thee hold him fast, and she does too. Who can that be, Sir Harry?" "The Countess of Essex, I think," answered the knight. "Oh, no," replied Arabella. "She had on a robe of amber and silver. That is dark blue or green, I think." "She has had time to change it," said the knight, "and she it certainly is. That queenly yet impetuous step is not to be mistaken, nor that glorious form, harbouring what?" "I know not," replied Arabella. "We are but little acquainted." "Ay, who shall say?" rejoined Sir Harry West. "At 18, who shall say whether it be angel or devil? For the fallen morning star shone once as bright as the best in heaven." "Fie, fie, Sir Harry," cried Arabella. "I thought that beauty nowadays was the great good, the pledge and warrant of celestial excellence. Whoever speaks of aught but beauty? If a lover would please me, he fixes on my fine points as a jockey describing his horse. My eyes are certain to put out the stars. It is my lip that makes the roses blush with envy. Pearls have quite lost their price since my teeth came to court. The sculptors are quite ruined in alabaster, trying to imitate my skin. Fie, fie, Sir Harry. If she be beautiful, she must be an angel." "She has not made her husband think so," replied Sir Harry West. "But here comes another to join us, my young friend, William Seymour. Will you fly from him too, lady, or shall I leave you to his care?" "Nay, stay," cried Arabella too eagerly. "Stay, I beseech you." Was it her heart spoke? Yes, reader, or rather the agitation that was in it. She feared herself at that moment. She feared to be left alone with him she loved the best, at a time when her thoughts were all in confusion, when her bosom was full of emotion, lest she should say or do something rashly that could never be recalled. In another instant, however, Seymour was by her side, but he, too, was agitated, and though she had hidden under her gay speeches to Sir Harry West the struggling sensation within her, she could do so no longer, with her lover by her side. Thus the few sentences first spoken on both parts were incoherent, almost unintelligible. The old knight came to their aid, however, asking his young friend in a quiet conversational tone when he had returned. "But yesterday," replied William Seymour, "one fortnight ago, I received the king's permission to come back, and setting off next morning, I have since ridden post through France and part of Italy, taking not much time, as you may suppose, to admire the beauties of the road." "No, good faith, my young friend," replied Sir Harry West, "nor to give yourself much repose either." "True," answered Seymour with a sigh. "I sought no repose. I was winged with hope and expectation, going back to my native land, to all I loved the best, in the full confidence of finding hearts unchanged and affections the same. But it was a boy-like error, Sir Harry. The first rumour that met me showed that time, as well as fortune, changes favour, and all that I have seen this night makes me think that everything on earth is, as the Jewish king has said, lighter than vanity." "Something like your own complaint, sweet lady," said Sir Harry West. "A moment ago you were painting the world in the same gloomy colours." "I said," replied Arabella, "that there is nothing on earth worth sighing for, and in truth I think so still, for the events we long for most eagerly generally end in disappointment or anguish." "Well, then, you are both agreed, it seems," said Sir Harry West. "'Tis strange that you should come to the same conclusion on the same night." "Sir Harry, Sir Harry," cried a voice from the terrace above, "His Majesty wishes to speak with you. You must give judgment between him and the ambassador from Florence on a passage in Dante, which His Excellency pretends he can translate into English better than His Majesty." "Now, heaven defend me!" exclaimed the old knight. "Would that the moon had not lighted them to look for me! But I must leave the lady under your charge, Seymour." And away he sped, while Arabella stood hesitating for a moment whether to accompany him or not. But woman's heart is always willing to leave a door open for reconciliation, and though she said, "I think we had better follow to the terrace," she took no step that way. "As you please, lady," replied Seymour, without moving in that direction. Arabella turned round to go, but love conquered, and pausing suddenly, she said, "No, the opportunity may never come again, and it shall not be said that I resented the first unkindness of a rash man. We will go the other way." "Unkindness, Arabella!" cried Seymour. "'Tis not I am unkind." "Then you would say it is I?" exclaimed Arabella. "Nay," replied Seymour in a sad tone, "I do not say so. I have no title to charge you with unkindness. What right have I to expect that you should remember me through several long years, that you should neglect happier men with fairer fortunes, for the sake of one whom you once condescended, may I say it nowadays, to love?" "What right?" said Arabella. "Oh, Seymour, do you ask me what right? I might as well inquire of my own heart what right I have to feel this anguish when I see him to whom all my thoughts have been given for years, for whose return I have looked with anxious hope and longing, till delay did indeed make the heart sick, come back at length cold and indifferent as if we had scarcely ever met. But I make no such foolish inquiries. I have a right, the right of true affection, the right of pledged and plighted faith, the right, if you will, of sorrow and suffering, and by that right I ask you, William Seymour, what is it that has changed you thus?" "Nay, Arabella," he replied, "'tis not I am changed, 'tis you." "Hush!" she said, "here are people coming near." But the other group passed without noticing them, and she then added, "I will be coarse with you, Seymour, and speak boldly, what no man, I think, would dare to say, that you tell a falsehood. I am not changed." "Oh, prove it to me," cried Seymour, "and I will say it is the sweetest insult ever I received." "Is it not true, then, that you encourage this minion of the king, this raw, untutored Scot, whose woman face and glittering apparel has turned all heads, it seems, and perverted all hearts?" "I!" exclaimed Arabella. "I encourage him! Is it possible that mad-headed passion, jealousy, should so far take possession of a sober-minded man as to make him forget everything he has known of one, whose heart he once pretended to think the most valuable thing he could possess on earth? Oh, if that heart could be so hollow and so false, what an empty, valueless gewgaw it would be! Come, I forgive thee, Seymour. If the yellow fiend has got thee in his hands, he has tormented thee too much already for me to add one punishment more. But I will have full confession by whom, by what, where, and how came this outrageous fancy in thy head, my friend?" "That is told at once," exclaimed her lover. "I heard it last night in London from my brother. I saw the man this night beside you with my eyes." "Ay," replied the lady, "and might have seen too, if you had used them well, poor Arabella nearly fainting when she caught the face of an ungrateful man gazing at her from the far end of the hall. I will not tell you it was with joy. It might be with fear, you know. Your wife, your pledged and plighted wife, might well tremble and turn pale, and nearly sink upon the ground, when you detected her listening to sweet words from the king's fluttering favourite. Think so, Seymour, think so if you can. But hark, here are steps coming. Sir Harry West, we must break off." "But how, tell me how," cried Seymour. "I can see you again. How write to you?" "See me?" replied Arabella hastily. "I know not. Chance and fortune must favour us. But as to writing, you may trust Ida Mara with anything." "Ida Mara? Who is she?" asked her lover. "One of my gentlewomen," replied Arabella in a gay tone. "The only one, indeed, except two little maids that wait on her and me. But here is Sir Harry West," she continued, turning towards the old knight as he approached. "He will tell you more about her, for on my truth I think the girl is in love with him, and he with her. Is it not so, Sir Harry? We speak of Ida Mara." Good Sir Harry West made no denial of the fact, but told the lady that the queen was about to retire, and Arabella followed him towards the terrace. But as she went, she took care that Seymour should have so full a description of the fair Italian that he could find no difficulty in distinguishing her from the other attendants at the court. Walking by her side, he crossed the terrace with her towards the queen, but took his leave before she joined the royal circle, and was soon lost to her sight amongst the various groups that were scattered over the ground. The court and the courtiers still, for several hours, prolonged their revels in the halls of Theobalds, and cups of wine were drunk, and scenes of folly enacted, which I will not pause to enumerate or describe. Laughter, and song, and gaming, and many a vice, and many an absurdity, had there to take place before morning, but for Arabella Stuart the day ended with the walk in the gardens. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The reader does not require to be informed that the aspect of London in those days was very different from that which it shows at present. The great fire had not yet swept away that foul nest of narrow streets and tall houses, in which the plague lingered almost as pertinaciously as in the lanes of an oriental city, nor had the increasing population yet spread itself over the fields, or swallowed up the villages by which the great metropolis of England was surrounded in former times, but which have been gradually covered with the mansions of succeeding races of the fashionable world, and fringed by the snug villas of commercial men, till the town is so gradually blended with the country that it is scarcely possible to say where the one ends and the other begins. Those large squares which have retained in some instances to the present day the name of fields were then fields indeed. Boys and girls went a-maying where balls and suppers are now held, and within about a quarter of a mile of Lincoln's Inn, a small tall-chimneyed house, 4 stories high on one side, and 2 on another, with a round tower of brickwork added to contain the staircase, which seemed to have been forgotten in the original construction, rose in the midst of a garden, very near the spot where gentlemen in curious wigs and black gowns now hurry about to plead the cause of the rich, but not in general of the poor, if they can help it. At the garden gate of this house, in the beginning of August, a coach stopped one day about 3 of the clock, and 2 ladies with the usual masks on their faces descended, and walked with a quick pace towards the door in the round tower. Before they reached it, however, that door was opened by the small page whom we have seen accompanying Master Weston, otherwise Dr. Foreman, and who, when at home, had the office, which he performed most acutely, of looking through a small loophole in the tower to examine strictly all the personages who approached the doctor's house. Without any question the 2 ladies walked straight upstairs, and, tapping at the door on the 2nd floor, which answered by a voice from within, which bade them enter. The shorter and stouter immediately lifted the latch, and then drew back, to suffer her taller and more graceful companion to pass. The other lady did so, and advancing straight to the table, touched the worthy Dr. Foreman on the shoulder, without, however, prevailing upon him to raise his head from some strange and extraordinary figures which he was tracing with a pen upon a slip of parchment. His gay and glittering attire, as a foreign cavalier, had now been cast aside, and he was robed in a black gown trimmed with fur, having a small velvet cap upon his head. So profoundly busy did he seem, that all he replied when the Countess of Essex touched him was, "Enter, enter, why do you not come in?" "The man's mad," cried the Countess. "No, no," replied Mrs. Turner. "Does not your ladyship see that he is abstracted? You must let him finish what he is about. Your own fate may depend upon it, for aught you know." With this warning the Countess stood silent, but her impatient spirit still moved her to keep beating the ground with her small foot, till at length Dr. Foreman exclaimed, as he drew 2 more new figures at the bottom of the vellum, "Gimmal Alsaneth," and then looked round as if in surprise to see anyone in the room but himself. As soon as he perceived, or appeared to perceive, the Countess, he started up, exclaiming, "Bless me, beautiful lady, I beg your ladyship's pardon. Pray be seated. What is the news with you? 'Tis long since I have had the honour of seeing you. Has all gone according to your wish?" "Good faith, no, much to the contrary," replied the Countess, seating herself and taking off her mask. And here it is to be remarked that a great change had come over her in her demeanour to the respectable Dr. Foreman, since first she was introduced to that worthy and scientific person. She had now seen him several times. All shame and reserve had been cast off. Her criminal love and its object were fully avowed, and, entangled in the snares of the impostor and his unprincipled associate, she was ready to engage in any rash act, however disgraceful, to accomplish her dark and vicious purposes. Nor let the reader for one moment doubt the truth of these assertions. Let him not, filled with the notions and enlightened by the knowledge of the present day, ask himself if it be possible that a lady of the highest rank and education of the time could be the dupe of such a charlatan, and so low and infamous a woman. Let him not suppose that the tale is invented or embellished by the writer, for it is absolutely true, and stands based upon the evidence given before a court of justice. There may be, indeed, particulars still more gross than any here detailed, views still more wicked, follies still more flagrant, for much must be suppressed that would offend a pure and delicate mind, but let it be remembered that all these scenes are rather undercoloured than overcharged. I thought at one time, indeed, continued the Countess, that your art was having its effect, for I met him at Theobald's, and for the first time saw something like the light of love in his eyes. But all has gone wrong since I returned to London. My father insists that I shall go home to that hateful wretch, to whom I am tied by such cruel bonds, and if I do so, I shall die of grief and despair. Madam, said the doctor, I grieve for you deeply, but it is not in my power to control destiny. All I told you was, that by the use of certain powders and drugs, such as William Shakespeare speaks of in the Midsummer Night's Dream, where he says, the juice of it, on sleeping eyelids laid, will make a man or woman madly dote upon the next live creature that it sees. I can change hate or indifference into love, and love into hate, so that he who now cares naught for you may soon be at your feet, and he who now loves you may soon be as cold as ice. Then give me some of the latter, she cried eagerly, that I may mix it with all the food of this half-husband of mine, that he may learn to detest me as I detest him. Would he but consent, the iron bond between us might soon be broken, but I cannot take the ways that other women would to win my purpose. If I persuade and soothe, it will but waken his love the more. No, no, said Foreman, you must not do that. You must repel him coldly, show your dislike, look as if you loathed his sight. That were no great effort, cried the Countess. It is my daily food to hate him. But hark, there is a noise. Look out, Turner, look out. 6 gentlemen, as I live, exclaimed Mrs. Turner, coming straight along the path towards the house too. I do believe they are gentlemen of my Lord of Suffolk, your noble father, lady. Yes, there is Sir John Walters, as I live. Have you no hiding-place, doctor? 'Twere useless, answered the Countess, with a look of disdain. The coach is at the gate, and I am not a baby to be frightened at the look of my father's gentleman. Come, quick, sirrah, give me some of that powder of hate you talk of. We weigh it, madam, said Foreman, hesitating, at the rate of 1 gold noble per grain, but a small portion goes a great way. There, give me plenty, she cried, throwing a purse upon the table, and Foreman, taking it up, hurried to a little cabinet at the side, and took out several small packets. At the same instant the impostor's boy knocked at the door of the room, and the Countess exclaimed boldly, "Come in!" "There be 6 gentlemen at the door," he said, "inquiring if the Countess of Essex be here." "Tell them she is," replied the Countess, "and if they want her, they must wait her pleasure below. Come, sir, is that ready?" "It is, madam," said the doctor, giving her the powders. "Ha!" exclaimed she, gazing at them with a triumphant smile. "If these will make him hate me, he shall soon have them all, though it drove him well nigh to murder me. Oh, if I could but make him strike me! Now, sir, to you I must leave the task of working upon Lord Rochester. He is now in London, and you can easily find means—" "Fear not, madam, fear not," replied the impostor, who heard a heavy step upon the stairs, and, to say the truth, was anxious to get rid of his fair guest, for fear of inquiries not the most profitable to him. "Fear not, madam, I will so manage it that—" "The gentleman will come up," cried the boy, thrusting in his head. The moment after, he was pushed aside, and a stout, middle-aged man entered, on whom the bright eyes of the Countess flashed living fire. "How dare you, Sir John Walters," she exclaimed, "intrude upon me in this manner?" "I have your father's orders, my lady," replied Sir John, "to bring you to him directly. He has something of importance to communicate." "Well, sir," said the Countess, "I suppose I must obey. But be you sure that I will soon break through this tutelage." And passing him with a look of angry disdain, she descended the stairs, walked through the midst of the gentlemen at the door, without noticing any of them, and entered her coach. The vehicle was driven immediately to the house of the Earl of Suffolk, and an angry spot was still upon the cheek of the fair Countess when she entered her father's gates. Fear and timidity were not in her nature, and she walked at once to the room where she expected to find him. She was surprised, however, and somewhat dismayed, it must be confessed, not only to behold her two parents, but her sister and the Earl of Essex. Her mother was in tears, and her father's brow stern and dark, while her husband stood with his arms folded on his chest, looking sad rather than out of temper. Passing him by without the slightest notice, Lady Essex advanced straight towards her father, saying, "You sent for me, sir?" "I did, Francis," he replied. "It was to let you know my will. Here stands your husband, madam, to whose house you have refused to go, on one pretence or another, ever since he returned to England to claim you as his bride. I beseech you, my child, in courteous decency, to give your hand to this noble gentleman, and let him lead you home, for this is your home no longer." "I dare say, my lord," replied the Countess, unabashed, "that I could find another without troubling him." "You see," cried her father, "bear witness all, that no remonstrance or parental solicitation has any effect. Now, madam, here, the coach, which is to convey you with your husband to his seat of Chartley, is at the door. Your wardrobe is packed up to follow. From this room you go to that conveyance, nay, not a word, for if you walk not soberly you shall be compelled, and down to Chartley with what grace you may. I trust that, ere I see your face again, a change will be wrought in your heart, and that I shall be enabled to welcome back the daughter gladly, whom I now part with in displeasure." Lady Essex made a great effort to speak, but it was in vain, and she burst into a passionate flood of tears. "Come, lady," said Lord Essex, in a gentle tone, taking her hand, "believe me, I will do all that man can do to win your love, and to secure your happiness." "You can do neither, sir," replied the Countess. "But I am your slave, it seems. Have you no chains ready? Let us go." And without bidding adieu to anyone, she walked straight to the door. We will pass over the journey to Chartley, the cold hatred with which she repelled her husband's love by the way, and the first week of their sojourn at that beautiful seat. It was on the evening of a bright day in the same month, while the whole world was looking gay and cheerful without, that the Earl entered his wife's drawing-room, where all was dark and gloomy. The windows were closed, the curtains drawn, for she had never suffered them to be opened since her arrival. A single lamp stood upon the table, and by its faint light the Countess sat and wept. She raised neither her head nor her eyes when the step of her husband sounded in the chamber, but continued fixed and motionless, like a beautiful statue representing angry grief. Lord Essex drew a seat to the other side of the table, and, sitting down, gazed at her for a moment or two in silence. "Dry your tears, madam," he said at length. "That is at least a privilege you cannot take from me, sir," she replied, "when in my childhood, now 6 years ago, I took a vow I did not understand. I never promised not to weep." "Dry your tears, I say, madam," he rejoined, in a tone both of sternness and sadness, "for the cause of their flowing is about to be removed." The Countess started and looked up. "I will claim your attention for a moment," he continued, "and you shall hear the result of some consideration. You and I were married at an early age, as the custom is—" "It is a bad one," said the Countess. "Go on." "But if you were not capable," continued her husband, "of loving and esteeming at that age, I was, and I returned to England to claim you, full of affection, which, as you may suppose, was not diminished when I saw your beauty. I have now been here nearly 2 months, and I have tried, by every means within man's power, to win you to return the attachment I have felt. The effort has proved vain. I have learned to know that you are unworthy of my love, that instead of that fair form containing a heart and mind as soft and beautiful as your looks, there is nothing within but a proud, angry spirit, selfish and cold and fierce, a loathsome thing that makes the glittering casket in which it is enshrined all poor and valueless. I therefore cast you off, madam, or, as you will term it, set you free to go whithersoever you will, to do whatsoever you please. Your uncle of Northampton will receive you, for my good lord your father will not. From me you shall enjoy such an income as may befit the Countess of Essex. I give it in honour of my own name, and trust, but faintly, that you will never disgrace it. Tomorrow at daybreak your equipage will be at the door to convey you back to London. You came down hither with me against your will, but if I were to go back again with you, it would be against my own." "Oh, joy, joy!" cried the Countess, starting up and clasping her hands. "I am a slave no longer." Her husband gave her one look of scorn and reprobation, and quitted the room. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Shakespeare assured his hearers, in the age of which we are now writing, the course of true love never did run smooth, and the assertion is certainly as true as a proverb. When Arabella Stuart retired to her chamber for the night, her heart was relieved of part of the load which her lover's apparently strange conduct had brought upon it, yet sufficient anxiety and grief remained in her mind to give her ample subject for thought and sorrowful meditation. She was still a little angry, it must be confessed, that Seymour should even have doubted her whose whole thoughts and affections had been with him during his absence. But yet perhaps there might be a certain sort of gratification, too, in her bosom, to see that his love for her still remained so powerful, that the least apprehension of losing her should change his whole nature, and render one so uniformly kind, tender, and ardent, cold, discourteous, and repulsive. It was a little triumph of its sort, which even Arabella's heart could not but be pleased with. Hers, however, was not a character either to retain such anger or enjoy such triumph long, and the whole was soon swallowed up in joy at his return, and grief for the uneasiness he had suffered. The more painful part of her contemplations referred to the rumours which he had heard, and she asked herself with fear, what if the king should have given encouragement to his favourite to pursue the suit for her hand? What would be her fate if James, won to the views of Rochester, should insist upon her accepting him as her husband? How could such rumours get abroad, she inquired likewise, unless some much more marked approbation of Rochester's ambition than any of her own acts had given, had been received from a quarter where will and authority went together. Women, however, have generally a happy art of putting aside the consideration of painful probabilities. They have much greater faith in the influence of time and accident in removing obstacles and averting dangers than men, and Arabella consoled herself with the hope of seeing William Seymour on the following morning, and enjoying an interview, however short, during which all clouds would be swept away, and their whole hearts opened to each other as before. Such expectations were strengthened ere she retired to rest. Ida Mara, who had not been in her chamber when she first returned, appeared not long after, while one of the maids was combing their lady's beautiful long hair, and standing beside her, as she was wont when she was at her toilet, talked gaily of all the pageants which Lord Salisbury's mansion had presented during the day, and described the hall through which she had just passed, as displaying a lamentable yet ludicrous scene of drunkenness and folly. When the lady was undressed, she told her attendants to leave her as usual to her prayers, but the pretty Italian girl begged leave to remain a moment, saying that she had something to tell her mistress, and the moment the two maids were gone, she took a note from her bosom and put it into Arabella's hand. "Dear lady," she cried at the same time, "do you know that the gentleman who, with Sir Louis Lucanor, escorted you to Wilton long, long ago, has come back again? I found him standing at the bottom of the stairs just now, and the moment he saw me, he asked if my name was not Ida Mara, and then gave me that note, with directions to deliver it when you were alone. Oh, you will be so glad to see him." "How know you that, Ida Mara?" exclaimed Arabella with a smile. "Because you wept when he went away," replied the girl archly, "and have sighed ever since, when I talked to you of Italy." "Well, Ida Mara," answered her mistress, You must tell no one that I wept when he went away, for it might be dangerous to him and to me." "Then I would die first," cried the girl, and Arabella, opening the note, read a few hasty lines from William Seymour, beseeching her to walk early in the park on the following morning, before the rest of the court was stirring. "I have 1,000 things to say," continued Seymour, "1,000 things to tell, 1,000 things to ask forgiveness for." Arabella's heart fluttered, for although she had no hesitation, though she looked upon herself as bound to him by every tie, and believed that she had no right to refuse any reasonable request, yet there was something in the idea of purposely going out to meet him, which agitated, if it did not alarm her. Telling Ida Mara to wake her early, she retired to rest. But little sleep did poor Arabella gain that night, and by daybreak on the following morning she was up and at her toilet. Scarcely had she commenced, however, when Ida Mara entered, informing her that the whole court was on foot, the king having been ill in the night, and about to set out immediately for London. The lady finished dressing herself in haste, and descending the stairs, went out by the small postern door opening upon the terrace. Leaving that exposed spot as soon as she could, she proceeded by a flight of steps into the gardens below, and thence by a long straight walk towards a long avenue, which, though now long cut down, was in those days one of the greatest ornaments of the place. A step behind her soon caught her ear, and the next instant Seymour was by her side. But she had only time to learn that, there being no room in the house, he was lodged in one of the villages near, and to tell him that all were in the hurry of departure at the court, when 2 Scotch gentlemen, named Ramsay and Morton, appeared in the avenue, and Arabella exclaimed eagerly, "We must part, Seymour, for the present. Call often at Shrewsbury House, for if I have anything to tell I will leave a letter there for you. My aunt is all kindness, and in part knows what is between us." "Then I can communicate with you there," cried Seymour. "Yes, yes," replied Arabella. "Farewell, farewell," and she left him. Had they been wise and practised in such meetings, instead of parting and each turning back by a separate path, a proceeding which might plainly indicate to any who watched them that they had come thither by agreement, and returned as soon as they had said what they wished to communicate, William Seymour would have walked on towards the house, and Arabella would have pursued her ramble, leaving those who saw them to suppose that they had met accidentally. They did not follow this plan, however, and their meeting was accordingly marked and reported afterwards. For there was nothing in which James found greater delight than in learning all the secrets and investigating the private affairs of those by whom he was surrounded, and his courtiers took ample care to feed his appetite for this sort of information with all the gossip of the court. From Theobald's to London, and from London to Hampton Court, Arabella accompanied the Queen with the interval of but one day, and during the whole of the following week she had no opportunity of seeing her lover, for without any apparent cause, events always took such a turn as to prevent her from visiting London, even for an hour, as she had proposed. She knew not how or why, but it seemed to her that she was watched, nay, more, that her actions were overruled, without any apparent stretch of authority. Wherever she proposed to go during the day, a message from the Queen called her in another direction, and if she walked out alone, she was sure to see someone at a distance, walking step by step within view. She tried to persuade herself that all this was accidental, and that it was but the consciousness of her own wishes which made her suspect other people had remarked them. But she was not allowed to remain long in such a belief, for one morning, before she joined the Queen, Ida Mara came into her chamber with her cheek glowing and her bright eyes full of light, and sinking down on her knees beside her mistress, she cried, "Oh, lady, lady dear, they wish me to betray you, to be a spy upon you. That Sir Lewis Lucanor sent for me this morning and commanded me, in the name of the king, to give him information daily of all that you do." Arabella turned somewhat pale. "And what did you say, Ida Mara?" she asked. "I said at first, like a fool," replied the girl, "that I was your servant and not the king's. But I was sorry for it afterwards, for I thought if I showed them that they would get no tidings from me, they might apply to someone else. So then I said as quietly as I could that I knew not there was anything to tell." "What answered he to that?" demanded Arabella. "Why, he asked," replied the girl, "if Mr. Seymour had been to visit you since he returned. I said boldly, no, as well I might, and he then repeated that I must bring him intelligence every day, and having by this time bethought myself of what was best to do, I made him a low courtesy, saying that I trusted if I were to have such an office, I should have some wages for it, otherwise I could not undertake it. He replied that I should be well paid, and I answered that it must not be like the officers of state who get their money when and how they can, that I was too poor to wait, whereupon he gave me a rose noble, which I have got here." Arabella shook her head. "I fear, Idamara," she said, "by taking the man's money you have committed yourself to give him information." "Oh, he shall have it, he shall have it," cried Idamara, "as much as he can desire. He shall know every gown you have put on, and how many times you change your shoes, and what you say to your tailor when he brings home your new suit. There shall not be a trifle of such a kind that he shall not know." "But if he questions you of other things?" asked Arabella. "Oh, leave me to answer him, dear lady," cried the girl, "and be you assured that not one thing which you would keep secret shall he ever discover from my lips. I will guard yours better than my own. And as he talks to me in villainous Italian, I shall have no difficulty in leading his wit astray. But hark! There is some one knocks at the door." "See who it is," replied Arabella in some agitation. "It is terrible to be thus spied upon." Idamara rose and went to the door of the chamber, which was in a deep recess, leading from one of the towers in which the room was situated to the main body of the building. The Italian girl opened the door and looked out upon the stairs. Then, drawing back for a moment, she turned an inquiring glance towards her mistress, to which Arabella could make no reply, and she knew not who was there. The girl then, acting upon her own judgment, opened the door wide without uttering a word, and with a light step William Seymour entered the room, Idamara quitting it at the same moment. Arabella rose and sprang towards him, but before he could hold her to his heart for a moment, she exclaimed, "Seymour, dear Seymour, you must not stay. Nay, not an instant. We are watched, suspicion is aroused, and we may be both ruined if you remain. I can bear this no longer. I will find means to quit the court within a few days. In the meanwhile, I will write to you and tell you all that has happened. But now you must leave me. Indeed you must. Nay, surely you have no jealousy of Arabella now?" None, dearest," he cried. "But all I fear is, that they may persecute you to wed this man." "They would not succeed," replied Arabella. "Besides, he seems to have quitted the pursuit. I have seen nothing of him since we were here. We have not exchanged a word for the last week. But leave me, Seymour, leave me, in pity. You may frustrate your own hopes." "I must at least give you this letter from my Lord of Shrewsbury," said Seymour. "Hearing that I was coming hither, he charged me with it, but I know not what it contains." Well, I will read it afterwards," answered the lady. "Now, Seymour, now you must go. But as you have been seen here, you had better present yourself at the court." "I will," he answered, "I will. Adieu, then, dearest, if it must be so," and he left her. Scarcely had he quitted the room, however, when someone again knocked at the door, and without much ceremony entered, before the lady had broken the seal of her uncle's letter. She was not a little surprised, as she looked up, to see one of the keepers of the council chamber, who advanced towards her with a low bow. "What would you with me, sir?" she asked. "The king, madam," he replied, "requires your ladyship's presence before the council." Arabella turned pale, but there was no means of avoiding whatever was before her, and she replied at once, "I am ready to accompany you, sir. Pray call my gentlewoman from that room on the left." The keeper obeyed, and Arabella, after covering her head with a veil, put her arm through that of Idamara, and followed the keeper to the royal apartments. In the anteroom to the council chamber, her guide asked her to wait for a moment, and opening the door, went in. As he did so, she heard her lover's voice answering aloud, "I carried her a letter from the Earl of Shrewsbury, your Majesty." The next moment the keeper again appeared, and ushered her into the presence of the king. James was seated at the head of the table, with a black velvet hat, looped with a large emerald, on his head, and 3 or 4 noblemen, bareheaded, on his right hand and on his left. The moment he beheld Arabella, he said, with the broad Scottish accent which he never lost, "Put the lady a chair, sirrah. Now, young gentleman, answer me again, and mind that you tell me the truth, for there were eyes upon you, sir, there were eyes upon you. How long did you stay upon this visit?" "I have no desire, your Majesty," replied Seymour, with some haughtiness in his tone, "to speak aught but the truth. It is not my custom. I may have stayed with the Lady Arabella some 2 minutes and a half, or 3 minutes." "The man says 5, sir," cried the king. "About 5, your Majesty," said one of the councillors. "He is not precise." "It may have been 5, sire," answered Seymour, slightly smiling. "Pleasant society makes the time pass quick, and unpleasant things will make it seem tardy. Methinks I have been here an hour." "As bold as ever, I see," cried the king. "You will make yourself a hot nest of it, sir, if you go on at this rate. When did you visit the Lady Arabella before?" "Some years ago, sir," replied William Seymour, "and then by your Majesty's command." "Do you mean to say, sir," asked the king, "that you have not seen her since you had our gracious permission to return?" "Seen her I have, your Majesty," replied Seymour, "at Theobald's, the night of the masque, and on the following morning I met her as she was walking in the park. She is herself witness, however, that I did not then detain her long, and I protest upon my honour that I have never visited her since my return, except on this one occasion when I carried her the letter of my Lord Shrewsbury. Then I stayed not longer than any gentleman might be expected to do in common courtesy, not knowing," he added bitterly, "that there was a spy at my heels." And he went on in a murmur to himself, "I would have cut off his ears if I had." "Sir, you speak rashly and unadvisedly," replied the king. "Spies are necessary in all civilized states, and not to be lightled by such gallants as you. It is in some sort, sir, an holy ordinance. Did not Joshua the prophet send out spies who were received by that excellent woman Rahab, the harlot, who let them down secretly from the wall? And it is right that kings and judges should be informed by discreet and dutiful subjects of all that is taking place around them, especially in what concerns their near relations, sirrah. You hear, madam, what this gentleman says, and I charge you upon your allegiance to tell me if it be true." "Perfectly, sire," said Arabella in a low voice. "As far as I have heard it, he brought me a letter from my uncle of Shrewsbury." "Ay, is it even so?" cried the king. "You both sing the same song, but I would fain see this letter." Arabella hesitated. She knew not what her uncle might have said. Besides the risk of his alluding to the messenger in such a way as might excite suspicion, there was many a jest current upon the manners of the court which might not be very well fitted for the king's eye, and holding the letter in her hand, she replied, "This was not written, sir, to be made public. I should think the letter of an uncle to his niece might be—" "Nonsense!" cried James. "Is not a king God's vice-regent upon earth, and above all uncles or fathers either? Is he not pater patriae? I command you, madam, lay the letter on the board." Arabella did so with a trembling hand, and one of the councillors handed it to the king, who took it and examined it closely. "It cannot have been falsified," he said, "for the seal is not broken." He then, without ceremony, opened it, and read aloud, making his usual comments as he did so. "My sweet niece," it proceeded, "your good aunt and I are about soon to go to our place called Malvoisie in Buckinghamshire, and we would fain have you with us if you can get the king's permission to come, not as much for our own sakes to have the company of an idle girl whom we do not love, as for yours, to get you out of the foul and unsavoury atmosphere of a court, where, from all we hear, you are likely to be quite corrupted by bad example." "Heard you ever the like of that?" cried the king, laughing till the tears ran over his cheeks. "I do not know," he proceeded, reading Lord Shrewsbury's letter, "whether you, too, my niece, were as drunk as the rest at Theobald's. I hope not, for if you were, your head must have ached the next morning. but I do hear that His Majesty of Denmark emptied 2 bottles and a half of heavy Burgundy after the repast, and our great king the same." "The false loon!" cried the king with a tremendous oath. "I declare he's like a dishonest tapster, and put down 3 guilds too much to my score. But we will see, father." And he went on to read, "And our great king the same. But happily for the state, his brains are too good to swim with any quantity of wine, and so he 'scaped falling, though I hear in the contest Burgundy overthrew Denmark. However, if you would come with us and live in quiet for a time, seeing none but your aunt and me, wheedle his majesty, as you know how, and join us here tomorrow or the next day, I shall send this by Sir John Harrington, that merry soul. Yours, as you shall behave yourself, Shrewsbury. Postscriptum. William Seymour has just come in, and he goes down to Hampton Court tomorrow. I give him charge of this letter." "Ha!" cried the king. "By my soul, though he puts his fingers somewhat too near majesty, he knows how to do so with distinctions. This good Earl of Shrewsbury, and a wise and sapient man he is, if he had but a little knowledge of the Greek tongue, in respect of which he is illiterate, as I once proved, but of that more hereafter. I cannot but say, lady, that it might be as well for you to accept your uncle's invitation." "I shall do so most willingly, your majesty," replied Arabella, "and the more from the perfect solitude he promises me. The court has been so thronged of late that I feel as if I have been living in a crowd, and shall be glad to see the air thinner of human beings." "Well, so shall it be then," said James, "and you shall have our full leave and royal permission to spend a fortnight, or perchance a month, with your good uncle at his manor at Malvoisie. But before either of you depart, remember for the future that we will have no love passages. Ay, madam, you may redden, but we may know more than perhaps we choose to say. We have our own views with regard to the disposal of your hand, which shall be announced to you in due time, and we shall expect to find you duly obedient and complying. You, sir, too, will understand us, and if you proceed farther with any follies you may have gotten into your head, you will incur our heavy displeasure, which is not a light matter for any man to bear. So be wise, if wisdom can enter into so young a pate. Now you may retire, sir." Seymour bowed and withdrew, and, to say the truth, had not the matter so much affected his happiness, he might have inclined to laugh at the reprimand of the king. James's broad Scottish accent, which sounded uncouth enough in his moments of uproarious jocularity, became even more ludicrous when delivering any of his solemn harangues, especially as he had an inveterate habit of interlarding even his most studied sentences with the peculiar idioms and phraseology of his own nation, and with illustrations often the most homely and absurd, and often the most profane, not to say blasphemous. To these we cannot attempt to do justice, but it is well known that the sudden utterance of such words and figures, in the midst of an oration delivered with mock majesty and solemnity, has overset the gravity even of an indignant House of Commons, and caused the members to shrink behind each other lest their laughter should be too apparent. Arabella remained before the council, in anxious expectation of what was to come next, but much to her gratification, as the king was commencing a long admonition, he was drawn away by some word which he himself made use of. We believe it was callant, to enter into a tedious discussion upon the derivation thereof, which occupied him for the space of nearly 20 minutes, at the end of which time he dismissed her without returning to the original subject. Retiring gladly to her own chamber, the lady gave way to the feelings she had feared to display before the eyes of the heartless monarch and his cold counsellors. The storm had passed away for the time, but it left clouds behind it, and though she felt relieved, there was enough of agitation and apprehension remaining to bring the tears into her eyes. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. As with the ancient walls of palaces and halls, as with the dungeon and the court of law, so with the old hawthorn tree of the wide chase, the yew tree of the churchyard, or the broad oak of the park, many a tale could be told by the silent witnesses of man's passions, joys, and sufferings, had they but a voice to speak that which they have seen. And how instructive might the homily be, if, as we have reason to believe, vice seldom goes without its punishment on earth, though virtue may have to look to heaven for its reward. In the wildest part of that tract of ground called Bushy Park, which, in the days we speak of, showed far less trace of man's handiwork than at present, amidst fern and whitethorn and starting deer, walked along a lady and gentleman, both exquisitely beautiful in person, whatever they might be in heart. With her two fair hands clasped together, she hung upon his arm, gazing up through her mask at his face, while he looked down at her with admiration of a kind to which it would be almost profane to give the name of love. "Nay," she said in a laughing tone, "I did not send it. You do not suppose that I need to court any man." "Nay, sweetest lady," replied Rochester, "I do not suppose you do. But I thought that fortune and yourself might have so favoured me to let me know the right track to follow." "Not I," answered the Countess, "and in good truth, if I had the other night thought, when you first talked of love, that you but did so because you thought it would please me, I would have been as cruel as a stepdame to cure you of such vanity. If I knew the writer of the letter too, methinks I would have him punished for a scandal." "Not so," answered Rochester, labouring to frame some graceful speech, at which he was not dexterous. "You surely would not punish him for giving me the first hope of happiness, which I scarcely ventured to dream of." "In truth I would," replied the lady. "How dare he stand sponsor for my affections, and promise and vow so many things in my name? I declare there is not a word of truth in it, whatsoever you may think. I love you not at all, and never shall. 'Tis but your vanity that makes you believe so." "Nay, I call all these trees to witness," cried Rochester, "of what you acknowledged half an hour ago." "Oh, women will say what they do not mean," replied the Countess. "I hope no one but the trees did hear me, for I would not have too many witnesses to such a falsehood. And so you showed the letter to Sir Thomas Overbury, and he it was, I suppose, who said I had written it?" "No," replied Rochester. "He divined that you were the person spoken of, but he said that it was a man's hand." "I wish it were burnt off," cried the Countess in a tone of affected anger. "I don't like this Sir Thomas Overbury." "And why not?" asked Carr. "He says that you are by far the most beautiful woman in the court, perhaps in the world." "In that he is wise," answered the Countess, with a laugh. "But I hate him because you love him. I shall hate all that you love now." "That is kind," said Carr. "I thought the proverb ran, 'Love me, love my dog.'" "Ay," said the Countess, still in the same jesting tone, "if you will treat him as a dog. But I can tell you, henceforth and forever, I will have you love nobody but me, or I will have naught to do with your love. I will have you all mine. You shall not give one grain of your affection to aught else on earth, whether the breath of life be warm in it, or it be but the cold production of art or nature. I will not have thee stand and gaze at a picture of Rubens or of Titian. Thou shalt not stand upon Richmond Hill and high over the fair prospect before thee. Thou shalt not listen to a bird singing in a spray and praise its melody. Thine eyes, thine ears, thy heart shall be all mine, or I will be jealous. There can be no partnership in love." "You must not bring a bill into Parliament for all this," replied Carr, "or it will be called monopoly, and we shall have a petition and remonstrance." "No," cried the Countess, "these are but my rights over mine own. These are the royalties of my estate. Every rich metal beneath the surface is mine, as well as the soil above, and no one shall trespass on my right." In such conversation they walked on, idle enough, it is true, and vicious enough, considering the situation of the parties. But yet it seemed necessary to display before the reader's eyes the scene, which may save us further details into which we would fain not enter. And doubtless it has suggested, as we desired, a question to the mind, almost a charge against our veracity. Can this be the Countess of Essex? The reader may well ask. The same harsh, repulsive, fiery, passionate being who has been already exhibited in scenes with her father and her husband, which make the pure and honest heart glow with indignation and contempt. This soft, playful, jesting creature, the same bold, impetuous being whom we have seen casting from her the most sacred obligations. Yes, reader, it is the same, only under another aspect. The same spoiled child, all remorseless fire when contradicted, now sporting in her unwise hours of gratification, with the same carelessness of right which distinguished her in her darker moments. Have you not seen a tiger in its cage, unmoved by hunger or by rage, gambolling like a kitten, smoothing its glossy fur and stretching out in graceful sport its limbs both beautiful and strong? Who would suppose that it is the same fierce, devouring beast that rends the unhappy traveller in its fury and gorges itself in blood and carnage? Unrestrained passion is still the tiger, sportful when gratified, but terrible when thwarted. They had turned back towards the palace from which they had wandered forth, Rochester thinking that, during his long absence, the king might have required his presence, and the countess knowing well that her ultimate objects could not be attained unless her lover cultivated assiduously the favour of the monarch. She could not refrain from saying, however, "Why do you not tell your dog," for so she henceforth called Overbury, "to go and fawn in your place?" Though there was something sarcastic in her tone, Rochester was not offended, for he was now completely the slave of her charms. Weak and unprincipled himself, the same personal beauty which at first raised him to distinction was all that he thought valuable in others. The heart, the mind, virtue, even talent, so often esteemed where goodness is neglected, he cared little for, he thought little of, indeed. And in Frances Howard he certainly had found all that he sought for most in woman: resplendent beauty, eager passions, and deep and vehement attachment to himself. That loveliness and that love had, for the first time, kindled within him the eager fire of which his own nature was susceptible. It seemed as if the insane passion with which she was possessed were in its nature infectious, and had seized upon him also, for he was ready to dare anything, to sacrifice anything, however sacred or however good, and it but wanted occasion to call forth all the power of the evil spirit which had slumbered for want of object. They had reached an alley leading back towards the palace, when suddenly they perceived the figure of a man advancing towards them, with his head bent down and his arms folded upon his chest. He was tall, stately, and commanding in air, but seemed absorbed in a deep reverie, and Rochester paused, looking forward and saying, "Who can that be?" "Do you not know?" asked the countess in a stern tone. "No," he replied. "Do you?" "Right well," she answered. "It is that very noble gentleman, the Earl of Essex." Rochester's left hand fell upon the hilt of his sword, but the countess proceeded. "Do you think that at any distance I should not know that form, the hateful shadow of which has haunted me, waking and sleeping, for so long a time?" "Shall we avoid him?" said Rochester, who, though as ready as anyone to draw the sword, was not, to do him but justice, inclined to wrangle in the presence of a woman. "No," answered the countess calmly, "I have no wish to shun him. Methinks I will take off my mask." "No, no," cried Rochester, "not so. Give him the opportunity of not seeming to know thee, if he will." And with a deliberate step they proceeded along the alley, up which the Earl of Essex advanced in the same thoughtful mood. When he was within a few steps of them he raised his head, his brow contracted, but that was the only sign of emotion he displayed. With a firm, steady look, he gazed at Rochester from head to foot, and then turned his eyes upon the Countess, fixing them upon her masked face sternly and sadly. It was evident that he knew her, and indeed the beauty of her form, and the queenly grace of her step, were not to be mistaken. Not the slightest quivering of her hand, nor any clinging to the arm of Rochester, indicated agitation or alarm on her part. She trod, as she passed, the man whose happiness she had wrecked, with a foot as bold and unwavering as if her path were one of virtue and honour. It seemed as if she wished him to see and know how completely she had cast off all sense of right and decency, and perhaps it was indeed so, for her object was to drive him to have their incomplete marriage annulled, and set her free to wed the man for whom she had disgraced herself. "I shall cut that man's throat some day," said Rochester after they had passed. "Saw you the glance he gave me? That cannot be long borne." "I beseech you do nothing of the kind," replied the Countess, the few better points in whose character require to be displayed as well as the darker ones. "'Tis not that I am afraid for you, Rochester, but you must not spill his blood. I hate, abhor, loathe him, but still I have brought upon him much misery, and I wish not to do more. Did he stand in my way? Did he still persist in his claims upon me? I know not what I might not do to free myself from him. Anything, I believe. But such is not the case. Thank God, he hates me as much as I hate him, and therefore I would injure him no further. Were he even to lash me with his tongue instead of trying to look me down with his eyes, I could forgive him. No, you must do nothing against him. But now we are coming near the palace, and I must leave you. You can follow in a few minutes. I shall be with the Queen all night." From these last words the reader will learn that the Countess still strove to conceal her conduct from the eyes of the court in general, but in this, as might be expected, she was unsuccessful. Fond of scandal and of gossip, King James showed no reprobation of the gross immorality and vice that reigned in his court, and seemed, indeed, to tolerate it, for the sake of the amusement which it afforded him to hear of all the intrigues that were going on around him. But the encouragement he gave to every one of his confidential attendants to pry into and report to him all the secrets of the ladies and gentlemen attached to the Queen and to himself, ensured that nothing should be concealed which the cunning and acuteness of low-minded and unscrupulous men could discover. When Rochester entered the palace and passed through the antechamber, where some 5 or 6 gentlemen were sitting, he found them all laughing at something which one of their companions, who was kneeling on the window-seat and gazing out, reported to them from time to time. "You seem gay, gentlemen," he said, walking onward, unconscious perhaps that he himself might have been the subject of their merriment. "Yes, my lord," replied one of the jokers, "we are just laughing at Bradshaw's observations from the window. You would think he was the alderman's wife, who has a corner house in the market-place of a country town, so cleverly does he settle the affairs of every one he sees go in and out of the palace." The king's favourite did not venture to ask any more questions, but replying, "I give him joy both of his fine employment and your pleasant comparison," he walked on, and passed through the opposite door. In a small cabinet to the right of the chamber beyond he found Sir Thomas Overbury, who looked not particularly well satisfied, and Rochester felt an inclination to avoid any long discussion with him. "Has the king asked for me?" he inquired. "Oh, no," replied Overbury. "He has been well enough entertained during your absence." "With what?" demanded Rochester. "Gossip," answered Overbury. "Gossip as usual." "Well, then," rejoined Rochester, "I will go and knock at the old lady's door." "No, no," cried the knight. "Lord Northampton is with him now, having driven away Maxwell, who has been entertaining him with this affair between you and Lady Essex. I wish to heaven, my lord—" "Hush!" cried Rochester, laughing, and taking him by the collar. "Not a word, or I will strangle you. She is the most charming creature in the whole world. Beauty, wit, grace, everything. I can no more give her up than I can fly." "I do not ask you to give her up, my lord," replied Sir Thomas Overbury, whose morality was not very nice. "I only wish you to be more careful. For a light love affair like this, you will never think of marring your whole fortunes, and if you do not mend the rashness of your passion, you will do so. Surely there is no need boldly to walk out with her in the chase, when you have so many other opportunities of being together." "Oh, she longed for a walk with me, she said," replied Rochester, "and how could I refuse her? Besides, nobody could see us. You knew where I was gone, but we went out and came back separate, so that none of the rest of the court could—" "Could do anything," interrupted Overbury, "but sit in the ante-room and make epigrams upon you by the hour. The last thing I heard Bradshaw say was foolish enough, but it will show you the talk. 'We soon shall see the Dane driven home, and Saxon knights in Wessex, Essex to Middlesex is come, and Rochester joins Essex.'" "His bad lines," replied Rochester angrily, "shall cost him his place, or his ears." "Ah, that's the way," cried Overbury, "that one rash act brings on another. You must needs parade yourself in public with this lady, and then you make an enemy of a man who has many powerful friends. But hark, there goes Lord Northampton from the King's closet. You had better go now and laugh off this affair." I will," replied Rochester, and gladly left Sir Thomas Overbury, whose friendly counsels, to say the truth, were no longer so palatable to him as once they had been. Those who direct us with skill towards the gratification of our passions or our wishes are loved for their complaisance, and admired for their ability, by the weak and unprincipled, by the ordinary and the selfish, and, too often, by the wise and the great. For that twofold exertion of reason is extraordinary indeed, which, when misled by inclination, enables us to appreciate the wisdom which sees that we are wrong, and to be grateful for the love that would guide us back to right. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. It was a bright and beautiful day upon the whole, though from time to time, over the deep blue sky and through the sunshiny air, came some large pelting drops of rain, though nothing worthy of the name of a cloud was seen, and the shower lasted but a minute, fleeting away with a rainbow on its wings, like some gay child tossing up a many-coloured scarf into the wind. There was a bright party, too, upon the banks of the Thames, in Buckinghamshire, fit for the pencil of a Landseer. It consisted of a fine, tall man of noble presence, about 50 years of age, mounted on a stout black horse, with a broad hat and feathers on his head, and dressed in dark green, with a pair of tan-coloured boots and red tops. Over his shoulder he wore a pouch of velvet, slung by a broad band of leather, embroidered with gold, and reaching to the hilt of his short sword. His hands were covered with large gloves of buckskin, the flaps of which extended nearly to his elbow, and over the first finger of the left were thrown some silken strings and little globular bells. He had, too, a whistle of silver suspended round his neck by a green cord, with a tassel, and as he sat there, with his grey moustache and flowing grey hair, his bright and merry brown eye, and easy seat upon his horse, one might judge him to be an experienced sportsman, well satisfied with the success of the day. On his right hand was a lady, a few years younger than himself perhaps, but not many, mounted upon a round, short-legged, but powerful galloway, not deficient in fire or breeding, but chosen apparently for its strength and courage. Its bright eye glanced and its ear quivered, while, held in by the rein, it seemed eager to go on, and pawed the ground with its small, delicate foot. The lady herself was dressed in a rich riding-suit, and the hooded hawk, which she held upon one hand, and smoothed down from time to time with the other, sufficiently announced her occupation. The expression of her countenance was high and dignified, but, at the same time, there was a certain degree of quickness of temper in the glance of her eye, somewhat softened by a pleasant and good-humoured smile upon her lip. On the other side of the gentleman we have mentioned appeared a younger lady, with her beautiful brown hair escaping in rich curls from a small black velvet cap ornamented with a single black feather, and her face glowing with exercise. She was mounted on a light grey jennet, full of blood and spirit, but apparently well trained and good-tempered, who, with head down and extended neck, snuffed at a low-legged spaniel dog, which, with open mouth and dropping tongue, lay looking in the face of its master. Near this group of falconers was seen a strong middle-aged man kneeling down beside a dead heron, which lay upon the grassy bank, and fastening on a hood upon the head of a hawk, which he seemed to be caressing and scolding at the same time. "Ah, the haggard!" he cried. "Ah, the haggard! Thou art not half reclaimed, art thou? My lord, she will be a magnificent bird next spring. Did you see that point she made at the pitch? And such a stoop! There is not a bird in the mew could do better. I told you, sir, with her first feather. Come, lady, come, no rustling. Where's the other glove, boy?" he continued, addressing a young man, who, with two others habited as falconers, stood near, with long poles in their hands. "There's another bird not far off, my lord." "Ay, but here comes a boat," answered his master, "and they will put him up. I thought so. There he goes, there he goes. Slip, Marjorie, my love. Whoo, long legs, woof! Off with her, off with her. Calm, good Marjorie, calm. She has him now, now she has him." And off flew the falcon from the lady's hand, while the heron, apparently unwilling to tower, flapped its heavy wings along over the water, rippling it for some way with its feet. After her," cried the gentleman. "The brute will show us no sport. As I live, she will let Marjorie strike her in the water. No, no, there she goes up. After her, after her." And away he galloped, accompanied by the lady on the galloway, and the three lads with their poles. The younger lady paused, however, and reined in her jennet, notwithstanding all its struggles to follow the rest. Her eyes were fixed upon the boat, which, rowed by two stout men with the full current of the stream, now rapidly approached the spot where she was. The next minute she slipped from the saddle, her eyes bright and her whole face glowing, and with the bridle over her left arm, approached the very brink of the water, holding out her hand, which in another instant was clasped in that of William Seymour. He sprang at once on shore, and while Arabella strove to conceal from the eyes of the boatmen the joy that was in her heart, there was quite enough in her countenance to sweep away all jealousy for ever from the heart of her lover, if he ever entertained it. "Is this accident or design?" asked Arabella in a low tone. "It is very pleasant, Seymour, whatever it is. But where have you been since?" 3 days I was kept at Hampton Court," answered Seymour, "then took my departure for Cambridge, cut across thence to Oxford, and then, knowing well that I should have a welcome from the Countess, came down the river with my 2 men in the boat. Run her into the first creek you can find," he continued, turning to the boatmen, "and come up to Lord Shrewsbury's house at Malvoisie. Where can these men find a creek, falconer, in which the boat will be in safety?" "Not a quarter of a mile down, sir," replied a man, who was settling the falcon, which had previously struck a heron, upon a perch formed of 4 rollers of wood, in the shape of a square, which hung from the neck of a buoy, placed in the centre thereof, much like the pails of a London milkwoman. "They will find a creek and a boat-house belonging to my lord too. There will be room enough for your boat beside the Earl's barge. Then, if they follow the path, it will take them to the house. But I must run after the hawk, my lady. 'Twere a shame if she struck the quarry, and I not there. There they go over Lawson's Lee." "Go, go, Harry," cried Arabella, "and tell my uncle I am following." The man and the boy hurried away, and after pausing to speak a word or two more, Seymour replaced Arabella in her saddle, and then, with his left hand riding on the croup, walked slowly on beside her, gazing up into her face, and drinking in sweet draughts of pure and high and holy affection. It was a beautiful contrast to the dark scene of strong but evil passion which it has been lately our unpleasing task to paint. "I am sure they will receive you kindly," said Arabella after a short pause, in answer to something Seymour had said. "But I doubt, William, indeed I doubt, that either will approve of your staying long." "Doubt not, doubt nothing, dearest Arabella," replied Seymour. "I saw the Countess in London before I went down to Hampton Court. She taxed me with my love, and I did not deny it, and she owned that such constancy, on your part and on mine, deserved its reward. I have had a letter from her, too, since she heard of that scene before the council, which she pronounces scandalous and wicked, and says it is high time you should be freed from the thraldom in which you are kept, and your heart suffered to have its liberty. 'Tis by her invitation, indeed, that I came." "But my uncle," said Arabella, "I fear my uncle, I do not think he will countenance—" She paused, and William Seymour asked, "What, my beloved?" "What I believe you wish," replied Arabella, with her cheek glowing, "our marriage in secret." "My wishes go farther still, dear one," replied William Seymour. "I could not be content, not half content, to see my Arabella only by stealth, with long and frequent intervals. I must be able to pass the whole livelong day with her, to sun myself in her smiles whenever I will, to hear the music of her voice continually, to watch her eyes, and trace every varying thought from day to day." "Oh, that can never be here," answered Arabella sadly. "No, not here," replied William Seymour, "but in another land where this king's power will not reach us. In any of the Spanish territories, in Flanders, in Italy, in Spain itself, we shall be quite secure. And where thou art is my country, Arabella. That climate will be the brightest where thy looks beam upon me, that scene the fairest where thou art by my side." A bright drop rose in Arabella's eye as he spoke, but she answered almost sadly, "You know, William, that I desire nothing but you, and yet it seems to me hardly right that my love should banish you from the land of your birth. You have many friends, good men and noble, wise and honourable, and I should be proud to see the husband that I love surrounded and admired by those he himself esteems. I would enlarge all your sphere of enjoyment, Seymour, not diminish it. I would not have you for me if I could help it. Give up one friend, abandon one virtuous pleasure. Oh no, love is not a selfish passion. On the contrary, it is a self-denying one. For I feel that all I could desire to make me happy would be the happiness of him I love." "Dear, noble girl," cried Seymour, bending down his head and kissing the hand that rested on her bridle rein. "I say so too, and therefore it is that I give not one thought to the abandonment of everything else, for the bright hope of making you happy in some distant country. But still, my beloved, you need not think that we shall be condemned to everlasting banishment. A few short years may pass, till the king sees that he cannot break our union, and then he must perceive that it is for his own interest as well as his honour that we should return and enjoy our rights in our own land." "I do not know," answered Arabella in a doubtful tone. "He is hard and resolute in his resentments. Do not you know how he treated the Palatine who urged him, with continual prayers and entreaties, to set free the unfortunate Lord Grey? All that the king replied was, 'When I come to your dominions, son-in-law, I will ask for none of your prisoners.'" "Well, then, we will set him at defiance," replied Seymour. "We will fix our happiness on our mutual love. We will form our high fortunes in contentment, and leave him to rule, with his sceptre of parchment, those whose fate hangs upon his smile. I would rather be the husband of Arabella Stuart in any land in all the world, where I may boldly hold her to my heart and call her mine, however poor be the pittance that I have to share with her, than live in riches in my native country, with the dread of an unjust monarch's frown darkening each moment that I spent in her sweet company. But there stands my Lord of Shrewsbury. His bird has brought the heron down, I see, so he will be in good humour, and we must take the brightest moment we can find." Thus saying, he advanced with Arabella to a little knoll on which the group of falconers had reassembled. The Earl had by this time dismounted from his horse, and was standing beside his wife, who was bending her head as if talking to him rapidly, but in an undertone, and the bright yellow sky behind them showed clearly the fine commanding features of the Countess of Shrewsbury, full of animation and eagerness. The Earl shrugged his shoulders with a laugh, and then, advancing cordially towards William Seymour, he held out his hand, saying, "Welcome, welcome, thou man of wanderings. You have missed a rare day's sport by not coming 3 hours sooner, and well nigh spoiled our sport too by stirring this grey-coated gentleman from the reeds with your boat. However, as Marjorie has avenged herself and brought him down from the skies with a fall, as should be the case with all ambitious spirits when they soar too high, we will forgive you. Come, we will back towards the house." "I did not see what you were about till it was too late, my lord," replied William Seymour, grasping his hand. "Dear lady, how goes it with you?" he continued, advancing to the Countess, and adding in a low tone as he bent down to kiss her glove, "Thanks for your comfortable letter." "You shall have more to thank me for than that," replied Lady Shrewsbury. "Well, my pretty cousin," she continued, turning to Arabella with a smile, "we have struck our bird to-day, methinks." "Not I," answered Arabella innocently. "I had no hawk to fly, and therefore have got no quarry." "Ay, but you have," answered the Countess, "and the goodliest, it seems. Come, Shrewsbury, deliver me of these jesses. I will have no birds upon my hand to-day." "Take care, lady mine," replied the Earl, approaching, "that you do not get more upon your hands than you can manage." The Countess took him by the moustachios, saying, "Wilt thou be silent?" "See how she treats me," cried the Earl, laughing, "and I have borne this for 20 long years. Let no man say that there is not meekness among husbands. Come, I will walk back. Bring my horse, boy. You are too fat to walk, good wife, and this poor thing is too delicate. So we men will trudge afoot, while the women keep the saddle. 'Twas not so in the Queen's time, Seymour. With a woman on the throne, men ruled. Now the coif and the petticoat govern all." The Countess and Arabella rode on, and Seymour and the Earl followed on foot, leaving the hawks to the care of the falconers. Lord Shrewsbury was gay and good-humoured, perfectly cordial in his manner towards his young friend, and repeated more than once that he was most happy to see him; but he touched not at all upon the subject nearest to Seymour's thoughts, although the words he had let fall in speaking to the Countess induced his companion to believe that he was not unaware of his love for Arabella. The house of Malvoisie, which had long since disappeared from the face of the earth, had been built in the last year of the reign of Henry VIII, and consequently might be considered in those days a modern erection. But our somewhat weeping climate soon stamps the mark of age upon man's works, and in the space of 60 years the red brick had become brown, and lichens had gathered here and there upon the walls. The immense quantity of beech trees from which Buckinghamshire takes its name, and which there came close up to the house on 3 sides, might have contributed to this effect. But however that might be, the house had already a very venerable appearance, and the 4 terraces, one below the other, with their low walls and ornamented coping, gave it likewise a magnificent air, although it was not of a very great extent. Servants were waiting at the door to give admission to the lord of the mansion and his guest, and the Earl conducted his young friend at once to the Countess's drawing-room, which was furnished in a manner that anyone may see described, if they choose to look into Lady Compton's letter to her husband after his recovery. Lady Shrewsbury and Arabella, still in their riding dress, were standing talking together eagerly, and Arabella's face was glowing, while her eyes were cast down, so that Seymour easily conceived what had been the nature of their conversation. "Now then, close the door, Shrewsbury," said the Countess, "and let us hold a council together." "Nonsense," replied the Earl. "Suffer the poor youth to recover and refresh himself a little before you attack him. Besides, I tell you fairly, I will have nothing to do with your plots and conspiracies, even if their object be but the robbery of a wren's nest. You may do what you like, lady mine. I never was powerful in my life in marital rule, and my sway has waxed slenderer every year. "Because you know very well," answered the Countess, laughing, "that you had got somebody who could manage her own affairs, and yours too, better than you could yourself. So, like a wise man as you are, you proved yourself a most obedient husband." "Well, well," said the Earl, good-humouredly, "I will have nothing to do with your counsels, but I do insist that it is better to let this poor youth eat his supper and not hear his fate fasting. So come along to your chamber, Seymour, and wash your hands. When once my good housewife gets hold of you, you may give yourself up. You will have no power over your own actions afterwards, that I can tell you." "After supper be it then," answered the Countess. "Come, Bella, we may as well put off these weeds too." And thus saying, she led the way from the room. The Earl accompanied his young guest to his chamber, where he found all the goods and chattels which his men had brought up from the boat; and Lord Shrewsbury, closing the door, took his young friend's hand kindly, saying, in a graver tone than he had hitherto used, "William, I wish you well, believe me, and no man would do better to serve you, or to see you happy. But let me advise you to think well what you are about. A man, it is true, may well risk much for the sweetest lady in all the land, but let not passion blind you, and induce you to take any step of great importance without due consideration. Recollect that this dear girl's fate is implicated, as well as your own. Having said this, my boy, I shall add no more, but whatever you do, be sure that I will stand by you when it is done, as the son of my old dear friend, and the grandson of one of the noblest gentlemen in Europe. Now, farewell for the present." William Seymour sat down and meditated. What the Earl of Shrewsbury had said had the effect which words of good, plain, common sense, mingled with frank and feeling kindness, is almost sure to have on the hearts of all but the vicious and the hardened. It made him think deeply, intensely, of that which he was about to do. It did more. It made him even doubt his own motives and his own judgment. It made him try, by every test that the powers of a strong mind could bring to bear upon the subject, the course he was about to pursue, and to ask himself, for Arabella's sake, whether his eyes were not blinded by passion, whether he was really seeking that which was most likely to conduce to her happiness, or whether he was risking her peace for his own gratification. Eagerly did he debate the question with himself, and he strove resolutely to act as an impartial judge between desire and self-denial. But love is the most eloquent of advocates, and it is not to be wondered at that, with so good a cause as that which he had to plead, he overpowered all the arguments on the opposite side. To a mind not very sensible to fear, or alive to danger, the risks and inconveniences seemed small, the probabilities of success great, and happiness, if their escape could be effected, certain. He recollected all that Arabella herself had said, the frank confession of her love, the deep devotion which she showed towards him, her readiness to abandon everything for him. He asked himself, if his whole happiness for life was staked upon his union with her, could he doubt that hers was equally dependent upon it also? And then he went on to think of what would be her fate, if, neglecting the opportunity, if, abandoning the chance of uniting themselves together for ever, she were left still in the same situation at the court of England in which she had lived for the last 2 or 3 years. The argument which that question called forth was conclusive. Could he, for any consideration, leave her to wither under the cold and icy tyranny of a monarch like James I., the sport of all his caprices, the victim of whatever a harsh policy or a weak complaisance with the views of his vicious favourites might require? He pictured her day after day, suffering from unjust severity or chilling neglect. He thought of her, forced to mingle in scenes of vicious excesses with those whom her pure heart contemplated and abhorred. He saw her urged, commanded, forced to give her hand to some base minion of an unprincipled king, living a short life of misery and gloom, and dying with blighted hope and disappointed love. Could he suffer this? Ought he to suffer it? For her sake as well as his own, if there were but a bare chance of delivering her, could he stand coldly by and abandon her to such a fate as this? Love, as may well be supposed, easily won the day, and proved to his conviction that the only hope of happiness for himself and her he loved was in speedy flight, and after a few moments given to the arrangement of his dress, he again sought Arabella and the Countess, determined to persevere. He found them both with the Earl, and by common consent nothing was said upon the subject, which occupied all thoughts for about an hour and a half, over which space of time we will pass, as the conversation of persons whose minds are filled with one engrossing theme, upon everyday topics in which they feel no interest, would be as tedious to the reader as to themselves. The supper was over, the windows were closed, the lights were lighted, and the party had once more assembled in the Countess's drawing-room. The Earl, however, stood beside one of the tables, and taking up a light, he said, "I am going to the book-room. When this plot is hatched, you can come and tell me, sweetheart, and then you shall play me an air on the virginals, or sing me a song to the lute." "Dear uncle," said Arabella, laying her hand upon his arm and looking up in his face as if she wished him to stay. But Lord Shrewsbury merely bent down his head and kissed her cheek, saying, "God protect thee in all circumstances, my dear girl," and, without waiting for farther reply, quitted the room. Arabella leaned her arm upon the table and placed her hand over her eyes, while the Countess demanded, as soon as the door was closed, "Well, Seymour, what are your plans? It is high time that all this should come to some conclusion, or you two, unable to restrain your love from appearing, and not having taken care to shelter it against storms, will get into misery, from which we shall not be able to rescue you." "I think so too, dear lady," replied Seymour, "and I have come hither, certain of your kind support and assistance, to arrange what is to be done." "You are both agreed, I suppose," said the Countess. "You love each other dearly, I know. Is it not so, Bella?" Arabella looked up with a smile, but made no answer, and the Countess proceeded. "That will do," she said, "and I do not see why your affection should be barred by the swine king we have now upon the throne. Seymour, you have got some plan in your head, I am sure. Let us hear what it is." "That this dear girl should fly with me," replied her lover. "That is the plain truth, Countess. I care not much to what country we go, provided it be one that will keep us free, for a time, from the persecution of the king, so long as his anger lasts." "I thought so," said Lady Shrewsbury, "and I suppose that must be the event. But I cannot consent, Seymour, to let her go without first being your wife." "But how can that be accomplished, dear lady?" asked William Seymour. "You know, if we were to apply to any of the bishops, they would carry the tidings forthwith to the king, and if we have the banns published, the fact will soon be all over the court. We can be married the moment we are across the Channel." "No, no," answered the Countess in her usual decided tone. "She goes with you as your wife, or not at all. Do not suppose I think you would wrong her, Seymour, for I am sure you would lose your own life first. But if diamonds are valuable because they are rare, I am sure so in these days is a good name, and she must not lose hers. No, not for love itself. Nor is the matter difficult as I shall manage it. We have got a parson here, who, though he looks upon us all as what he calls papists, is my very humble and good servant, and would be a Catholic too, if it was not for fear of losing his living, God wot. Thanks be to heaven, he mumbles like an old woman chewing a crust, and I never yet could discover the person who, when he publishes what he calls the banns of matrimony, could find out who were the people he was going to tie in them. Thus, then, I will have it. You shall stay here 3 nights, and speed away again on the 3rd morning. You shall show yourself at the court and in other places, and after the 3rd Sunday you will come down hither, where, in this quiet little church, perched up amongst the woods, without a house but the parson for a mile round, you may take each other for better for worse, without anyone knowing aught about it. In the meantime, Seymour, you make all your preparations for departure, have your ship ready and your money prepared. My Lord of Hertford will not love you the less for marrying secretly a lady of the royal blood, and he is never unwilling to open his purse for any generous purpose. Shrewsbury and I will give you some help, such as it is, though the times are hard ones, and as doubtless the little that our poor Arabella has will be lost for love of you, it must be made up by your love for her. Let there be no writing in the meantime till you come again, for we know well enough there are spies abroad." Seymour kissed the Countess's hand with many thanks, acknowledging that her plan was the wisest and the best. "But, dear lady," he added, "I almost fear that, if this takes place in your house, it may draw upon you and my good Lord of Shrewsbury the indignation of the king." "Good faith," answered the Countess, "his Majesty had better not meddle with me. 'Tis such poor timid things as this that he can intimidate and overawe. But even if he should try, I have a hold upon him which will keep him silent, at least I think so. 'Tis not many months ago that he said to me, when the marriage proposed with the Duke of Gueldres was refused, that Arabella might choose one of his own subjects if she liked. He consented to it freely." Arabella started up and gazed upon her aunt with doubt and surprise. "Oh, why did you not tell me?" she exclaimed. "Because I did not think fit, poor bird," replied the Countess, "and something more. I assured the king that you had no thought of marriage then, that you were indisposed to give your hand to any but a man of princely birth. I knew right well," she added abruptly, "that he was wishing to tie you to his minion, Carr, and I was resolved to shield you from such degradation. In wedding this youth here, you wed one of princely birth, for in his veins is flowing the blood of our 7th Harry, and though you, sweet maid, may be nearest akin to this present king, I am not sure that he is not nearest to the throne of England. But so it is, Bella, the king did give his consent, and I see not why we may not use it now as well as then." "Oh, this is joyful indeed!" exclaimed Arabella. He dare not treat us ill after this." Trust him not," replied the Countess. "His word is as unstable as a quicksand, and if you think to rest upon it, you will be swallowed up alive. The course I have laid before you is the only one you can pursue, though this consent that he has given may perhaps shame him into moderation, and enable you to return sooner to your native land. Now I shall leave you together, pretty birds, in your cage, to talk over your plans, and then you shall sing your uncle a song, if you have any voice left. While you are here, Seymour, we must keep you somewhat close. Our woods and parks and fields may give you space enough, but you must avoid the towns and villages, lest our secret be carried to the court." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. "One half the world does not know how the other half live," is an old English proverb, and a true one. And there is something more to be said upon the subject than even that. Not 1/1,000,000th part of the world know what the rest are doing. Happy were it for them if they did. For how many a base and criminal design would be frustrated, how many an anxious and careful thought would be avoided, how many a wise and prudent scheme would find success, how many a good man struggling with poverty would meet relief and honour, how many a great man, crushed under the cold obstruction of circumstances, would be taken by the hand and led up to the high places of the world, if the actions of all were open to the eyes of all. The days passed sweetly with Arabella Stuart and William Seymour, for the time during which the Countess of Shrewsbury permitted him to stay. They laid out their plans, they made their arrangements, they talked over the future, and imagination, that pleasant painter, represented the coming days in all the glittering colours of hope and light. Even when he had left Malvoisie, and was deprived of the society of her he loved, still the sweet recollection and the bright expectation gladdened the present, and cheered him while he made all the preparations which were necessary for the execution of his scheme. But, in the meantime, the views and designs of others, with little, if any, reference to himself, were proceeding on a course calculated to frustrate all his hopes for a time, if not for ever. And while he, in total ignorance that such things were taking place, was rejoicing at the near approach of happiness, a hand was stretched out to snatch it from him, just as the cup was being raised to his lip. Oh, could he have but seen the events that were occurring at the court of England, could he have heard the words that were spoken and divined the plans that were formed, he might have found matter for anxiety and apprehension, it is true, but love would certainly have found some stratagem to frustrate those purposes, which now marched calmly on to their accomplishment. We have said that the designs and views of which we have spoken had little direct reference to Seymour, and to the schemes for his escape with Arabella. The eyes of the king and his courtiers had been completely blinded by the precautions he had taken. His visit to Malvoisie had not been even whispered amongst the scandal-mongers of the court, and although the preparations which he had been making after his return to London were not altogether unnoticed, the tongue of calumny had assigned to them a very different motive from the real one, and most unintentionally favoured his purposes by screening the truth under a falsehood. The suspicion which had been so strongly entertained of the attachment existing between Arabella and himself had almost altogether died away, and rumour had falsely attributed to him some tender connection in the native land of intrigue, Italy, which was supposed to be once more leading him away from the shores of his own country. In the meantime, the king's favourite, Rochester, was pursuing with all the vehemence of strong and overpowering passion the guilty course which he had entered upon with the beautiful fiend who had got him in her toils. His criminal intimacy with Lady Essex was no longer whispered with a smile, or pointed at in an epigram. It was the open talk of the whole court, the subject of grave and painful reprehension to the few good and wise who were admitted to the royal circle, and of laughter and merriment to the gay, the unthinking, and vicious multitude which thronged the palaces of James I. To one of those, however, who could not be classed amongst the most strict in their notions of morality, his open and daring violation of even common decency was a subject of bitter and anxious thought. Sir Thomas Overbury could not shut out the conviction that this disgraceful connection might prove a serious obstacle in the way of his favourite project of allying his patron to the royal blood of England by a marriage with Arabella Stuart, and every jest he heard upon the subject came painfully to his ear. Sometimes he thanked heaven that Arabella was absent, and hoped that Rochester's passion would be as short-lived as it was fierce, but when he saw that, on the contrary, it became every day more and more ardent and outrageous, he asked himself if it might not be better to hurry on the marriage with Arabella without any farther delay, and, by engaging the king to exercise his full authority, to carry it through as rapidly as possible, in order to bind her for ever to Rochester, before she had such good cause to allege for refusing him her hand. Doubts and perplexities indeed surrounded him, for although Carr still talked to him on the subject of his marriage, and in order to blind his friends to the designs which he knew Overbury would oppose, affected to look upon his union with Arabella, whether he loved her or not, as a thing absolutely necessary to his security and advancement, yet he showed himself occasionally cold and captious, reserved and insincere, towards one who for a long period had possessed his fullest confidence and guided him at will. Many a deep and anxious fit of thought did all these considerations cause Sir Thomas Overbury, and he resolved, after a long deliberation, to try whether by art he could not establish a new hold upon the favourite, more firm and tenacious than that of mere gratitude. "I must have some power over him," he said. "I must have something in my hands to give, in order that I may demand that in return which might be otherwise denied, notwithstanding all the services I have rendered him." Such were his thoughts and feelings at the period when the court removed from Hampton, and we shall now proceed to show the manner in which he endeavoured to effect his object, promising that for some months he had been labouring to bring the king's mind to the particular tone he wanted. It was in the king's closet at the Palace of Greenwich. The monarch was dressed in hunting costume, and as the season was rapidly approaching when he could no longer venture to hunt the hart, he was somewhat eager and impatient to set out upon his sport. Something, however, had gone wrong in the stables. His horse had not been brought to the door at which he was to mount, and he had sent one after another, first a page, then a gentleman of the Privy Chamber, and then Lord Rochester himself, to see what had become of the grooms and huntsmen, upon whose heads he bestowed a torrent of condemnation in very profane and unkingly language. To ordinary observers it would have appeared that a more unpropitious moment could not have been selected for pressing a suit or asking a favour. But Sir Thomas Overbury knew King James as well as anyone who was about him, and was aware that requests which he would have denied flatly and resolutely when he had time for consideration, might often be wrung from him by importunity in a moment of impatience and haste. The moment, then, that he saw Lord Rochester pass through the antechamber, he hurried to the king, whom he knew to be now alone, with a small slip of paper in hand, half covered with writing. "Well, sir, well, where are the horses?" cried James as soon as he saw him. "Those heathen fellows will let the fresh of the morning go by, and the sun's peeping out as hot as a kitchen fire, to drink up all the dew off the grass." "I think they mistook the hour your majesty named," replied Overbury, "and instead of a quarter before, made ready for a quarter after 9. "Body o' sin, did you ever hear the like of that?" cried James. "Did they never go out to track a stag in the early morning? What have you got there? But if that's a supplication, man, you may as well spare your pains. I'll have nothing to do with it. Take it away." "It is not a supplication, may it please your majesty," replied Overbury, "but a paper which your majesty was pleased to say you would sign. You may remember the matter in which I moved you, sire, regarding my Lord Rochester and my Lady Arabella." "I'll not sign it, sir, I'll not sign it," cried the king. "I told you so before. She's got a hankering, sir, after that fellow Seymour, and I'll not sign it. If I was sure she would use it only to marry Caro, I don't say but that I might, but I will not have the other. Now, look ye, young gentleman," he added, falling imperceptibly to himself, into a disquisitional tone, "you are not without sense, and good parts, and judgment, and while we have a minute to spare, we will condescend to instruct you as to our motives, which with kings, who are bound to exercise their sagacity upon fine points that altogether escape the attention of ordinary men, are very different from the common motives of the people, or even of councillors, and men accustomed to broad and general state affairs." "I hear your majesty with reverence and gratitude," replied Sir Thomas Overbury, in the fulsome style then used towards the monarch, "and will lay to heart every word that falls from your lips, as the most precious guide to wisdom." "Well, sir, that's right," rejoined James. "Now listen, then. Ordinary men will think, and most like you amongst them, that it is a strange thing that I should let this lady wed Rochester, and refuse her to the fellow Seymour. The vulgar people will think that it is because Rochester is what they call, with their profane tongues, the king's favourite. I know their gabble right well. Others will think that it is because I judge ill of this lad Seymour, or well of Rochester, as the case may be, and in this they will be reverent, though not altogether wise. You yourself may think that you have had a finger in the pie, and brought the matter about by smooth words and representations. But these opinions are altogether wrong. As my Lord Rochester is now a man of great estate, the match may be a suitable one. As his fortunes depend upon us, we shall always have the staff in our own hands, and it is not unexpedient that she should be married to someone over whom we have the greatest authority, to prevent her from wedding another who might cause confusion. But these are all collateral or subsidiary considerations, and go no farther than to affect her marriage with Lord Rochester. But there are reasons why we will not have her marry the fellow Seymour, which are these: that he, failing his elder brother, who is but a puny lad, is the immediate representative of that Lady Catherine Grey, descended from King Henry VII, by Mary, Queen Dowager of France, and the lady, as you well know, being of the royal blood of England, and next to the throne, after ourself and our children, has been the object, as you well know, of many dark conspiracies and treacherous designings, both amongst the subjects of our crown and foreign princes. Now, were the two lines blended more by her marriage with this Seymour, there is no knowing what might come of it. Wars and rumours of wars, tumults and confusion, sir. If they two were to lay their heads together and take up either with the Papists or the Puritans, they might blow up a flame in a minute that would be difficult to put out again." "I see your majesty's wisdom," replied Overbury with a low bow and a well-assorted face, and it shows clearly that her marriage with Lord Rochester should be brought about as soon as possible. If you will sign this permission, sir, for her to marry any of your Majesty's subjects, it will doubtless greatly facilitate the affair." "Well, then, put in his name," said the king. "Why should he not be the person expressed?" "Because your Majesty is well aware," answered Overbury, "the lady has always shown herself coy and captious, never willing to give her hand where she supposed it was wished. At all events, sir, the paper could only be used according to your Majesty's directions. And as to Mr. Seymour," he continued, "he is now paying not the slightest attention to the lady since your Majesty so severely reprimanded him." "It was due and merciful severity," answered the king, "like that of—" But we cannot venture to go on with the blasphemous parallel which he drew between himself and the Almighty. He ended, however, by asking, "Where is the lad now?" "He is at the house of his father, the Lord Beauchamp, in London," replied Overbury. "He spent a week at Cambridge, sire, then came back direct, and has been in town ever since, preparing, they say, for another journey to Italy, where, it is rumoured, he has some love amongst the Italian ladies." The king began to chuckle at what he called the fool boy going 1,000 miles for a woman, and he laid his command strongly on Overbury to find out all about it, and give him information. The knight promised diligent compliance, and then added, "If your Majesty is gracious enough to sign this paper, it will give my Lord of Rochester the strongest possible claim to the lady's gratitude and regard, and it will not be necessary to present it to her, but merely to intimate that it exists, so that all danger of a misuse of it will be avoided." "Foul for thee, man!" exclaimed the king, hesitating and taking him by the ear. "What a pertinacious hound thou art!" "I know your Majesty is fond of a staunch dog," answered Overbury, "and you will never blame me for hunting upon the right track." "Well, well," cried the king, "I'll not sign it, man. That's to say, not just at present." "Well then, sire," replied Overbury, determined to make one more effort, "I had better tell my Lord of Rochester at once, not to keep him any longer in suspense. I hear his foot upon the stairs." "No, no," cried the king, hesitating. Let's see. Give me the paper." Overbury gave him the paper, repeating, "I had better let him know your Majesty's resolution at once." Rochester's step was now distinctly heard coming along the corridor, and James looked round with a sort of nervous glance, exclaiming, "Where's the pen? Where's the pen?" "There, your Majesty," answered Overbury, putting one into his hand. James wrote his name rapidly at the bottom of the paper, and gave it to Overbury, saying, There, let him have it, but do not stop him now, and hark ye, you need not say that we refuse to do it." "I shall tell him, sire," replied Overbury, "that nothing but your Majesty's great regard for him induced you to consent." Well, that will do, but do not stop him now," answered James hastily, and then exclaimed as Rochester entered the closet, "The horses, man, the horses!" "Are at your door, your Majesty," replied the favourite, "and the hounds and huntsmen gone to the north gate." "Foul for the loons!" cried James. "I'll make them mind their words another time. Come away, Bobby, come away. We have lost much time already." And thus saying, he shuffled out of the closet, followed by Rochester, while Overbury paused, gazing with a look of thoughtful satisfaction at the paper he held in his hand. "Ay, now," he cried, "the way to fortune is open before him, and the road to power open before me. And yet," he added thoughtfully, "Rochester has become somewhat cold, even when I am serving him the most zealously. Such is the usual course of the world. I wonder how far he will push his ingratitude." Thus it is ever with men blindfolded by their own selfishness. Overbury fancied that he was entitled to deep gratitude from Rochester, because he schemed and laboured to serve him, but he forgot to ask himself whether all that he did was not with a view to the gratification of his own ambition. The man who, purely for the sake of another, sacrifices his own peace, his own repose, his own purposes, may well be entitled to thankfulness. Nay, he who at no sacrifice does a kindly act may have merit likewise. But the man who, in labouring for another, has his own interests, immediate or remote, still before his eyes, can claim but little gratitude from him whom he may benefit in reaching his own objects. Had anything been wanting to show that there were principles upon which Sir Thomas Overbury acted, his next thoughts would have displayed them. "I will guard against ingratitude," he said. "I will keep this paper in my own hands. His fortune will be then in my power, and hers too will be of my making. It will be better to have her recalled to the court at once. There is no fear of this Seymour now. He thinks not of her. As far as I can hear from Maxwell, he has neither been to see her since she went, nor even deigned to write. No, 'twas but a common visit of courtesy, and these tale-bearers have magnified it into a matter of importance. It is not there I have my fear, but I doubt that daring, impassioned, unprincipled Countess of Essex. I must break through that folly, or Rochester is lost, and yet it must be done skilfully, for it is no light thing to bring down upon one's head the anger of a fierce and ruthless woman. Still it must be done, and though Rochester be bound hand and foot to the chains of this Delilah, we will see whether ambition will not give him strength to break them. It was but an allegory, that tale of Samson. Pleasure was in the fair Philistine, ambition the strength-giving hair of the Nazarite, which might be cut off for a time, but grew again in the lap of satiety. And though they blinded him, he slew them all. He plucked ruin on his own head, it is true, and such may be the case with this man. Well, we shall see. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. It was a fine, clear morning in September when, mounted on a powerful horse and quite alone, William Seymour began his journey towards Buckinghamshire. Seldom were more joyful feelings in the heart of anyone. He was going to unite for ever his fate to her he loved best on earth. Nothing had occurred to interrupt his proceedings. The eyes of policy seemed blinded. The very prying spirit of courtly scandal had not penetrated his secret. All his preparations were made. The ring upon his finger and the benediction of the church was all that was wanted to render Arabella his own. On he sped then, with an eager spur, and with little apprehension of meeting anyone who was likely to carry intelligence of his journey to the court, which had now removed to Greenwich. Taking the shortest way as it then lay, he crossed the Thames by the horse ferry, which at that time existed about a mile beyond Sunbury, recrossed it again some miles higher up, and then spurred on into Buckinghamshire through the deep beech woods whose green leaves were beginning to show the bronzing hand of time. He did not now approach the house of Lord Shrewsbury from the side of the river, but passing by Burnham and Hedsor, took a circuit round towards the great gates of the park. He was still about a mile distant, and the day had not yet reached the 10th hour, when he observed a man on horseback, apparently looking out for something in one of the neighbouring woods, about a quarter of a mile in advance. Taking it for one of the keepers watching the game, he rode on at the same quick pace, but the moment after, the person whom he had perceived put his horse into a quick trot and advanced towards him. The figure was familiar to his eye, and in a minute after, as they approached nearer to each other, Seymour recognised Sir Harry West. An undefined feeling of apprehension seized upon him, though he had expected to find the old knight at Malvoisie, for it had been agreed that he should be invited to act as father of the bride, as the Earl of Shrewsbury declined to take any part in the business. But then, what brought him out at that early hour, if nothing had gone wrong? And the first question William Seymour asked as they met was, "Is anything the matter?" "Quick, quick!" cried Sir Harry, laying his hand upon his young friend's bridle rein. "Come with me as fast as possible down this lane. There is not an instant to lose." And, turning Seymour's horse, he led him a prisoner to the mouth of a narrow green cart road through the wood. Then, freeing his bridle, he spurred on at a gallop, beckoning to the young gentleman to follow. Seymour did so in some consternation, and on they went as if they were hunting the deer, till, at the first turning to the right, where the woods concealed them from the high road, Sir Harry quitted the path he was following, and somewhat slackened his pace. "Now, in heaven's name, tell me what is the matter," exclaimed William Seymour, much alarmed. "Why, you have just escaped by 5 minutes the discovery of the whole," said Sir Harry West. "Late last night arrived at Malvoisie Sir Thomas Overbury and Challoner, with the King's commands for the Lady Arabella to join the court at Greenwich. Not knowing when you would arrive, or by what road, we have been most anxious, as you may suppose; and they, if they had some suspicion, and were determined to detect you, have arranged that as the lady chose to go by water in the Earl's barge, Challoner should accompany her, while Overbury, who says his complexion is delicate, is to proceed with his men by the high road. The Countess has promised to detain him as long as possible, in order that he might not meet you at the gates, and while your own 2 men have been sent, one upon the river and the other by the lower road, to give you warning, I came out here to watch for you, expecting every moment to see Overbury at my heels." "How often disappointment meets us at the gates of expectation!" exclaimed Seymour. "What is to be done now, Sir Harry? Do you imagine they have discovered anything?" "In truth, I cannot say," answered Sir Harry West. "I hope and trust not, for no hint has been given, even of a suspicion. But, at all events, the Countess will let us know when we see her, for she is determined to gain some intelligence from Overbury, and you may trust to her shrewd wit for arriving at the truth." "But what is to be done now?" cried Seymour again, in a tone of despair. "What is to be done now?" "The first thing to be done," replied Sir Harry West, "is for you to come with me to the gamekeeper's cottage, and there to lie concealed till the Countess sends us word that these people are gone. As for the rest, William, this is but a silly business. Methinks the world is losing its wits, and that for this same idle passion of love, men are casting from them all those great considerations which are, in fact, the first in life. Here is the Earl of Devonshire breaks down the noblest name that any man in his own day has created for himself. And all for what? A harlot!" "Oh, name her not!" exclaimed Seymour indignantly. "Name her not in the same breath with Arabella. If that woman be not worth, as she is not, the lightest thought of an honourable man, she whom I love is surely, by her virtues as well as graces, an object for which any man might sacrifice the highest fortunes of the world without a sign. What is it that we seek on earth but happiness, Sir Harry? All other objects of ambition are but means to that great end, and it is but in estimating well that in which the happiness consists that men show the difference of their natures. Where, I ask you, my good friend, where could I find any object equal to that I should lose in her, if she be lost, to that which I shall gain in her, if she be gained? What can one win by the unfruitful glory of the sword, but the malediction of thousands, if we make it the object of ambition? The only just cause is our country's good, and noble love has always strengthened rather than depressed the powers and energies of those who fight in an honest quarrel. What are the poor contentions of the cabinet, or the small and mean ambitions of a court? The weights under which all good things are pressed out of the felon spirit. But such love as I feel for her, and she for me, will not only give happiness to both, but, founded in high and honourable passion, will strengthen and support us in every principle of right and every worthy endeavour." "'Tis all very true, my young friend," replied Sir Harry West, "and I never for a moment thought of comparing this sweet lady with that bad woman, Rich. Nevertheless, with the impediments that have stared you in the face from the beginning, with the danger of bringing misery upon her as well as yourself, I cannot but say it would have been wiser far to have refrained, to have nipped the growing passion in the bud, and never to have let it take such firm root that it could not be plucked up. It is a silly business, Seymour, I repeat, and God send it prove not sad as well as silly. However, as it has gone thus far, it must needs now go on, and I must help it, I suppose, for it is never fear for myself that urges me, when I strive to dissuade a friend from a dangerous course, which may involve me with him. We can determine upon nothing yet till we hear what news the Countess has obtained. On my life, I know not well my way to this gamekeeper's house, but as we are out of sight of the road, it does not so much matter." They wandered near half a mile out of their way, but at length, after considerable search, came to a keeper's dwelling in the wood, where the first question of Sir Harry West was whether any message had been sent to him from the house. "No, sir," replied the keeper's wife, who was busily preparing her husband's dinner against his return. "There has been nobody from the house at all. Shall I send up the little boy to see?" Sir Harry answered in the negative, and only begged leave to remain there for a while with his friend, as he expected a messenger speedily. Casting himself down on a chest in the window, Seymour gave himself up to his melancholy thoughts, while Sir Harry West stood in the doorway, watching against accident or surprise. We need not picture to the reader the state of mind of the disappointed lover as he sat there, with memory brooding over his broken hopes, and imagination darkening the future. 1 half-hour passed by after another, and no one appeared, till at length the keeper himself came in, and instantly recognised the old knight and his young companion, both of whom he had previously seen. "Which way did you come, Harding?" demanded Sir Harry. "I came across the horse-road from the water, sir," replied the man, "and should have been here before, but I just stopped for a minute to give a clout on the head to one of those courtier fellows who was teasing Lady Arabella's gentlewoman." "Ha!" cried Sir Harry West, with a look of immediate interest. "What gentlewoman was that?" "She they call the Signora," answered the man, "and a nice young lady she is, though she do speak English with a queer outlandish twang." "Where was this?" exclaimed the old knight, with his eyes sparkling with unwonted fire. "By heaven, I will crop his ears for him, if he be one of the best of them." "No need of that, sir," answered the man. "He's but a poor creature, and can't do anyone much harm. I saw him run after the young lady from a lower terrace, and thought not much about it. But taking across the covert to see the game as I went, I came upon him a quarter of a mile up there, teasing her sadly. So I told him to let her alone, upon which he called me clown, and I gave him a touch, just a little touch, with the flat of my hand upon the side of his head, when down he went like a ninepin. He got up again, however, and went off towards the house. So after that I said good day, ma'am, and came away. I hate those courtiers." "So do I," replied the knight. "But this shows us, Seymour, that some of them are there still. So we must even share your pottage with you, Harding, for neither Mr. Seymour nor I will go while they are there." "Right welcome, sir, right welcome," replied the keeper. "This being Thursday, we always make plenty to last till the end of the week." As he spoke, a hand was laid upon the latch, and the next instant Idamara entered. As soon as she saw the old knight, who advanced to meet her, she put her hand in his with a look of deep and grateful affection, saying, "I have been stopped and troubled, sir, or I would have been here half an hour ago. The countess has sent me to tell you that they are not gone. They stay over the noon meal. As soon as they are away, she will send to you." As she spoke, she made a low inclination of the head to Seymour, but addressed herself to Sir Harry West. "Who was this that troubled you?" asked the old knight. "The keeper has been telling me about him. Who was he, Ida? Old as I am young enough to slit a coxcomb's ears." Mind him not, dear Sir Harry," cried the girl, laughing. "At the court I am obliged very often to give rude answers to such idle things as that. All I cared for was that he followed me wherever I turned, and stopped me from coming hither." "Then the Lady Arabella is not gone?" asked Seymour, somewhat impatient at this episode. "Oh yes, sir," replied Idamara. "She went near 2 hours ago, leaving me to follow with one of the maids and her apparel." Seymour cast down his eyes, and clasped one hand tight upon the other, and the girl, turning to the keeper, thanked him in as courteous terms and graceful language as if she had been bred amongst the highest of the land. Then, looking to Sir Harry, she said, "I will go back now, sir, for fear they should track me here." "You must not go alone," replied the old knight. "You may meet with insult by the way, my dear. I will go with you till you are near the house." "Let me go, sir," cried the keeper. "The jackanape will run fast enough if he sees me." "That he will," replied Idamara, "but you struck him too hard. I thought you had killed him." "Pooh!" answered the man. "I only gave him a touch. Those things aren't so easily killed. They've got 9 lives like a cat. I'll be back again in a minute, good wife, so don't wait for me." In about an hour and a half after Idamara's visit, a loud whoop was heard on the outside of the cottage, and Harding started up to open the door, crying, "That's my lord." "Come, Sir Harry, come," exclaimed the Earl of Shrewsbury, entering. "Come, Seymour, come, the land is clear of the enemy. Bring their horses up, Harding. How are you, William? How are you?" And he shook his young friend's hand cordially. "Nay, look not so sad," he continued as they walked along. "All is not lost that is delayed. With such a politician behind your hand as my good wife, you have nothing to fear. Whatever Mary Cavendish makes up her mind to have done, depend upon it, it will be done. If she were to set her heart upon marrying me to the prettiest lady of all the court, I should expect that she would carry me to the altar within a week, and get an Act of Parliament for bigamy. It's lucky enough that what she determines is generally right, otherwise the world would soon be in confusion." "But what has she discovered, my dear lord?" demanded Sir Harry West. "Good faith, she must tell you all about it herself," replied the Earl. "I wish you could have been there to see how she twisted this politic boy, Overbury, round her finger, and without telling him anything but what was true, made him believe exactly what she liked. All I know is, that she is now his confidant, is aware of all his plans and purposes, and that he looks to her for help to carry them into execution. When, good life, if she does not thwart them all, I am not Shrewsbury. Come, cheer thee up, William, cheer thee up, or my lady will call thee the melancholy man. She has had no name for poor Arabella since last night but Wayface, and certainly the girl, what with fright at the thought of matrimony, and then fear of no matrimony, has lost half her roses. But as the Countess vows that you shall be married ere a fortnight past, be sure it will be so, if all the kings between this and Bagdad were to say you nay." "That is some consolation at least," replied Seymour, with the first smile that had lighted his countenance since his arrival; and in such conversation they proceeded till they came within sight of the house, when, seeing the Countess walking upon the terrace, the young gentleman hurried his pace, and joined her before the other two came up. "We have had a narrow escape, William," said Lady Shrewsbury, after the first salutation. "If these coxcombs had but waited a few hours, we should have had some unwelcome wedding guests." "A most unfortunate event, indeed," replied Seymour, who could not master his disappointment. "Have you discovered how this accident befell?" "Nay, call it not unfortunate, foolish fellow," replied the lady. "You young men, the moment they cannot have all their own way, look at nothing but the evil, though it be no bigger than a grain of seed, and forget to thank God for the good, though there be a mountain of it. We have more need to rejoice at our luck than cry out upon fortune, even if it were but that we have escaped detection. But there's a great deal more than that, and it is altogether the luckiest turn that matters could have taken. I wish to heaven you could have seen this upstart Overbury, this minion's minion, with his wit and his wisdom, and how he helped to take himself in, both last night and this morning. 'Twas a rare sight, I can assure you. Here's my lord will tell you how I played the youth, as a skilful angler does a mighty trout, and how he floundered and spent his strength till he was fain to let me land him on the bank, completely at my mercy. We spoke of all things, Arabella and you, and his own plans and purposes, and I explained to him in good set terms what I should expect from my niece, if ever she condescended to give her hand to Robert Carr. First, he must make her a duchess. There he was ready to meet me. He was sure the king would consent to that. Did he not make Philip Herbert knight, baron, viscount, and earl in one day? And what could he refuse to Carr? Then I declared that I must have £3,000 per annum settled on the lady. This staggered him a little, the treasury being empty, but he ended by saying that my Lord of Rochester's estates might well bear that, whereat I smiled upon him most graciously, fell into thought and smiled again, after which he asked me the meaning of my looks. I answered that he brought to my mind a bold ambassador, who, once suing to a king for something on which his master had set his heart, made no scruple to promise everything required as an equivalent. First it was the hand of his sovereign's daughter, then an enormous dowry, then a province of the kingdom, and when the other party asked in jest an island in the Indian Ocean, belonging to heaven knows whom, he replied, it too shall be given, if it could be procured. Thereat he laughed and said that he could assure me all he promised. he could perform. "What answered you to that, lady?" asked Seymour. "I said, 'Now for the island in the Indian Ocean,'" answered the Countess. "There is one thing more, good Sir Thomas Overbury, before I suffer my niece to be moved in this suit. I must see her freed entirely from the shackles with which the king has been pleased to fetter her. I must have in my hand the king's consent to her marrying a subject. Otherwise she may be trifled with, her expectations raised, her affections gained, and then a flat refusal come at length, and all her hopes be blighted." "But, dear lady," exclaimed Seymour, "methinks you were but showing him the road to travel to his object." "Hush, silly youth!" cried the Countess. "Do you recollect the story of that Grecian wench who threw golden apples in the way of those with whom she ran a race? What did she want but time? And so did I. But the scheme answered better than my hopes. He replied that I should have that too, to which I answered in a mocking tone, 'If it can be procured.' He hesitated a little, thought deeply, and then said, 'Madam, it has been procured.' This startled me, but I rejoined, 'For my own justification, sir, before I take one step, I must have it in my hand. Lord Rochester must send it to me.' Then came a longer fit of hesitation still, at the end of which he answered, 'Lord Rochester has not got it, madam, but I have.' I felt so angry that I was afraid of myself, knowing right well that a look or a word might betray me. But I mastered it all, and ere he could see how frightened I was to find the matter had gone so far, I had got a look of sudden satisfaction on my face, which would have cheated the wicked one himself if he had been there. 'Indeed,' I cried, 'well then you have the game in your own hand. Whenever you like to play that card, you may. But recollect, sir,' I added in a lower tone, so that my good husband might not hear, for he might have spoiled all, 'but recollect, sir, if I do give my consent, and bring this thing about, I do not say I will, remember, but if I do, I shall expect something from my Lord of Shrewsbury.' Could you have seen his face, William? He thought he had the whole secret now, as clearly as if I had laid my heart in his hand. He fancied Mary Cavendish one of his own greedy and exacting tribe, who would sell their soul's salvation for a rose noble, and he answered that what I wished would be easily accomplished. The Earl's rank and station, he said, would ensure him anything he thought fit to ask, and he added, 'If my playing that card, lady, be all that is required to win the game, here is the ace of trumps.' And thereupon, out of a silken book kept snugly in his pouch, he took a paper and held it forth between his finger and thumb. Good faith, if I had known what it was, I would have clutched it in an instant, but I thought to see the name of Robert Carr staring me full in the face, and I cast about in my own mind what I should say to parry that without undeceiving him. So I answered, 'We have not settled yet what the Earl is to receive, and when you let me know what the king's bounty may be pleased to confer, it will be time for me to take the paper.' And I put it away with the back of my hand, as Caesar did the crown. My very unwillingness deceived him more. Had I longed for it, he would not have given it, but now he thrust it on me. 'Take it, madam, take it,' he said, 'and within a week you shall hear what can be done. I am sure your ladyship will be moderate in your views, recollecting what a claim the union of your niece with the gentleman standing so high in the king's favour may establish for the future, even though you do not obtain all that you can desire at once.' I answered proudly that neither the house of Cavendish nor Talbot had ever showed themselves greedy or exacting, but that, of course, we should consult our own dignity, and so I took the paper, thinking that by accident it might fall into the fire. I did not look at it till he was gone. Luckily I did not, for I think I should have screamed with joy. 'What did you find?' cried Seymour. 'What did you find?' 'His Majesty's full and despotic consent,' exclaimed the Countess, 'to Arabella's marriage with any subject she may choose in the realm.' I clapped my hands till Shrewsbury thought me mad. 'And have it safe, good youth, I have it safe.' The first expression on Seymour's countenance was joy, but the second was doubt and apprehension. 'That is indeed something gained,' he said, 'yet I cannot but fear that you have pledged yourself, dear Countess, to aid in bringing about Arabella's marriage with this upstart minion of the king.' "And so I will," cried Lady Shrewsbury, "so I will, if she do not first give her hand to some one else. I know all of you would say, so hold your tongue, for 'tis but folly. Granted that, with the encouragement he has received, this deputy love-maker may hurry on the affair, cannot I refuse whatever he offers? Leave woman's wit to frustrate man's policy. Believe me, you are no match for us in that. 'Tis only force we fear. Come hither, my good lord," she continued, raising her voice to the Earl, who stood talking with Sir Harry West upon the terrace below. "Come hither and give us your counsel. And you, good knight, come too." The Earl mounted the steps with a good-humoured but determined look, replying as he came up, "I tell thee, housewife, I will have naught to do with it. Though you think you have gained a step, I see no great advantage, and all I say is, if the matter must go forward, the sooner it is done, the better." "It must go forward now, my lord, I believe," said Sir Harry West. "I could have wished it had never been begun, but as the lady's heart is fully engaged, as Seymour is mad upon his theme, and as, if I understand you right, she must either marry him or that pitiful creature Carr, there is no choice. On my life, I would rather wed her myself than she should give her hand to that poor minion." "Out, misanthrope!" exclaimed the Countess. "We will call him the woman-hater. He talks of wedding the sweetest lady in the land as if he were giving himself over to purgatory." "I should have said," replied Sir Harry, "it were better for her to marry me than Carr, for although up to this present time he has demeaned himself somewhat moderately, yet I see the seeds of strong bad passions in him just shooting, and also that weakness of nature which is, perhaps, more dangerous in a man placed at the height of power than the worst qualities in one who has vigorous sense to guide or to restrain them. Miserable indeed will the woman be who links her fate with his." "Arabella shall marry neither you nor him," replied the Countess, laughing. "Here stands the worshipful bridegroom elect, and the thing for us now to consider is, what is next to be done. It is now 2 of the clock. The good youth has ridden 35 miles. He must have some rest, and some food. But yet I would give a great deal that he could show himself in Hertford to-night." "That is easily done," replied William Seymour. "My horse will carry me well. 'Tis not more than 40 miles, I think. But what is the object?" "Nay," answered the Countess, "you can pause at Hatfield, then write me a short letter to my Lord of Salisbury, requesting permission to attend the court. Send it off the instant you arrive, so will your visit here this day be concealed, and what I have said to Overbury will banish all fear." "I rather fancy, fair dame," said the Earl, "your own plots and conspiracies make you think that the people suspect more than they do. When I was at the court on Thursday last, the rumour of that business before the council had blown by. Nobody thought of it any more, or, if they did, 'twas but to laugh at it. Cecil said that the king seemed as jealous of the Lady Arabella as an Italian of his mistress, fancying people in love with her who never thought of her." "Well, well," cried the Countess impatiently, "we cannot be too secure. The lad shall have some dinner and then set off. You must mount one of the servants, Shrewsbury, and if he follow my directions, ere 4 days be over, Arabella shall be his. Come hither with me, William. You give orders about the horses, my lord. That is no part of the plot, you know." And leaning upon Seymour's arm, she walked with him into the hall, where preparations for a meal were already made. "There, sit down and refresh yourself," said Lady Shrewsbury, "and listen to me while you eat and drink. You need not stay in the room, Jonah." The servant to whom she spoke withdrew, closing the door behind him, and the Countess then remained in thought for a moment, after which she exclaimed, "All we shall want is a parson. The banns have been duly published. I will bring up a certificate to that effect, and meet you at Greenwich to-morrow or the next day. You must find some good serviceable priest who will not scruple to join your hand and Arabella's in her own chamber or mine. Sir Harry West shall give her away, and you must provide yourself with another witness whom you can trust, for the dear girl's fair name must not suffer." "Oh, Rodney is the man," replied Seymour. "He is full of all excesses of love and honour, and there is no chance of his betraying our secret, if it be not in a sonnet addressed to my fair grandmother." The Countess laughed, and her young friend proceeded. "He too, I doubt not, can find me a clergyman, who will do all that is needful. Will you, dear lady, prepare Arabella, for it may so happen that I have no opportunity of speaking to her alone." "All that shall be done," answered the countess, "and I too will take care to fix upon some day when the court shall have business on its hands, so that our proceedings be unwatched. However, you must both get out of the country as fast as possible. Are you prepared with means?" "All is done," answered Seymour. "Lord Hertford gave me £1,000 to pay our first expenses. The ship is in the mouth of the river, only waiting for us to sail. Now, lady, I am ready," he continued, rising. "Nay, take another cup of wine," said the countess. "Have the priest with a friend prepared at Greenwich, and leave all the rest to me." Seymour promised, with right good will, to fail in nothing that depended on him, and then, taking his leave of Lady Shrewsbury, he bade farewell to the Earl and Sir Harry West, mounted on his horse, and, followed by one servant, rode away across the country. So far the scheme proved successful. He reached Hertford in time to dispatch a note to Lord Salisbury that night, and no one in the court suspected that he had been in Buckinghamshire for many a month. Even Arabella herself heard on the following morning that he had been seen during the preceding evening at a great distance from the spot where she had fancied he must be, and concluded that he must have obtained intelligence of Overbury's visit to Malvoisie. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. There was a grand pageant at the court, on some one of those many occasions which, in that day, afforded the excuse for revelling and merriment, not of the most refined and intellectual kind. The morning had passed in tilting. There was a masque and dancing in the evening, and all the staterooms of the old palace at Greenwich had been thrown open for the reception of guests invited from London and the neighbourhood, and for the multitude of noble persons who usually thronged the royal residence. There was music and dancing going on in the great hall, and beyond, through a vista of rooms and corridors, groups were seen moving about, glittering in all the splendid costume of that day, while the faces of servants and attendants might be caught peeping in at doorways and open windows, or hurrying about, either carrying refreshments to those who needed them, or to prepare for a grand banquet in the farthest hall of the suite, with which the pleasures of the night were to close. Arabella Stuart, who had been dancing, in order not to seem unlike the rest, now stood in the group near the Queen, and, to say the truth, although William Seymour was not present, she looked gayer and more cheerful than she had done for several days. Nor was the brightness of her aspect assumed, as had been too frequently the case in her short life, but it had a cause in the conduct of others. It was not that any particular attention or kindness had been shown to her, but rather the reverse, for she was well inclined to be as little noticed as possible. The truth is, however, that a scene was taking place before her eyes, which, however much it might offend the pure delicacy of her feelings, relieved her from a great apprehension. Twice, since she had been at the palace, Sir Thomas Overbury had found occasion to hint at Lord Rochester's suit, and although she had been but once seen by that personage himself, she had dreaded, when she entered the hall, that she might be the object of painful attentions. He was now before her, however, and seemed scarcely to know that she was in the room. His whole thoughts, his whole feelings, his looks, his conversation, were absorbed by the bright and beautiful Countess of Essex, and never, perhaps, on any occasion, was such a wild and shameless display of illicit love offered to the eyes of a multitude, as was now afforded by those two unhappy people. The king looked on and laughed, but the Queen, even light as she was, felt pained and indignant, and Sir Thomas Overbury from time to time grasped his sword-belt with an involuntary movement, nearly tearing it from his side. His irritation was not particularly allayed by some words of the Countess of Shrewsbury, who, in passing near him, paused for a moment and said, "You see, Sir Thomas, what must the Lady Arabella think of this?" She waited for no answer, but walked on, and the young knight turned to one of the windows, which were open to admit the air, for the night was hot and sultry. Scarcely had the Countess quitted him, when a gentleman of 32 or 33 years of age, tall, graceful, and dressed in splendid but somewhat fantastic habiliments of sky-blue silk and gold, approached her, and asked if she would dance a measure. "I am an old woman, Sir George," replied Lady Shrewsbury, looking round to several persons who stood near, "and though your taste may run in that way, I cannot favour you. Give me your arm, however. I will walk down the hall with you to get some breath, for here I am stifled." They walked on beyond the dancers, and as soon as they were somewhat clear of the numbers which thronged the hall, the Countess gave her companion an inquiring look. "Now or never, beautiful lady," said Sir George Rodney. "The priest and Seymour are in the little antechamber between the Lady Arabella's apartments and your own. Sir Harry West and the dark-eyed Italian girl are watching them, lest, like two lions, they should devour each other." "But it is before the time," replied Lady Shrewsbury, "and I determined that I would not tell her a word till the last moment. I have not an instant to do so." "Nay, it is the time to a minute," answered Sir George Rodney. "They were long ere they began the dance. Seize the opportunity, lady, seize the opportunity. The happy moment always has swallow's wings, so catch it while you can." "I will try and speak with her now," said the Countess, "and bring her away if possible. But we must have a little time. Come with me. I know you will be ready to play your part, whatever it may be." And moving slowly back to the spot where Arabella stood, she placed herself next to her niece, while Sir George Rodney contrived to insinuate himself on the other side, between her and the Earl of Montgomery, who stood near. "This gay gallant, Arabella," said the Countess aloud, "wishes me to make myself ridiculous by dancing with him. Will you take compassion on him, fair niece?" "It is too warm and close to be compassionate," replied Arabella with a smile. "I will wait a little, Sir George, by your good leave." At that moment Lord Montgomery turned to answer some question of the Queen, and the Countess, approaching her lips close to Arabella's ear, whispered a few words in a hurried manner. She had not calculated the degree of her niece's firmness well. A sudden paleness spread itself over Arabella's face, and after gasping a moment for breath, she sank down upon one of the low stools, while Lady Shrewsbury had just time to catch her drooping head upon her arm. An immediate bustle took place around the spot, but Sir George Rodney exclaimed, "'Tis nothing but a swoon from the heat. She will be better in an instant, your Majesty. I will carry her into the antechamber for air." And raising her, stool and all, he bore her through a door behind the throne, while the Countess supported her head. Several persons followed, but returned one by one, saying that the lady was somewhat better, and some of the light wits began to laugh and say that it was more the warmth of Lord Rochester's manner to the Countess of Essex than the warmth of the room that had affected the Lady Arabella. In a minute or two Lady Shrewsbury reappeared, and in a low tone told the Queen that her niece had somewhat recovered, but she feared she would not be able to rejoin the royal party. "We will take her to her own room," she said, "and, by your Majesty's gracious permission, I will sit with her for half an hour." She then rejoined Arabella, who was seated in the antechamber with Sir George Rodney still beside her, together with a young lady belonging to the court. "She will do well now, Lady Lucy," said the Countess. "Pray go back to the Queen. Rodney and I will take care of her. Repeat her some of your verses, Sir George, and make her laugh. Nay, indeed, I will not have you stay, sweet girl," she continued, taking her young friend by the hand and leading her back to the door of the ballroom. "I will bring you a good account of her in half an hour. Now, Arabella," she added in a low voice, when the door was closed, "be firm, my dear. Remember for what a stake we all play." Arabella turned her eyes with a look of timid apprehension from the face of her aunt to that of Sir George Rodney. "He knows all, my sweet niece," said the Countess. "He is to be one of the witnesses. Be resolute, my love, be resolute." I will, dear aunt, replied Arabella faintly, but I was not prepared. The less preparation the better, answered the countess. Give her your arm, Sir George. Take mine on this side, Arabelle. Can you go? One moment, said Arabella, putting her hand before her eyes, while her lips moved in silence for an instant, as if the heart uttered some prayer unheard. Now I am ready, she added, and rising with their assistance, she suffered them to lead her slowly to her room. They entered by the door from the staircase, and she looked round anxiously, while the colour mounted into her cheek. Then, seeing no one there but Ida Mara, who ran towards her and kissed her hand, she sank into a seat and bent down her fair head. Now lock that door, said the countess, pointing to the one by which they had just come in. Ida Mara hastened to obey, and Lady Shrewsbury continued for a minute or two to whisper words of comfort and support. She then made a sign to Ida Mara, who therefore opened the other door at the farther side of the chamber, and spoke for an instant to some persons behind. The moment after there were steps heard in the room, but Arabella raised not her head, and remained with her cheek pale, and her eyes bent down upon the ground. "Will you not speak to me, my beloved?" asked William Seymour, taking her hand. "She has been ill, Seymour. She fainted," said the Countess of Shrewsbury. "I told her of the matter too abruptly." "But have you any doubt or hesitation?" inquired William Seymour, still addressing Arabella. "If you have, speak, my beloved. I will never exact the fulfilment of a promise from which you may wish yourself released. Have you any doubt or hesitation?" "Oh, no, no, William," replied Arabella, with the colour mounting in her cheek. "None whatsoever. Agitated I must be, apprehensive I cannot help being, but doubt or hesitation I have none. With the same free heart wherewith I promised you my hand, I will give it now, and it is all I have to give. I wish it were a jewel worth an emperor's crown for your sake." "It is worth more to me," answered Seymour, "than the brightest crown that ever graced the earth. Come, Arabella, all is ready, dear one." "But tell me," asked Arabella anxiously, "are we to fly to-night? I fear I have scarcely strength." "Oh, no," replied William Seymour. "'Tis but that the indissoluble bond may bind us to each other, Arabella. We must choose the moment for flight afterwards, when opportunity serves." Arabella still paused in thought, but the countess took her hand, saying, "Come, dear girl, come. You must recollect that if I and Sir George Rodney are much longer away from the court, it may be remarked." The lady looked round, and seeing good Sir Harry West standing near, she held out her hand to him, saying, "Thank you, Sir Harry, this is very kind of you. You have indeed been a father to me often." At that moment someone tried the door, which had been locked, and then knocked for admission, and at a sign from the countess the whole party of gentlemen retired into the anteroom between that chamber and her own apartments, while Ida Mara went slowly to the door and asked who was there. "It is I," answered the voice of one of Anne of Denmark's ladies. "Open the door, girl, open the door," cried the countess aloud, and the moment after a young and pretty woman entered, and approaching Arabella said, "Her Majesty has sent me to ask how you fare, dear lady." "Present my humble duty to her," replied Arabella, whose frame trembled with agitation and alarm, "and pray tell her I am somewhat better. My aunt will stay with me a little while, I hope, but I fear I shall not be able to come down again to-night." "She does not expect you," said the lady, "but I may tell her Majesty you are really better, may I not?" "Oh yes, much, much," answered Arabella, and with a kind nod and look, the girl hastened back to the gay scene, in which her young light heart found its pleasure. The door was once more locked, and the rest of the marriage party recalled to the room. "I will not keep you any longer," said Arabella Stuart, rising. "It might be dangerous to you, Seymour. I am quite ready," she added, raising her eyes to his face, while a warm blush covered her cheek. "This marriage is legal, sir, I suppose?" she continued, turning her eyes to the clergyman, who had come in with her lover and Sir Harry West. "Quite, madam," he replied. Once celebrated, no power on earth can dissolve it, so long as the marriage vow be kept." Arabella bowed her head, and the parties being arranged in order, the ceremony proceeded, and concluded uninterrupted. Arabella answered firmly and confidently, and pledged herself for ever to William Seymour, with the fullest assurance of happiness, so far as it was in his power to bestow it. "Now, Rodney, away!" cried the Countess of Shrewsbury. "Go round by the passages below, and in by the other door. Say, if anyone asks, that you left the lady much better, and that I will be down in a few minutes. Away, away, Sir George." Sir George Rodney advanced a step, took Arabella's hand, and bending gracefully pressed his lips upon it, and then retired by the Countess of Shrewsbury's apartments. He was followed in a moment or two by the clergyman and Sir Harry West, and in about half an hour Lady Shrewsbury reappeared in the hall of the palace, and mingled with the gay crowd below. Many were the inquiries after the Lady Arabella, from those who could love and appreciate virtue and excellence, though they might tolerate vice and folly. But Lady Shrewsbury answered, with her usual self-possession, that her niece was much better, indeed quite well, but that she feared to encounter the heat again, and the subject soon dropped and was forgotten. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. We must once more introduce the reader into that school for idle speculation, the antechamber of a palace, where 4 young men were sitting, amusing themselves at the expense of their neighbours and of each other. One of the principal personages was he whom we have denominated Bradshaw. Another was an esquire called Graham, of about 20 years of age. Another, a youth of the name of Blount, a distant relation of the celebrated Earl of Devonshire, and the fourth was the young Sir Charles Ramsay. The day was wearing towards its close, and already the sky, which, during the whole afternoon, had been clear and bright, was becoming purple with the setting sun. The broad river, flowing on, glowed like a ruby in the light of evening, and the white sails of the boats, as they flitted by, were tinged with the same rosy hue. "Come, let us go out and have a sail upon the water," said Ramsay, speaking to Blount. "Here are Bradshaw and Graham, quite enough for all the king's purposes, and I hate being strived up here for so many hours together." "Wait till Overbury comes out," said Bradshaw, "and I will go with you. It is Graham's turn to wait, and after 6 the old gossip requires only 1. Princes little know how ill-chosen attendants speak of them, almost within earshot. A king who suffers the licentious in his antechamber may be certain that their libertine tongues will make free with himself." "How long Overbury stays," said another. "If Rochester does not mind, he will supplant him in James's favour." "He does not seem particularly high in Carr's favour just now," rejoined Graham, "for he has been hunting him all the morning, and the noble Lord Favourite has avoided him vigorously and successfully." "I saw them dodging each other through the courts this morning," said Blount, "like boys playing at hide-and-seek." "Ah, Rochester was dodging somebody else," answered Bradshaw, "for there was Lady Essex, with a homely gown and servant's farthingale on, a white satin mask, and a veil over her head, stole out by the west gate, and through the water-port of the park. There was a barge waiting, and Rochester drew off from Overbury like a sly old fox breaking cover quietly, and glided down under the wall to the stairs, then into the barge with my lady and away. She thought I did not know her, but one of Essex's bright eyes is not to be mistaken, whether it shines through black velvet or white satin." "I'll bet you an angel to a pint of Burgundy," said Blount, "that Overbury wanted to scold Rochester for the business of last night. And, to say truth, it was somewhat gross, his going on so with Mistress Essex before the Lady Arabella's eyes." "I did not know that she was so far gone as to faint for him," said Ramsay. "By Apollo, I think I have a better leg than he has." "The broken one was the best leg he ever had to stand upon," answered Bradshaw. "But are you of those who fancy that beautiful Bella fainted for him? I doubt it much. "Oh, the thing was very evident," cried Blount. "It may be so," answered Bradshaw, "but if ever I saw a man, William Seymour was at the palace last night. He was wrapped up in a great cloak, with his hat flapped over his face, just coming up from the waterside when I walked down the arcade." "You are in the luck of discovering people in disguise," said Ramsay. "The king had better send you to the mouth of the Thames to inspect all the vessels that pass, for this poor devil legate." "Who is he? What of him?" asked Bradshaw. "What, have you not seen the proclamation?" cried Blount, "commanding all the king's subjects, and especially his officers of customs and the ports, to examine strictly all outward bound vessels, and ascertain that one Bartholomew Legate, accused of heresy, does not escape from the realm, and to bring him and all other persons attempting unlawfully to fly the kingdom before his majesty or his court of the Star Chamber?" "No," answered Bradshaw, "I have seen nothing about it, but I hope they won't catch him soon." "Why?" demanded Graham. "Are you a heretic too?" "No," replied Bradshaw, "but still I hope they will not catch him soon, for this is too warm weather to enjoy a fire in Smithfield." "Then there is a sort of embargo established?" "Not quite that," rejoined Blount. "A strict search, that is all. But here comes the favourite's favourite. I hear the king's door go. Let us treat him with all due respect." The moment after, Sir Thomas Overbury passed through the antechamber with a slow step and a gloomy brow. The four gentlemen drew back, two on either side, and made him a low and formal bow as he went. Overbury, knowing that they were mocking him, merely inclined his head and walked on. But the instant he was gone, the four burst into a loud laugh, and began to comment upon his character without much mercy. In the meanwhile, the knight proceeded through the adjoining passage, little caring what they said or thought, occupied with far more unpleasant reflections. He descended a back staircase of the palace, took one or two turns up and down in the open air of the nearest court, and several times put his hand to his brow as if it ached. "If Arabella," he muttered to himself, "be but as infatuated with him as the king, the matter may still go forward, but it will need infatuation indeed to keep up his favour with either of them. The man has gone mad, that is clear. I have often heard of the power of a bad woman, but never knew it went to such an extent. Heaven and earth, what a world this is! I will go sail upon the Thames, and see whether the cool air will take the fire out of my brain. The sun is just going down, and the moon will soon be up. I like the moonlight on the water. It puts me in mind of my father's house. I often wish I were a boy again, and in my quiet home. Not all the glitter of courtly life, nor the joy of successful ambition, is worth 1 hour of holiday boyhood's pure, unalloyed happiness after all." As he thus thought, he bent his steps towards the river, and at the little stairs below those of the palace called a boat, which soon bore him down the stream towards Woolwich. He felt refreshed and calmed, and went sailing slowly on for near an hour. At the end of that time he told the boatmen to turn, and the wind being now against them, and the tide in their favour, they pulled down the sail and took to their oars. The moon had by this time risen, nearly at the full, and was pouring a flood of light over all things, tranquil and soft, like that which seems to shine from another sphere upon a spirit weaned from this earth's affections. The objects of the world around were all distinct and clear to the eye, though without the warmth and brightness of the day, and as the boat approached the stairs, another shot past it, rowed by 2 stout watermen, with a gentleman sitting in the stern, wrapped in a large cloak, and having his hat flapped over his eyes. There was something in the figure, however, which caught the attention of Sir Thomas Overbury, and he bade his rowers ply their oars. The other gentleman reached the landing first, and had just stepped on shore when the knight's boat glided up, and he himself, resolving to see who the stranger was, sprang up the steps, exclaiming, my lord, I would fain speak with you." "You are mistaken, sir," replied a voice in what he thought an assumed tone, and the other gentleman walked on at a rapid pace. Sir Thomas was about to follow as quickly, but one of the boatmen caught him by the sleeves, demanding his fare. The knight paid him immediately, and then walked forward as fast as possible, upon the only road that led to the palace. But some minutes were lost, and by this time the stranger had disappeared, apparently through the great gates, into the outer court. Overbury hurried on, and thought he caught a glimpse of the other's cloak turning a corner, towards that part of the building which, for some reason, was called the ladies' lodging. In each floor of that mass of brickwork were several suites of apartments, occupied by different ladies of the court, and amongst others the Lady Arabella Stuart. Below ran a low arcade with a number of different doors and staircases and passages through the building, like those which are still to be seen at Hampton Court, and as Overbury passed through the little archway leading from the outer court, he distinctly saw the figure of the stranger moving quickly along under the arcade. It seemed to pause at the entrance of the staircase, which led first to a suite of apartments occupied by Lady Walsingham, and then to those of Arabella Stuart and the Countess of Shrewsbury, the latter of whom had accepted the royal invitation for a week, on the occasion of the festival of the preceding night. Overbury thought that the person he pursued entered that doorway, which, as was then customary, stood open. At all events, he did not see the figure proceed any farther, and, exclaiming, "Ha!" he advanced at once, entered the doorway, mounted the stairs, and knocked at the door of the Lady Arabella's chamber. It was opened almost immediately by Ida Mara, with a light. "Can I speak for a few moments with the Lady Arabella?" said the knight. "This is her bedchamber, sir," answered the pretty Italian, standing in the deep doorway, and only partially opening the door. "No one comes in by this door. You must go round by the passage to Lady Shrewsbury's. The Lady Arabella is with the Countess. That way, sir," and she pointed with her hand along a passage before him. Without a moment's delay, Sir Thomas sped onward, and knocked at Lady Shrewsbury's door, making the same inquiry. He was instantly admitted, and somewhat to his surprise, for a strong suspicion had taken possession of his mind, he found Arabella calmly seated by the Countess at an embroidery frame. Lady Shrewsbury rose with a cold and haughty air, saying, "Sir Thomas, after several things that have passed, I can suffer no such conversation as that which has lately taken place between you and me to be held in my niece's presence. Arabella, my love, you had better retire to your own apartments." The lady rose, and bowing slightly to the knight, without speaking, quitted the room. We must now return, however, to the door of her chamber at the top of the staircase. Scarcely had Sir Thomas Overbury been admitted to Lady Shrewsbury, when down the dark and winding steps leading to the chambers above, came the person whom the knight had pursued from the bank of the river. He knocked thrice, separately and distinctly, at the door, which was instantly opened, and without a word he went in. In another moment Arabella was in the arms of her husband. She held up her finger to him, however, saying, "Hush, love, hush, speak low. Sir Thomas Overbury is with my aunt." "Oh, he cannot hear, my beloved," replied William Seymour. "There is the anteroom between us and him. Did he come in this moment? For someone seemed to chase me from the waterside, so that I concealed myself upon the stairs above. He knocked at the door too, did he not, Ida?" The Italian answered in the affirmative, and then withdrew to another room, and after a few of the tender words of love, Seymour went on to speak of their future prospects. "I fear, dear one," he said, "that we must delay our projected flight. A proclamation was issued this morning, ordering strict search at all ports for some less happy fugitives than ourselves, and I understand it is already rigorously in force. But turn not pale, my Arabella, there is no danger. Our marriage can be concealed easily for some weeks, till these impediments have been removed." "I shall never feel at ease," replied Arabella, "in these stolen interviews. Every time you are with me, Seymour, I shall expect to see you seized and dragged away, perhaps to a prison. At the first moment that it is possible, let us go. I would rather do anything, bear anything, than live in constant apprehension." "And I would bear much. answered Seymour, to call my Arabella mine in open day, to be with her every hour, to be never separated from her. But still, my beloved, it is very, very seldom that fate allows man to know moments of unmixed happiness. Let us take that which fortune gives us, without clouding our little hour of sunshine with needless fears. If there be not one care, there is always another, and surely the sweet moments that I can pass with you are enough, for me at least, to compensate for all the rest of the dull day. The stars look the brightest, dear one, when the sky is darkest round them, and so may our nights of happiness be all the more delightful for the heaviness of the time while we are parted. With such words of tenderness and hope, William Seymour soothed her apprehensions, and as several more days passed without any new cause for fear, Arabella became accustomed to their secret meetings, and looked for the hour of Seymour's coming with all the joy of expectant love, while he forgot the little incident of his meeting with Overbury, and gave himself up to a feeling of security. At length one morning, when he was sitting alone in his father's house in London, Sir Harry West was ushered in, with an expression of satisfaction in his countenance which spoke him the bearer of good tidings. "You seem joyful, Sir Harry," said Seymour, "and I am sure, by your bringing your gladness here, that it has some reference to me. What is it, my good and noble friend?" "I must not rejoice," replied Sir Harry West, "at the capture of an unfortunate wretch, whom the bigotry of an unfeeling monarch will certainly doom to the stake, I fear. But Leagate is taken, and this searching of the ship suspended. Now follow my advice, William, lose not a moment, but bear your fair lady to another land. Time, the discoverer of all things, will tear away the veil from your connection, make it as thick as you will. Sooner or later it must be avowed. Put yourself beyond the reach of tyranny, and then proclaim it openly." "I will not lose a day," replied Seymour. "I will take to-morrow to get everything into a state of preparation again, but surely the next day we can effect our escape." "In whatever I can assist you, I will most gladly," said Sir Harry West. "I have got a purse at my lodgings, my dear young friend, which I need not, and you do, and if you will undertake to get everything ready in London and prepare your fair lady, I will go down the river at once and see that the ship be put in order, well furnished with men and an ostensible cargo, and ready to sail whenever you join her." All such matters were easily arranged, and when Seymour entered the boat that night to go down the Thames to Greenwich, it was with the bright hope of carrying Arabella, during the succeeding night, to a place of security where all apprehensions of separation would be at an end. He reached the landing-place, walked up to the palace, and knocked as usual at Arabella's chamber, without anything causing him to suspect that he was watched. Ida Mara came to give him admission as usual with a light, but just at that moment somebody came down vehemently from above, and, as if by accident, ran against him dexterously, for it was done on purpose, knocking his hat off and exposing his face to the light. The man was a famous sword-player who had come down from London to Greenwich to amuse the prince and the court, and catching Seymour by both arms as if to steady himself and avoid falling headlong down the narrow staircase, he begged him 1,000 pardons, assuring him that he knew not anyone was there. Seymour was upon his guard, however, and after saying in a calm tone that there was no need of apology, he turned and with an air of indifference told Ida Mara to inform the Lady Arabella that Sir Harry West would have the honour of waiting upon her the next day at noon. The girl understood his object in an instant, and saying, "Very well, sir, I will tell her," shut the door. Seymour then followed the sword-player down the stairs, and proceeded to call at the lodging of one of the young lords of the court with whom he was acquainted. But after having ascertained the spy had quitted that part of the building, he returned to the apartment of his wife, and was instantly admitted. In the meanwhile the sword-player hurried on, and passing through various passages and courts, directed his course straight to the lodgings of Sir Thomas Overbury, who was waiting impatiently for his arrival. "Now," cried the knight, "now have you discovered him?" "I have discovered him," replied the sword-player, who dabbled in the conceits of the day, "for I knocked his hat off, while a pretty waiting gentlewoman from within held a light." "And who was it? Who was it?" demanded Overbury, with the rapid iteration of impatience. "It was, and is," answered the sword-player, "the second son of a noble lord, the grandson of a noble earl. His family is Hertford. His name is William Seymour." "That is enough, that is enough," cried Overbury. "You can swear that it was he?" "As surely as I can swear that I am myself," said the sword-player. "But mark ye, most worshipful knight, my evidence will do you little good, for the gentleman did but deliver a simple message and came away, after which he went to my Lord Ancram's." "A trick! a trick!" exclaimed Sir Thomas Overbury. "Stay, tell me, was it before or after you knocked his hat off that he gave this message?" "After, most worshipful," replied his informant. "A trick! a trick!" repeated Overbury. "He was wrapped in a great cloak, was he not, with a broad slouched hat over his face?" "To a point," answered the sword-player, "exactly as you have described him to me." "He comes every night," said Sir Thomas thoughtfully, "and has been appointed, I think, common courier between London and Greenwich. I'll to the king at once." "Excuse me, fair knight," rejoined the sword-player, as his companion was about to quit the room, "but you did promise me 10 pieces of gold, commonly called nobles, and my necessities are triumphant." There they lie, above the chimney," answered the knight. "Now, Master Wingfield, void the room, for I must to the king." The man reached the money from the mantelpiece, and then, with a low bow, passed the door, through which Sir Thomas followed him, locking it behind him. He was disappointed in his purpose, however, for James was busy in the composition of some recondite treatise, and refused to admit him, appointing him, however, to come on the following morning at 9 o'clock. The king shut himself up in his chamber for the rest of the evening, but early the next day he busied himself in collecting farther information, and then hurried with it to the king. James, with whom Lord Rochester's favourite and adviser stood very high at this time, condescended to inform him why he had not received him on the preceding occasion, and even did him the honour of reading to him all that part of the treatise which he had composed the night before. Overbury bore it with the patience of a martyr, and praised and wondered so judiciously that he rose considerably in the king's opinion. "Now, sir, what is it you want?" asked James. "If it be not a petition or remonstrance, an account, or a demand, we will hear you graciously." "It is neither of these things, sire," replied Overbury. "It is only some information which, having accidentally obtained, I feel myself bound, as your majesty's most dutiful subject, to communicate to you without delay, although it may give your majesty pain. But as you condescended to explain to me the wise and profound views which you entertain regarding the marriage of your fair cousin, I should hold it little short of treason to be silent." And he proceeded to relate to James all the facts he had discovered regarding Seymour's nightly visits to Lady Arabella. The king swore 3 or 4 most horrible oaths. "We'll soon stop their love passages," he cried. "The undutiful rebel, the traitor! After the solemn admonition that we gave him, he is no better than Fawkes or Digby. Nor is the lassie a whit less blameless. Call one of the secretaries, sir, call one of the secretaries. The Privy Council must be summoned without loss of time." "It meets at noon, sire, by your majesty's own order," replied Overbury. "Ay, truth, so it does," answered the king. "In the meantime, have warrants drawn up for apprehending this rebel boy and this headstrong lassie. Lose not a minute, sir, for by chance they may flee. Away with you, away with you. Let the warrants be brought to ourself for signature." Sir Thomas Overbury bowed humbly and withdrew, and the king, rising from his seat, began to perambulate his closet, uttering many a strange oath and exclamation, and walking with that shuffling gait which he always assumed when suffering under any great agitation. To see him, one would have supposed that the news he had just received referred at least to the lofts of a province, or a rebellion in his kingdom, and not to the love of 2 persons who sought nothing but domestic peace. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Sir Thomas Overbury proceeded from the presence of the king to give those orders which were to make two happy hearts cold, two noble and amiable beings wretched. Perhaps he felt some repugnance to the task, some slight touch of remorse at an act which he could not reconcile to his own conscience, for he had not been so seared and hardened in the fire of worldly pursuits as to be callous to the reproach of the internal monitor. Ambition, however, is a Moloch which requires a sacrifice of the sweetest children of the heart, and he went on to seek Lord Rochester, thinking that he had swept a great obstacle from his path. How little did he know, how little does man ever learn to know, that there is an element always wanting in our calculations, one that we seldom think of, and to which we never give weight enough, the will of God. That which overrules the wise, conquers the mighty, frustrates the persevering, and leaves human schemes and purposes but as bubbles glittering in the sunshine, to break when they have had their hour. He found Lord Rochester sitting in a rich dressing-gown of brocade, with slippers on his feet, and a small purple cap upon his head, partaking of a rich and luxurious breakfast at an hour which was then considered very late. Wine was before him, for the reader must remember that those were days when the use of tea or coffee was unknown, and the only difference between the refined man of pleasure and the robust man of labour was, that the one seasoned his meal with wine or mead, the other with ale or beer. Of the potent contents of the flagon the king's favourite had partaken once or twice, not so deeply indeed as to have any effect upon his understanding, but largely enough to give him a certain feeling of decision and determination, which was in general wanting in his character. There were matters which he had long wished to communicate to Overbury, but in regard to which he had felt that sort of timidity that a lad lately emancipated from school experiences in the presence of his old preceptor, and now, feeling himself in the mood to open his mind to his friend, he received him with greater willingness and cordiality than he had displayed towards him for several weeks. "Well, Sir Thomas," he said, shaking his hand without rising, "have you had breakfast? Come, sit down and take some." "I broke my fast 3 hours ago," replied Overbury, "but I will sit down and talk to you, my good lord, while you go on with your meal, for I have much to say to you." "And I to you, Tom," rejoined the peer. "I have hardly seen you for this last week, and secrets accumulate, you know. First for your business, however, for yours is always more important than mine." And he helped himself to another cup of wine. "Mine is very important indeed," said Overbury. "I wish to speak to you about the Lady Arabella." "And I to you too," interrupted Rochester. "That was the very subject in my thoughts, and so perhaps I had better begin at once. As to that marriage, Tom, we must hear no more of it." Overbury started, and his brow contracted. "You are jesting, Rochester," he exclaimed. "Not hear any more of it? Why not?" "Faith, I am not jesting in the least," replied Lord Rochester. "And as for the why not, I will tell you in a few words. I am going to marry another woman, and this confounded English law does not permit polygamy, you know." "I have heard so," replied Sir Thomas Overbury, mastering his indignation for the time, "but I am no great lawyer. We certainly see a great deal of polygamy at the court. May I ask who is the fair object whom you intend to make Viscountess Rochester?" The tone of indifference which he assumed delivered his friend from the fear of opposition, and he replied at once, "My fair Countess of Essex, good night." "What, another man's wife?" exclaimed Overbury. "Why, that is polygamy the wrong way. Nay, Rochester, now you are certainly jesting with me, but I am not to be taken in." "I am as serious as the dead," answered the favourite, "and let me tell you, Overbury, she is not his wife, and very soon will be so no longer even in name. The marriage is about to be dissolved, and then her hand is mine. We have the consent and aid of Lord Northampton, the fullest approbation and assistance of Lady Suffolk, and her father's acquiescence. I will answer for the king's cordial co-operation, so that the matter is settled and secured." "Rochester, Rochester!" exclaimed Sir Thomas Overbury, giving way at length to the feelings of his heart. Think, I beseech you, think what you are about." "Oh, I have thought very well," replied the Viscount, "so there is no use of saying a word about it, Tom." "Nay, but you must hear me," said his friend, "and I do entreat you, remember that I speak but from affection and devotion to yourself. I say again, think, Rochester, what you are doing. Remember this woman's conduct is the common scandal of the court and the city. Recollect that she is but and he used a word which I dare not write upon this page. Her uncle and her mother are but panders to her vices, and infamous must he become who dares to wed that woman, who has without excuse broken through every sacred tie, and made herself the impudent gazing-stock of Europe. I say, Rochester, think of the disgrace, think of the shame that will fall upon you, when men point to your wife and tell her history. Remember how an act not half so gross stained and degraded one of the noblest men that lived within these seas, I mean Charles Blount, who raised himself by high and daring actions against the enemy in the field, till the earldom of Devonshire, the conqueror of Tyrone, the pacificator of Ireland. I say, recollect the disgrace that fell upon him in consequence of a marriage with the aunt of this very woman's husband, and do not forget that in this case there were excuses that do not exist in yours, that he was the lover of her youth, the man to whom her hand had been promised before she was compelled against her will to bestow it on another, and she never from the first concealed her love towards him, or promised aught but cold obedience to the man who was forced upon her. And yet, from the hour that he so disgraced himself as to wed Rich's divorced wife, he withered away with shame, sorrow, and despair, and died in his prime, leaving a blighted name, which, but for that one act, would have lived for ever in renown. Oh, Rochester, consider all this. Consider the daily, hourly misery of knowing that your wife is looked on as a harlot, when you might, were you so minded, place yourself upon the topmost pinnacle of fortune, rise to the highest rank that the state admits under royalty, and found a family which might go on and bear your name with honour to posterity." "I have considered all," answered Rochester coldly, "and I am quite determined. As to the marriage with the Lady Arabella, you are deceiving yourself. I heard last night a whisper that she is already married to William Seymour." "Nonsense!" cried Overbury. "Your open love for this Dame of Essex may have made her show some favour to another, but to pique you. But as to her marriage, that is some idle report of the poor fools of the antechamber. She is not married. She cannot be married." "Pique me!" exclaimed Rochester with a laugh. "That were vain sport, Overbury. I am cased in proof. However, to marry another man would be carrying the joke somewhat far, and she is married, depend upon it. It is no court gossip. I had it from those who have sharp eyes and sharper ears. She is married to William Seymour, as sure as my name is Rochester." "Well, choose someone else, then," cried Sir Thomas. "Choose any one but this woman. Choose anything but disgrace." "But I do not see the disgrace," exclaimed Rochester, who had heard him throughout with a heated cheek and contracted brow. "There is a great difference between Lady Rich and Lady Frances Howard, whom they call Lady Essex. I tell you, though some ceremony was performed in their childhood, she is not his wife, and the pretended marriage may be dissolved. Then, too, she has never loved any one but me. She has never pretended to love this man. She abhors, she detests him. She has always told him so, for she is ready to sacrifice everything." "She has sacrificed too much already," answered Overbury; but seeing by Rochester's angry look that he had gone much farther than was politic, and that nothing he could say would change his resolution, he added, after a moment's pause, "Well, Rochester, do me justice, and remember that I have but spoken for your good, as I believe it to be. I may be mistaken, probably am, but your happiness I wish sincerely." "No man's happiness can be secured but in his own way," replied Rochester. "True," rejoined Overbury, "but his fortunes may. To those this sad passion is the greatest bar, and you have yourself owned that, in seeking them, I have always counselled you aright. It shall be my task still to do the best I can to promote them, and if this be, as I imagine, a false step which you are about to take, Nothing shall be wanting on my part to avert all evil consequences." "I dare you not," replied Rochester drily. "And now to talk of some more pleasant subject. What does the king propose for the day's amusement?" "A privy council," replied Overbury, forcing himself to speak in a tone of raillery, which was but too evidently assumed, "and after that to commit William Seymour to the Tower. Perhaps he may burn a heretic in the afternoon by way of fireworks, and end by writing a disquisition for the bishops upon the royal supremacy. You see the bill of fare is various." "Yes," answered Rochester, "but none of the dishes much to my taste. But, good faith, I must get on my new suit of amber silk, and visit his Majesty before the council." "Then I will leave you, my good lord," replied Overbury, "and still beg you to believe that anything I have said this day has been spoken in duty, not in opposition, and so I take my leave." From the apartments of Rochester he hurried back to his own, and then, having closed the door, he gave himself up to the feelings of anger and indignation which possessed him. He struck his hand upon his brow, he walked vehemently up and down the room, he cursed the folly of Rochester, he upbraided himself for taking any part in the rise of such a man. "And for this," he cried, "for this I have destroyed the peace and broken through the happiness of two good and noble people. To be laughed at, to be made a fool of, to have my best schemes thwarted, all for a base, licentious woman. And this sweet lady on whom I have brought misery, can she be really married to William Seymour? It is not probable. The very conduct of this man may have driven her on to give her hand clandestinely to another, and I have gone and destroyed them. Would to God I had not been so hasty." And he sat down and meditated over the act with regret. But the past, the irremediable past, the only one thing certain to man's limited view, was set as a seal upon the deed, which nothing could tear off, and yet he, as many other men would have done in his circumstances, turned his thoughts to the retrieval of that which could not be retrieved. "What can be done?" he thought. "It may not yet be too late. If they are prepared to fly, as the king suspected, and as is probably the case, they may have time yet, if they have warning. I can delay the warrants. Then the council will have to assemble. There will be a long and tiresome harangue of an hour. Discussions, perhaps. The water is near, the wind fair. She shall have warning at least." And sitting down, he wrote, in a feigned hand, the following few words to Arabella Seymour: "Lady, a friend gives you intimation that danger hangs over your head. If you have the means to fly, and have aught that fears discovery in this court, go at once. You may count upon 1 hour, but not more." He folded, sealed it, and hurried through the court towards the apartments of the lady. Within a few steps of the door he met one of her inferior maids, not Ida Mara, apparently coming from her mistress's room, and recognising her at once, he said, "Take this back to your lady directly, my good girl. I had it from a gentleman this moment, who said that it was of urgent importance." The girl took the billet, saying that she would carry it to Arabella at once, returned towards her mistress's chamber, while Overbury bent his steps to the council room, where he had left a young clerk making out the warrants. "Well, are they done?" said the knight. "One is ready," replied the clerk, "and the other wants but a few words." Overbury took up the paper which was completed, and read it slowly through. "Good heaven!" he exclaimed, "this will never do. Why, it is a warrant against the Lady Arabella, as if she were a common felon. Recollect, sir, that she is the king's cousin. It ought to have been a simple summons to appear before the council." "You said 2 warrants, Sir Thomas," replied the clerk. "Well, at all events," exclaimed the knight sharply, "this will not do," and he tore the paper, throwing the fragments under the table. "There, leave that, and make out a summons. The Lady Arabella's case is the most important. Remember to give her her proper style, sir." "I am sure I do not know what that is," answered the clerk. "If you look in that book, sir, you will find it," rejoined the knight. "It is not very difficult to discover. You can finish the warrant against Mr. Seymour afterwards. I will return for the summons in half an hour." And away he went to inform the king that there had been a mistake in drawing out the papers, but that they would be ready shortly. He found James I still in a high state of perturbation, which was increased by the tidings that the warrants were not yet ready. "The deil's in the clerks," he exclaimed. "The lazy loons are getting daily more slow, though not more circumspect. Why, the lassie may take wing and be away before the warrants are ready. Go your ways and hasten him, Sir Thomas. You can write a good hand yourself, and need not mind holding a pen at the king's command." "I shall do so, as in duty bound, sire," replied Overbury, "and I can make out that against Mr. Seymour while the clerk finishes the one against the Lady Arabella." And he accordingly retired, mentally resolving that the assistance which he was about to lend should not greatly accelerate the drawing up of the papers. When he was gone, the king continued for a minute or two to move about in his cabinet, with a sort of irritable activity which has acquired the name of fidgeting, changing the place of this article and that, pulling the points of his hose, buttoning and unbuttoning his pourpoint, sitting down and then rising up, and displaying many signs and symptoms of that state of ennui in which impatience is blended with listlessness. At the end of that time, however, there was a gentle tap at the door of the cabinet, and exclaiming pettishly, "Come in, come in," the king fixed his eyes upon the entrance, at which immediately appeared the stout, raw-boned person and broad but somewhat coarse face of one of his Scotch attendants. "Ah, Maxwell," cried James, "why, where have you been, man? I thought all the world had forgotten their loyalty and left their king, without respect and decency. It was Rochester came in and whiffled me a jest and out again, to put on a ruby he had forgotten, so he said, but methinks it was to other purpose that he went, and no one has been here but Sir Thomas Overbury, who seems to be the only man that thinks the king's service worth attending to." The querulous tone in which James spoke indicated a mood ready to receive evil impressions of anyone, and as Maxwell was not particularly well inclined, any more than other courtiers, to make favourable reports of his rivals in the king's power, he seized the opportunity to damage the reputation of one who was rising too high over the heads of the minor aspirants to escape jealousy. "Oh, your majesty has not a more faithful servant, I am sure, than Sir Thomas Overbury," he said. "He is only a little dull in believing that others will rebel against your will, or thwart your sagacious views. Your majesty recollects the business about Mr. Seymour and the Lady Arabella." "Hout tout, Maxwell," cried the king, interrupting him before he could go further. "You're a jealous beast, and you've missed your fire, my man. Your match has burnt out, and will not light the powder. Why, Overbury has, this very morning, laid open to me all their doings, and is now drawing up the warrants for their arrest." "The warrants will take a long time drawing then, your majesty," replied Maxwell. "If I were a king, or you, sire, a poor Scotch gentleman like myself, I'd bet you a stoup of wine that there will be one mistake or another about drawing up the warrants till a full hour be lost, and then the messengers may whistle for the lady or her lover." "What's that? What's that?" cried the king. "Why, there has been one mistake already. You're either a warlock, Maxwell, or you know more about the affair than you tell. Speak plain, man, speak plain. What have you seen? What have you heard?" "Why, if your majesty really wishes to know," replied Maxwell, "and will condescend to promise not to tell my Lord of Rochester, I will relate all that has just happened, and you will soon see how faithful a servant is this Sir Thomas Overbury, who must needs contradict what I told you, sire, of Mr. Seymour and the Lady Arabella meeting in the grounds at Theobald's." "Speak, man, speak," cried the king. "I'll keep counsel as close as a wilk. You have our command, sir, so you will be harmless." "Well then, sire, just now as I was walking along the cloister," answered Maxwell. "Call it the arcade," said the king. "Cloister is a popish word." "Well, sire, as I was walking along the arcade," continued Maxwell, "I saw a maid belonging to the Lady Arabella carrying a note in her hand. Now I had just passed good Sir Thomas Overbury, and a fancy struck me, I do not know why, that all was not right, for all the court, you know, say he is playing double with your majesty. So I asked the girl to let me see the note, and after much ado I got her to consent. Well there, sire, I saw Sir Thomas's own writing, somewhat twisted and turned to disguise it, but clear enough for all that, and in the inside was written a warning to the lady to fly from the court with all speed. He engaged she should have an hour clear, and therefore it was I said there would be mistakes enough and delays enough before the warrants are ready." "The false loon!" cried the king. "The whelp of a traitor! But we'll circumvent him. Run, Maxwell, run. Put a guard at the foot of each staircase that leads from her rooms and the Lady Shrewsbury's. Fegs, they might have put out the berry and left the shrew. Tell the guard to let no one pass out. Run, man, run. Speak not, but away." Maxwell obeyed the king's command and hurried out of the cabinet, and James, casting himself into a chair, gave way to a fit of laughter, in the first place at the thought of having circumvented Overbury. He soon returned, however, to the thought of the knight's offences, and he rolled himself about with much of that awkward air of indignation which the accounts of African travellers ascribed to the angry hippopotamus. "The deceitful pagan!" he cried. "The treacherous dog! I'll punish him for forgetting his duty to God's anointed. But softly, softly, he has too many secrets. We will deal gently with him. Those cunning Romans, when they were about to punish a great malefactor, took him up to a high place before they hurled him headlong down, that he might break his neck by the fall, which is a wise and good example to modern kings, who may make such men's ambition the Tarpeian rock, from the highest point of which they may get a fall when they least look for it." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. With a pale face and trembling limbs, Arabella entered the apartments of the Countess of Shrewsbury, and, unable to speak in her alarm, she laid Sir Thomas Overbury's note upon a small round table before her, and pointed to it with her finger. "What is the matter, child?" asked the Countess, taking it up. The moment she saw the contents, however, she became agitated. "Good faith!" she cried. "This is wise advice, Arabella. You had better take it. Who brought this note?" "One of my girls," faltered Arabella. "Well, well," said Lady Shrewsbury, "a morning's sail upon the Thames will do you no harm, and no one can say you have not a right to amuse yourself with a water party for an hour or two. Quick, girl, do not tremble, but get some few clothes together. Let your gentlewoman go down to the stairs with them. You and I will follow, and a barge in 2 or 3 hours will carry you to your husband's ship." "But Seymour, Seymour," cried Arabella, "I fear more for him than for myself." "Leave that to me," answered the Countess. "I will send off a messenger instantly to warn him. You get ready, quick." In a few minutes Lady Shrewsbury joined her niece in her own room. Ida Mara, with one small box in her hand, was already at the door when the Countess entered. "Where are the 2 maids, Ida?" asked Lady Shrewsbury. "In the waiting room, madam," replied Ida Mara. "And the door shut?" said the Countess. "Quick then, go down, and we will follow you in 2 minutes." Without reply the girl quitted the chamber, and Lady Shrewsbury, turning to her niece, kissed her cheek, whispering, take courage, Arabelle. I trust all will go well. 'Tis but a little hurry." The next instant, however, Ida Mara returned, with a pale cheek and the tears in her eyes. "There is a guard at the foot of the stairs," she said, "who would not let me pass. He has orders, he told me, to stop everyone and turn them back." Arabella sank into a seat and covered her eyes with her hands, while the Countess gazed down steadfastly upon the ground in deep thought. At length she exclaimed, "Call the girl hither, Ida, who came in a few minutes ago." The fair Italian obeyed at once, and in a moment or two a pretty-looking maid, somewhat vain and coquettish in her dress and appearance, presented herself before the Countess. "Now answer me truly, girl," said Lady Shrewsbury. "To whom did you show the note that was given to you a few minutes ago for your mistress?" The girl's cheek turned crimson, and she was silent. "Answer me!" exclaimed the Countess sternly. "Answer me! Your face betrays you." The girl burst into tears. "He took it out of my hand," she said. "I stopped a minute to speak with him, and he took it out of my hand." "What is his name?" demanded the Countess in the same tone. "Maxwell," faltered the girl. "From whom did you receive the note?" asked the Countess. "From Sir Thomas Overbury," was the reply. "Get thee gone, traitress," cried Lady Shrewsbury. "Get thee gone, and pray to God to pardon thee, for thou hast done much evil. Now, Arabella," she continued, "take off your walking dress, as I will mine, and let us consider how we must act. You will soon be summoned before the council, be you sure. I will go with you, as is befitting. Were I you, I would not deny the marriage, but if they charge you with it as a crime, be bold, dear girl, refuse to plead before any such tribunal. Say, if you have offended, you have a right to public trial by your country, and boldly declare that the laws of the land do not justify a king in punishing without the sentence of a jury." "It will but make him furious," replied Arabella. As she spoke, the door opened unceremoniously, and a keeper of the council chamber entered. "Madam," he said, but no sooner had he uttered the word than he broke off, and, turning to someone who was behind him, exclaimed, "You need not go on. The countess is here." "Well, sir," said Lady Shrewsbury, "what now?" "I am sent, madam," replied the keeper, "to summon you and the Lady Arabella to appear before his Majesty in council, which I do by virtue of these presents under his Majesty's hand." "Well, on then. We are quite ready to accompany you," answered the countess, unmoved. "Come, Arabella, put on something to guard you from the wind, as we have to go all along these courts and passages. His Majesty, I presume, does not intend to make privy councillors of us. If he did, I might give him some good advice. Give me that mantle, Ida. Now, sweet niece, put your arm through mine. You are a timid creature, and it is well that you should have something stronger beside you." Thus saying, she led the way to the royal apartments, followed by the officers who had been sent to summon them. In the anteroom of the council chamber, however, they were detained, and at the end of a few minutes Arabella was called in alone. During nearly half an hour Lady Shrewsbury remained alone, and when, at the end of that time, the door opened, and Arabella came out, with her fair face deluged in tears, the doorkeeper pronounced aloud, "The Countess of Shrewsbury." That lady, however, paused to speak for a moment to her niece. "I have acknowledged all," said Arabella, sobbing, "and am ordered back to my own chamber, and thence into custody of some persons to be appointed by the king." "The Countess of Shrewsbury!" exclaimed the doorkeeper again, and kissing her niece's cheek, Lady Shrewsbury advanced and presented herself at the end of the council table. There was a very full attendance at the board, and every countenance was grave and even sad, while that of the king was stern and heated. Sitting on one side of his chair, he leaned over to the other, lolling his tongue out of his mouth, as he was much accustomed to do when excited. "Now, madam," he said, "now, madam, answer my questions. Soul of my body, we shall have nothing but rebellion in the land. Answer my questions, I say." "Anything that your Majesty asks in reason," replied the countess, "I am willing to answer." "Well, then," said the king, "tell me, have you been conniving at the marriage of your niece, a lady of the royal blood, with one William Seymour, the second son of a pitiful family?" "As good as your own, sire," replied Lady Shrewsbury calmly, "only not quite the head of the house." "Heard ever man the like of that?" exclaimed the king. "As I am a crowned king, I will commit her to the Tower." "For telling the truth, sire?" asked Lady Shrewsbury. "That is a new offence. I have not seen the proclamation to that effect." "Madam, madam," said Lord Salisbury, "be careful what you do. Think what a thing it is to incense his Majesty, who in a moment can commit you if you show him a contempt." "If I show any contempt of a legally appointed court," replied the countess, "I know in what danger I stand, my lord. But his Majesty himself told me to answer his questions, and then asked if I had connived at the marriage of my niece with the second son of a pitiful family. I reply, no. The family into which she has married is as good as his own, being descended from a long line of English nobles, and a princess of that blood, which alone gives him a title to the throne." "Then you acknowledge conniving at the marriage?" said the earl quickly, in order to stop the vehement and probably indecent torrent that was hanging upon the king's lips. "I acknowledge nothing, sir," replied the countess. "That my niece may be married to Mr. Seymour I do not deny, but I am to learn if that be a crime in her." "We will soon teach you that it is a crime, woman," exclaimed the king. "Did you or did you not connive at it, I say?" "I will decline to answer that question," answered the countess. "Take care, lady," said Lord Ellesmere, the Chancellor. "To refuse unreasonably to answer interrogatories of the Privy Council is a contempt." "I do not refuse unreasonably, my Lord Chancellor," replied the countess. "I have strong reasons for not answering." Speak them, said the king. "There can be no just reason for not answering the king in council." "I have 2 reasons," replied the countess with a look of scorn, "both of which are good and valid in the English law, whatever they may be in Scotland. First, that being told by his majesty the marriage of my niece is a crime, I am then asked whether I connived at it. Now the common law of England requires no man to criminate himself." "Out!" cried the king. "Away with her and her common law. How should we ever have got to the bottom of the frightful and diabolical papist plot if the prisoners had not criminated themselves?" "More fools they," replied the Countess of Shrewsbury. "But next I have to say that I will answer no questions in private. If I am accused of a public crime, I will have a public trial, where my guilt or innocence may appear. There I will answer all questions, and perhaps tell more than those who sit in high places may like to hear. I claim a public trial, I say. I appeal to my country, and claim my privilege as a peeress to plead my cause before my equals in an open court. I will have no private interrogatories, which are but tricks and entanglements unknown to the law of England." Lady, cried one of the councillors, "you are very rash. It is a well-established principle that a refusal to answer questions before the Privy Council, touching matters wherein the interest of the state is concerned, is a contempt of the king's prerogative." "Show me a case," exclaimed the countess. "You say it is well established. Produce an instance where it has been so adjudged. Then do with me as you will." "If there be not a precedent," cried the king, while the Lord Chancellor spoke to some of the councillors near him, "if there be not a precedent, it is high time we should make one, and you shall be the first, my bonny dame." "If your majesty be fond of making precedents," said the countess, still undismayed, "I hope your successors may be found to reverse them, for the dearest inheritance of an Englishman is the equal protection of the law, and I would lose lands and honours rather than give up that right to any monarch that ever sat upon a throne." "It is the opinion, sire, of all the councillors here present," said Lord Ellesmere, "that to refuse to answer is a distinct contempt of your royal prerogative, and although your majesty, in your sense of clemency and justice, may be inclined to refer the question to the judges for their decision, yet in the meantime it is perfectly competent for the council to commit the lady, for safe custody, to the Tower, till such decision be pronounced." "Will you answer, lady?" asked the king. "Once more I ask you, will you answer, that you may not have occasion to accuse our royal mercy?" "I will not, sir," answered Lady Shrewsbury. "Your majesty's mercy will stand upon its own foundation, and God grant it has a good one." "Then commit her," exclaimed James, addressing the clerk of the council. "Draw out the warrant, sir." "And mark, Master Secretary," said Lady Shrewsbury, "let it be put down on the record of this day that I claim my privilege of peerage, demanding open trial if I be culpable, and that, professing myself willing to answer all lawful questions in a public court, I decline to reply to secret interrogatories, unaided by any counsel or advice. And now God be my defence." Away with her," cried the king. "Take her away in safe custody to her own chamber till the warrant is ready. Let her have time to prepare what is needful, and then send her with a guard to the Tower. We have not often been so bearded in our council, and 'tis fit that she should be made an example." "Many such examples would do the court some service," replied the lady, "and with that I humbly take my leave of your majesty." Thus saying, she withdrew, escorted to her own apartment by 2 of the ushers, who treated her with all respect, but stationed themselves at the door till a formal order for her removal to the Tower arrived. Chapter 31 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. There is something very curious in the great difference of feeling with which we contemplate scenes of sorrow and those of vice. It might be naturally supposed that in the grief of the good, the wise, and the noble, we should find matter only for sympathy and regret, that pain alone would be elicited in beholding it, and that their anguish would communicate nothing but a share of their suffering to ourselves, while the contempt that we feel for vice, by depriving us of all feeling for the vicious, would leave us sorrowless, though abhorrent of their faults. Such is not the case, however, and to hear tales of the great and generous touched by the hand of undeserved adversity excites, as in the case in deep tragedy, a certain degree of strange and almost unaccountable pleasure, even while we grieve for their fate, and take part in their sufferings. It is perhaps in some degree that sympathy is in itself a pleasurable emotion, but I do believe that a great part of that which gives sweetness to the tears which we shed over the history of the afflicted good is the inherent conviction in the mind of man that there is a state of being yet to come where all shall have its compensation, where woes undeserved and unmerited pangs, received with resignation and borne with fortitude, shall be repaid by infinite joy and eternal happiness. On the contrary, when we gaze upon the progress of the vicious and the criminal, however successful and prosperous in their brief space of action, to contempt and indignation, to disgust and horror, are added the same consciousness of a hereafter, and the certainty of an awful retribution. Thus, in these instances, all our feelings are dark and sad. There is nothing to alleviate, there is nothing to give light. Nevertheless, we must turn for a short space to the more criminal personages of our tale, and trace them in that rapid downhill road where vice treads upon the steps of vice, and iniquity upon iniquity, till they are hurried on into the yawning gulf of destruction and despair. It was in a splendid room at the princely mansion then called Northampton House, but which has since assumed the name of other possessors, of a purer fame than his who built it, that the Countess of Essex, who had left the court at Greenwich the day before, sat alone with Lord Rochester, her relation, the Earl of Northampton, being then absent. Her face was all smiles and happiness. It seemed as if fortune and success lived in her eyes, and she was laughing gaily with her weak and criminal lover over the misfortunes of others more virtuous than herself. "And so," she said, "he wanted thee to wed this moon-sick girl, and I dare say would have made thee a sonneter to match her." "Faith, he must have written the sonnets himself, then," answered Rochester, "for I thank my stars I never could jingle two rhymes together in my life, and, to say truth, I hate the whole race of these beggarly poets and authors. I have never liked Francis Bacon since he wrote a book." "I never liked him at all," replied the Countess, "and that would certainly not make me like him more. One never knows how soon one may be put into one of these volumes, which is what makes all great statesmen hold aloof from authors and keep them down." "They are not all wise enough to do so," answered Rochester, "but Salisbury himself is beginning to see the folly of giving him any encouragement, though he be such a friend of Sir John Harrington's. I was telling him the other day what a fool I thought Bacon for degrading himself by composing that book, and he replied that it was well to be able to write it, but foolish to write it." "But poems are even worse than that," said the Countess. "I dare say this friend of thine is a poet, if one knew the truth." "No, I think not," replied Rochester. "With all his faults, he has not that vice." "Well, and what did you say to him?" continued the Countess, bringing the conversation back to a subject on which her curiosity was excited. "What did you say when he pressed you so vehemently to this fine alliance?" "I said I would none of it," answered Rochester, "for the best of all reasons, because I was going to marry you." "Did you tell him so?" asked the Countess eagerly. "Yes, sweet one," replied her lover. "I wished him to know it. 'Tis too fair a fortune, my love, to be concealed." "Now," cried the Countess, "I will wager this diamond against a flint stone that he strove to dissuade you. Was it not so, Rochester?" "Yes, good sooth," answered her lover, laughing. "Ay, but eagerly," said the Countess, "vehemently?" "Even so," rejoined Rochester, "but he might have spared his eloquence, my fair Frances, for he moved me no more than a gust of wind." "Nay, but what did he say?" demanded Lady Essex. "Oh, that matters not," answered the favourite. "A great deal I have forgotten." "But I will hear," exclaimed his mistress. "I will never love you more, Rochester, if you do not tell me. Now, do not smile and look deceitful, for I will hear word for word all that he said." "Nay, nay," cried Rochester, "that is hardly fair. What two men will say to one another often bears no repeating." "The man that cannot confide in me does not love me," rejoined the Countess, withdrawing her hand and moving further from him. "Well, but you know I love you," answered Rochester. "Then prove it by telling me what he said," cried the Countess. "If you do not, I shall think you are false and forsworn, and are inclined to follow his counsel and marry someone else. Yes, yes, I see it very well. He has succeeded with thee, Rochester, and thou art inclined to seek another bride. Well, it matters not. I should soon learn to forget the man who would not trust me." "Nonsense, nonsense, sweet girl," he replied. "You are jealous without cause. I am all your own, your slave, your captive." "Then tell me what he said," exclaimed the Countess, suffering a portion of her natural vehemence to appear even to him. "But you will be angry," rejoined Rochester. "Why should I tell you what will only pain, grieve, and offend you, and which had no more effect upon me than the idle wind?" "Because I wish to know," she exclaimed. "Because I must know, if I am to have peace or rest. I will not be angry, and I will try to be as little grieved as possible, for if I find men speak ill of me and bark at me with their foul tongue, I will recollect that it is all for Rochester, and that shall be my consolation." "Well, then," said Rochester, "if you will not be angry, he did oppose my marriage with you in vehement and rough terms." And her lover went on weakly to tell her almost all that his friend had said. He strove to soften it, 'tis true, to put it in general terms, and to conceal the harsh epithets that Overbury had used. But the Countess would hear all, and with instant perception discovered whenever he tried to deceive her in a word. She kept her temper, too, to the end, sometimes urging him playfully, and affecting to laugh at the rude terms which Overbury had used towards her, sometimes pressing him gravely to deal fairly by her, and to speak the truth, sometimes suggesting the words herself in a gay tone, as if she was sure that those were the epithets he had given her, and cared little for them. But when the whole story was told, her fierce indignation burst forth. "The villain!" she exclaimed, "the base villain! Can you consider this man as your friend, Rochester, after such words as those to your affianced wife? Can you believe that he sought to serve you? Can you suppose that anything but his own interest injured, and his schemes for his own benefit defeated, could have induced him to speak thus of a lady whom you love? No, no, the man betrays himself. It is evident that he spoke with the rage of disappointment. It was for his own advancement that he sought to marry you to the Lady Arabella, not for your benefit. If it had been merely out of regard for you, would he have thus abused her who has sacrificed all for you? If he really loved you, would he have thus condemned her love? For whom have I made myself all that he called me? For whom have I risked everything, resigned everything? Did I ever give a thought to any other man on earth? With all this hatred and malice he dare not say that, and had he possessed towards you one particle of true attachment, he would have learned to estimate that which flings every other consideration but its love away." And bursting into tears, she cast herself sobbing passionately upon Rochester's bosom. He had gazed at her with admiration, not unmixed with wonder, as he beheld her lustrous eyes flashing, and all her beautiful features lighted up with indignation, and when the shower followed the thunder, he held her tenderly to his heart, and tried to soothe her with words of love and promises of everlasting affection. "No, Rochester, no," she cried at length, raising herself and wiping away the drops from her cheeks. "It is not for myself I care. Of me he may say what he likes, but he must not deceive and betray you any longer. He seeks but to make a tool of you for his own advancement, and to it he will not fail to sacrifice you as soon as the opportunity occurs. Your fortune and high favour, your noble qualities and distinction have, as they always do, created many enemies, all eager to pull you down, and in such circumstances it needs but a faithless friend to bring about a man's destruction." "I do not think he would betray me," replied Rochester. "Not perhaps exactly betray you," replied the Countess, "for traitors are always despised even by those they serve, and he is too cunning for that. But step by step he will undermine you with the king, if he be not removed. He will first begin by opposing our marriage." "If he do that, I will cut his throat," cried Rochester. "Perhaps he will not do so openly," continued the Countess, "but he will speak of me to James as he has to you, and will beseech him all the time not to betray his words. He will teach the king to think you weak, foolish, and intemperate, because you persevere in loving one who has devoted herself to you. Let him, if he can, or if he dare, make such sacrifices for you as I have made, and then I will believe he is your friend. As it is, he must be removed. Yes, if you love me, if you would wed me, if you would be safe yourself, if you would consult my peace, he must be removed." "Not slain," said Rochester in a low tone. "Not slain. That I cannot consent to." "Nay," answered the Countess, with one of her bright and beaming smiles again, at seeing that his apprehension of her meaning had so far outrun the reality, that any minor act of vengeance or precaution would seem moderate. "I mean not to slay him. You men are so vehement and violent in all your passions that the death of your adversary is the only thing you think of. I am not so bloodthirsty, nor do I speak from anger, Rochester. I could pardon him all that he has said of me, did it not show me that he is dangerous to you, and that, if he be not removed, his presence near the king will be the great stumbling block which will throw down our hopes and wishes. He must be sent to the Tower, or into banishment." "But there must be some pretext," said Rochester. "He cannot be punished without a cause." "Oh, fear not," cried the Countess. "A reason will not be wanting. Shrewd must that man be, and virtuous beyond this earth, who in the courts of kings can walk so scrupulously as not to give, each day, pretexts for accusation. The wise and the good have fallen beneath the axe, and the best that ever lived was crucified. There is no fear that fair Sir Thomas Overbury has not abundance of such vices in his composition as may well move a monarch's indignation with a good word to help." "No," said Rochester, who had been thinking deeply, and was not yet brought fully to that utter shamelessness at which his partner in evil had arrived. "No, a means may be devised for attaining our object without bringing on my own head the charge of ingratitude. Let us give him the embassy to some foreign court, where he may wear out his days in peace and honour, neither obstructing our views, nor lost altogether to his own." "But I will not have him sent," exclaimed the Countess, "to some high and honourable mission, which the best nobles of the land might strive for. I will not have him so honoured, that men may say, 'See, what is the reward of calumniating Frances Howard, the man who called her harlot to her promised husband, makes that husband's favour the stepping stone to his own advancement. Lo, he is ambassador to France, or to the great Spaniards, and goes to carry the tales of her love for Rochester to the gay court of France or the graver one of Spain. Stay, Rochester, you shall send him to Russia. Let him freeze amongst the Muscovites, since his cold blood can never comprehend the fire that burns in ours." "He will refuse to go," said Rochester. "'Tis but another name for banishment." "Let him refuse," exclaimed Lady Essex, "and send him to the Tower. The king will be ready enough so to deal with one who rejects his offers. Nay, Rochester, I will have it so," she continued, in caressing tone. "You must not refuse me. If you love me, I vow you shall not see me more unless you consent. This shall be the price of our next interview. I may well ask you, as a gallant knight and true, to put that man to death who spoke against your lady's name, but I forbear, you see, and in this you must obey my behest. Offer him Russia. If he refuses, the offence is to the king, not to you, and leave the king to deal with him. But be sure, unless he be far removed from the English court, he will so machinate as to separate you and me, as he has parted those two unhappy lovers." "It was in truth all his doing, I find," answered Rochester. "He never left the affair alone till he had discovered their marriage, and he then incensed the king against them." "And they are really married?" said the Countess in a tenderer tone than she had used. "Then they are happy, for though they may be separate, they can yet think that there is that sweet bond between them which no king's word can break. That is a blessing that nothing can take from them. Do you not hate the man who could step in and blast their happiness, Rochester?" "I certainly do not love him for doing so," replied the Viscount, "and thank him but little for mingling my name in the affair." "As he has done by them, so he will do by you and me," said Lady Essex in a grave and sad tone, "unless you stop him, Rochester. We will stand in his way. Our marriage is the obstacle to his ambitious views. He will not cease till he has frustrated our hopes or ruined us both. There can be no terms with such an enemy, and till I hear that he is gone, I shall never see you without apprehension." "Well," answered Rochester, "well, it shall be done. I will ask the king for the embassy to Russia on his behalf. I know he aims at much higher things indeed, and nothing less than a seat in the council, with some high office in the state or household, would satisfy his ambition. But he shall be offered this embassy. If he refuse it, the consequences will be on his own head." "What, then you do see he is ambitious?" cried the Countess. "I wronged my Rochester's good judgment. I thought he had deceived you, and that you did not perceive the tool that he would make of you." "Oh, I have known his ambition long," replied Rochester, "and was prepared to give it a check in due time, perhaps as well now as hereafter." "Better by far," replied the Countess. "Those who defend a breach fire on the men who begin to climb the ladder, lest when they are at the top it be too late. Away then, Rochester, away. See the thing be done. And when you can tell me that the embassy is offered him, you may come back, and shall have smiles for your reward." After those words they parted, Rochester hurrying to take that new step in the wrong course which was to carry him forward to many others, and the Countess of Essex remaining to brood over her hatred and vengeance till she worked herself into regret that she had not exacted more of her weak and guilty paramour. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. In the times of our sovereign lord, his sacred majesty King James I, of happy memory, that peculiar district of the world called Lambeth was in a very different state and condition from that in which it is beheld nowadays. It was not then a close, thronged, noisy, and somewhat turbulent parish, a borough in itself, sending members to Parliament and having vast objections to church rates, but it was actually almost a rural district, with an archbishop's palace and church, a few houses gathered in the episcopal neighbourhood, and several fine old mansions with their gardens extending down to the water, occupying the whole bank of the river opposite to Westminster and the Strand. Where now stand patent shot manufactories, and wharves and warehouses, were then smooth, green, shaven lawns and tall trees, and wildernesses and terraces, and the aspect of the whole place, as far as the different style of architecture and gardening would permit, was much more like Richmond without its hill than the famous borough of Lambeth. One of these houses, at a considerable distance from the Archbishop's palace, was remarkable for its beautiful gardens and for its broad terrace edging the river and overhung by tall trees. A flint wall, with a lane on one side and the grounds of another house on the other, surrounded these gardens and shut them out from the vulgar, leaving them only open to the view of those who passed upon the water, on which side it was not more than 3 feet high. To the river there was a private stair for boats to land visitors, defended, however, from intrusion by an iron gate as high as the terrace wall, and possessing a large bell which from time to time gave notice of applications for admission. About 5 o'clock in the evening of a day towards the end of September, a wherry, rowed by a single man and containing no freight but himself, glided close under the embankment of the terrace, it being then high water, and there the rower paused for a moment or two on his oars, looking into the grounds above, as if very much admiring their trim propriety. After a short pause he rowed on again, and his inquisitiveness passed unnoticed by anyone, as the gardens were vacant. In about a quarter of an hour, however, the same boat and the same man reappeared, but this time he did not pause, for there were 3 persons upon the terrace, a young lady of graceful and noble mien, walking a step in advance, an elderly, stately dame, talking to her at her shoulder, and a fair girl with large bright eyes and dark black hair, dressed in the simple but ladylike apparel which in those days of splendid costume generally denoted the waiting gentlewoman, coming a pace or 2 behind, with an air of sadness and her look bent down upon the ground. The rower, as we have said, pulled on, and about 10 minutes after he was gone, the young lady whom we have mentioned turned towards the house, saying, "I shall go in, madam. Dear Ida," she continued, "you can stay if you like, for you have been kept in all the morning and want air." "Not if I can help you, dear lady," replied Ida Mara, "or sing to you, or amuse you. The best air I can have is your own looks when you are happy." "That cannot be now," replied the Lady Arabella, "but I am going to write to the king, so that I shall not want you for the next hour." The girl bent her head and remained upon the terrace, and the 2 ladies returned through the trees to the house. Ida Mara took 1 or 2 turns, pausing from time to time to gaze upon the different boats which, with sails or oars, as the wind favoured them, skimmed fast over the shining surface of the water. In a minute or 2 the wherry we have mentioned cut across from the stairs at Westminster and passed close under the terrace, the man who was in it raising his head as far as possible, and examining the fair Italian with apparently curious eyes. He went on some 100 yards beyond the garden wall, but then turned and suffered his boat to drop slowly down, the tide just beginning to ebb, till it came opposite the centre of the gardens, where he stopped, turning the head of the boat to the stream, and, like a trout at the tail of a ripple, keeping himself from being carried further on by a scarcely perceptible stroke of the oars. In a minute after, Ida passed the spot in her walk, and the boatman exclaimed, "Hist! Hist!" She started and looked down upon him, but he was a man of middle age, with his hair somewhat grey, and though he was dressed as a common waterman, there was something distinguished in his appearance which belied his apparel. "What are your wishes, sir?" said Ida Mara, approaching the edge of the terrace. "Is this Sir Alexander Marchmont's house?" asked the man. "No," replied Ida Mara, "it is Sir Thomas Parry's." "Then this is where the Lady Arabella Stuart is confined?" rejoined the waterman. "The Lady Arabella Seymour is here," replied Ida Mara, "not exactly as a prisoner, though by the king's order." "You have a foreign accent," said the man. "Methinks it sounds like Italian." "It may well do so," replied the girl, and was about to turn away, but the rower asked immediately, "Is your name Ida Mara?" She started and replied, "Yes. Who are you?" "A most unfortunate man," he answered, "but one devoted to your lady, who has never forgotten an act of generosity by which she saved his life. Tell her I have seen her husband in the Tower, that he is well and as happy as he can be absent from her. Add that he is under scarce any restraint, can even go out within certain limits, and that I have promised him to bring her a letter from him to-morrow, if she will be here at this hour." "Stay, stay," said Ida. "I will go tell the lady, if you will wait but a moment." "Nay, I will return in a quarter of an hour," replied the man. "I may be discovered if I stay too long." "What name shall I give the Lady Arabella?" asked Ida Mara, "in case she should wish to trust you with a billet?" The man paused and seemed to hesitate, but then replied, "My name is Markham, once Sir Griffin Markham. But tell her I have no schemes or conspiracies on foot. I have done with those things for ever, and only wish to serve her and show her my gratitude before I die." In about 10 minutes after, Ida Mara was again walking on the terrace, and before long the boat once more shot over from the other side. "Here is a note," she said. "Here is a note. The lady gives you her best thanks. Will you be back to-morrow?" "I will," replied the man, bringing his boat as close up to the terrace as he could. "Now, throw it over." Ida, with a slight wave of her hand, tossed the note into the wherry, and Markham then said, "It might be that even if your lady or yourself were here to-morrow when I come, it would be dangerous to throw you a letter. You must give me some sign if there be any watchful eyes upon you. What shall it be?" "If there be any risk," replied Ida Mara at once, "you will find me singing. Whenever you find us silent, you may speak in safety." "Enough, enough," replied Markham, and rowed away. Without landing at Westminster as before, he directed his boat straight towards the Tower stairs, and leaving it with the waterman from whom it had been hired, he hurried on through several lanes and turnings to a small lodging amongst the manifold alleys by which that part of London was intersected. He there put on a livery coat with the badge of the house of Seymour upon it, and making a small bundle of 3 or 4 books and some writing materials, he once more set out and approached the Tower. No opposition was made to his entrance, and he was permitted to proceed to the very foot of the tower where Seymour was lodged, for we can scarcely call it confined, as, at this period of his imprisonment, the restraint to which he was subjected was very slight. There, however, he met the deputy of the lieutenant, who stopped him, asking, "What have you got there?" "Some books and papers, sir," replied Markham, "for Mr. Seymour." Let me see," said the officer, and the pretended servant instantly untied the handkerchief and displayed the contents for inspection. The deputy examined each article one by one, and finding nothing to excite suspicion, he said, "You may go on." When Markham entered the apartments of the prisoner, however, Seymour was not alone. A gentleman in a clerical habit was sitting with him, but rose almost immediately to take his leave. "We may feel for each other, reverend sir," said William Seymour, "though the cause of our imprisonment is so different. It is in both cases most unjust." "Nay," answered Melvin, the famous nonconformist minister, with a melancholy smile, "the cause is not so different as it seems." And taking a pen, he wrote upon a slip of paper which lay upon the table the following quaint lines: "Communis tecum mihi causa est carceris, Arabella tibi causa est, araque sacra mihi." Seymour smiled and shook his hand, saying, "May we both be able to defend the altar that we love," and bidding him adieu, Melvin left the room. "Have you seen her?" demanded William Seymour eagerly, grasping Markham's hand as soon as his companion in captivity was gone. "I have seen her," replied the other, "but have not been able to speak with her. The woman Parry was with her. I afterwards saw her Italian gentlewoman," he added, marking a look of disappointment that came over Seymour's countenance, "and have brought you comfort at all events." Thus saying, he took the note which he had received out of his pocket, and placed it in the prisoner's hands. Seymour read it twice, and pressed his lips upon it eagerly. "This is comfort indeed," he said. "Stay, Markham, I will add a word or two to the letter I have written. How can I ever thank you for what you have done for us?" "How can I ever thank her," replied Markham, "for having refrained when a word from her lips would have sent me to the scaffold? My life trembled in the balance. As it was, a grain more would have weighed down the scale." Seymour did as he proposed, and then handed the letter to his companion. "Stay," he said thoughtfully, "stay. Were it not well for you to tell that good girl, Ida Mara, who is truth and devotion itself, where you are to be found in case of need? The king may not always leave my Arabella where she now is. In his caprices he may remove her suddenly to some other abode, and if Ida knew where to find you, she might give you such intimations as are most needful." "I will tell her," answered Markham, "if you think she can be fully trusted. But remember, Mr. Seymour, my own life is at stake if I am found here. I came but to collect some small means together, and return to the Continent with all speed." "You must not do for me anything you think rash," replied Seymour, "but for my own part, the dearest thing I had on earth I would trust to that girl without a fear." "So be it then," answered Markham, and the next day, at the hour appointed, he carried the letter to the terrace below Sir Thomas Parry's house. Arabella and Idamara were there alone, and as he approached they were perfectly silent. But he had remarked a boat which followed him all the way up the river, at the distance of some 200 or 300 yards, and merely saying in a voice loud enough for them to hear, "In an hour I will be back," he tossed the letter lightly on the terrace and rode on. When he returned he found the fair Italian there alone, and it being by this time twilight, he paused to hold some conversation with her, informing her where and how she was to find him, in case of need, under his assumed name. On this occasion, as the night before, Ida threw a note for her lady's husband into the boat, and during 10 days a constant communication between Seymour and Arabella was kept up by the same means. At length, one evening, the moment he came near, Idamara, who was sitting beside her mistress, on one of the benches with which the terrace was furnished, raised her rich melodious voice and began to sing. Song. Row on another day, may shine the brighter light. Ply the oars and pull away, thou must not come to-night. Clouds are upon the summer sky, there's thunder on the wind. Pull on, and homeward hie, nor give one look behind. Bear where thou goest the words of love, say all that words can say. Changeless affection strength to prove, but speed upon the way. Oh, like yon river could I glide to where my heart would be, my bark should soon outsail the tide that hurries to the sea. But yet a star shines constant still through yonder cloudy sky, and hopes as bright my bosom fill from faith that cannot die. Row on then, row, God speed thy way, thou must not linger here. Storms hang about the closing day, tomorrow may be clear. The boat glided on, and that day Markham had no good news to carry back to William Seymour, for though he rode more than once past the gardens, neither Arabella nor Idamara were on the terrace. When he returned to the tower, some difficulty was made in admitting him, and the moment he entered the prisoner's room, when he had obtained permission to see his master, as he called him, Seymour exclaimed, "You have bad tidings, Markham. I am prepared to hear them." "I have no tidings at all," was the reply. "The lady and the pretty Italian were both upon the terrace, but they gave me the sign agreed upon, to show that danger was near, and when I returned there was no one there." "Something has been discovered," said Seymour, "for I have had my liberty, such as it was, abridged. I am now forbidden to pass the gates. Something has been discovered, depend upon it." "Perhaps not," answered Markham, "for as I rode down just now I saw a boat with a guard evidently conveying a prisoner hither, and as to the affair at Sir Thomas Parry's house, 1,000 accidents might have made them wish to keep me off. His stately old lady herself might be walking in the garden. There might be some of the king's officers there, or expected. But I will hie me home with all speed, and if there be anything to communicate, depend upon it I shall either have a message or a visit from Idamara. I know not how it is, that girl seems to win the confidence of everyone. I saw good Sir Harry West yesterday, as I promised you. He said he had seen and conversed with you, and so would say no more, but he spoke of that girl as if she were an angel." "Well, he may so speak," replied William Seymour, "for she nursed him through the plague, at a time when fathers fled from their children, and children abandoned their parents. But I did see Sir Harry, and the good old knight, though heaven knows in former times he tried to dissuade me from what he called my rash love, as if he could have foreseen all the wretchedness it has produced now, urges me strongly to make my escape with Arabella at any risk, rather than linger here, where, as he truly says, I may be shut up for years, perhaps for life, like Raleigh or Grey." "He is right, too," said Markham, "and the sooner it is done, depend upon it, the better. You have committed no offence against the law. You are unjustly detained by the mere will of the king, and if I had been with Sir Harry, I should have joined my voice to his." "But I showed him it was impossible even to attempt it," said Seymour, "for I had then pledged my word not to go beyond certain limits, and that could not be broken. Now, however, I am free from that bond, for they have taken from me the degree of freedom for which I made the engagement, and with whatever other fetters they may think to enthrall me, I may yet find means to cast them off when they least expect it. However, my kind and devoted friend, do you return home, and if possible, see this excellent Italian girl. Let her tell her mistress that, whatever happens, I am determined to attempt an escape. Arabella must hold herself prepared to go with me, or to follow me, and I will beseech all my friends, and you in particular, Markham, to bend every thought and energy to secure her flight. Think not of me, I will take care of myself, and free myself from this tyranny by some means. Watch you over Arabella. I would fain, too, free the Countess of Shrewsbury, who is, I find, imprisoned in the apartments next to those of Raleigh, but they will not suffer me to hold the least communication with her, which I grieve for deeply, as it is by favouring me that she has brought this misfortune on her head." Think of yourself, good friend," said Markham. "They will not keep the Countess long when you are gone. As for your lady wife, be sure that to her safety I will sacrifice my own. She once risked hers for me, and all the life I have is hers, to do with me as she likes. I will ensure that, let them guard her how they will, she shall be safely put on board a ship bound for some foreign country. I am not new to stratagems, and alas, though for some years now they have had meaner things to do with than monarchs' crowns, as formerly, in seeking a bare subsistence as a banished man, I have been in constant practice, I assure you. Sir Harry West will help me too, and I think my good Lord Hertford will furnish us with means." "That he will," replied Seymour, "to the utmost of his power, but I am not without some wealth myself, Markham, and as you may be called upon to act more suddenly than you expect, you had better take a part of what I have here. There are 200 nobles in this bag. Take it. I have more than I shall need. And now away, for I fear every minute, lest Ida should seek you at your lodgings and find you absent." Without further delay, Sir Griffin Markham left the prisoner and hurried on towards his obscure lodging-house in the lanes not far off. But ere we relate what occurred by the way, we must once more turn to the courtly scenes of the palace, and, as is our custom occasionally, retrograde for a few hours in point of time. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Now shall you see Sir Thomas Overbury with pink roses in his shoes, a rapier fit for a Castilian don, mustachios curling to the moon, and a beard of the most approved cut, exclaimed Bradshaw, addressing Graham. "The barber has been labouring upon him for an hour and a half this morning. 16 new pairs of Spanish leather gloves, with pumps of Cordova, and a new velvet jerkin, reached his lodging last night. His ruff has broken the heart of the laundress, and his hose, heaven help us, saw ever man the like of his hose? One would suppose his nether man a jewel of rare price to be thrust into such an elaborate casket. I will warrant you he will trip by upon the tips of his toes, with a 'Give you good den, dear Master Bradshaw, good den, Master Graham. The king favours you both, you are likely young men,' and he mimicked the effective tone of some of the superfine courtiers of the day. "But what is the cause of all this?" asked Graham, who took him literally. "What has happened to him?" "Oh, sir, he is in the high way to fortune," answered Bradshaw, as a sconce in a corner of a room reflects suddenly the light of a candle which the housemaid brings in her hand, and another sconce over the chimney catches a gleam from it. So shines the king's favour upon Rochester, and is reflected from Rochester to Overbury. And you may argue from the premises that they are both to be lighted up anon, as far as the oil and wick will go. Though, to say sooth, The reel and cruse are both somewhat low in the royal closet. The people must be pinched, sir, the people must be pinched. What is the nation but a great gold sponge, to yield its juices under the king's pressure? However, my mother whips me, and I whip my top. Rochester smiles upon Overbury, and the king smiles upon Rochester. Did you not see how the favourite took his favourite by the ear just now, led him to the royal door, then thrust him in, so that he well nigh fell at the king's feet, to thank him for his bounties before he knew what they were? I thought Overbury was somewhat out of favour, replied Graham. There was a report of a quarrel between him and Rochester about the Lady Essex, and don't you remember when we were at Greenwich people said the king suspected him of giving poor Lady Arabella a hint to run away? Bless your ignorance, Graham, cried Bradshaw. He is a carpenter, a joiner who saws things in two and glues them together again with a dexterity quite marvellous. No sooner is a hole made than it is patched up again, and for darning on new favours to old ones he is better than any tailor in the land. Have you not seen how Rochester hangs upon him and calls him Tom? And moreover, the king gave his good lordship £5,000 upon a hint from Overbury. No, no, you will see him a great man soon, but whether it will be secretary or lord keeper or lord mayor, who can tell? While such conversation was going on in the anteroom, the object of it was in the king's closet with James, alone. He had been suddenly called from his own chamber by Rochester, and hurried, without information of what was the matter in hand, into the presence of the king. Rochester then immediately closed the door and left him there, having previously brought the monarch to the exact pitch he desired. The description of Overbury's entrance had, indeed, been somewhat caricatured by Bradshaw, but though he did not exactly fall at the king's feet, he made a profound obeisance, for James loved the semblance of the most devoted respect, even while he was doing everything in his power to root out the reality from the hearts of his subjects, and we learn from Sully that in the early part of his reign, at least, he caused himself, upon all public occasions, to be served at table on the knee. The king's face was evidently made up for a speech, and Sir Thomas Overbury, with his eyes cast down, waited in silence for what was to come next. Sir Thomas, said the monarch, after a brief pause, you are well aware of the high estimation in which we hold your abilities, and we now intend to give you a proof of the confidence which we have both in your honesty and judgment, by placing you in a situation of high trust and confidence, where you may have some matters of great difficulty to handle, and some acts of great importance to perform. In the conduct of these proceedings you will always have to bear in mind your duty to God, which is best displayed in the service of the king. To that, sir, you are bound to sacrifice every other consideration, and to show yourself worthy of heaven and your sovereign, by diligence, devotion, and faithfulness. Upon these three heads of diligence, devotion, and faithfulness we shall expatiate for a moment. And the king went on to show what he considered to be the duty of a subject employed by a monarch, which certainly left the poor instrument nothing but the state and condition of a slave. You are not, sir, to undertake the ruling or governing of any matter without my especial commands, continued James. This is part of my craft, to which long experience, as well as the blessing of God, which endows kings with qualities to fit them for the situation of his viceregents on earth, has suited me especially. You may indeed suggest reverently anything that may strike your own senses, submitting your opinion wholly to the king for his decision and judgment, and remembering that to do his will is to do your duty, without doubts, surmisings, and questionings, any farther than may be necessary to assure yourself of his purposes. We need not proceed farther with James's harangue. It was very similar to many others upon record, but perhaps more strongly than on most occasions it enforced his claims to passive obedience from his subjects, for which purpose he tortured several texts of Scripture in such a manner as would have justified the purest despotism that ever disgraced the earth. 5 times he called himself the Lord's anointed, and there can be little doubt that, in that moment, his mind hesitated as to which of the 2 famous monarchs he was, David or Solomon. He inclined perhaps to the latter, but yet he had a strong hankering to be David too, only that he knew himself not to be a man of valour, mighty in war. Sir Thomas Overbury heard him with every appearance of the most profound devotion and respect, and although he knew that the most pompous speeches did not always precede the most magnificent actions, he had little doubt that the least honour the king was about to bestow upon him was that of raising him to the rank of privy councillor. The monarch ended, however, without informing him what was the dignity with which he was to be invested, but raising a sealed packet from the table, he placed it in his hand, saying, "There, sir, there, go your way and meditate upon what we have addressed to you." Sir Thomas bowed, kissed the king's hand, and expressing his deep sense of James's goodness, though very little divining in what it consisted, retired with the packet. The knight hurried at once to his own apartment, where he instantly broke the seal and read. But though the countenance with which he had passed through the anteroom had been as full of buoyant satisfaction as Bradshaw had anticipated, the expression now suddenly changed to one of mortification, disappointment, and rage, and casting the paper violently down upon the floor, he exclaimed, "Curses upon the traitor! This is his machination. When I have devoted my whole life to serve him, he goes about to ruin me. Russia! Russia! Banishment! Banishment to the farthest part of the earth, cut off from all communication, from all chance or hope of advancement, with no trust to execute, no negotiation to carry on, no opportunity of distinction. A nation of northern savages, why not send me to the Cham of Tartary, or to Prester John? Does he think that I will accept such a mission? Let him go himself if he likes it. His abilities are well fitted for the task." And he laughed with bitter and contemptuous merriment. "Stay, I will write my answer," he continued, and he seated himself at a table, but scarcely had he taken the pen in hand when one of his servants entered, announcing the Lord Rochester. A spasm of repressed rage passed over Overbury's countenance, but instantly vanished, and he received the favourite with a forced smile. "Why, what are you about, Tom?" cried Rochester, entering, and casting his well-dressed and graceful limbs into a chair. "I expected to find you capering about the room in joy at some gracious favour bestowed upon you by his Majesty." "Oh, no," answered Overbury. "I am a grave and serious man, my lord, and as to what I am about, I am writing to his most gracious Majesty to thank him for the honour conferred upon him, but begging to decline it." "Decline it!" exclaimed Rochester, with every appearance of surprise and consternation. "Pause and think a moment, Overbury. What, in the name of fortune, can the king have offered that any of his subjects should dare to decline?" "Nay, my lord, you know right well," replied Sir Thomas Overbury, "that this is a thing I cannot accept." "Really," replied Rochester, "the king has not told me what he was going to offer you." The reader already knows that this was false, but will not be surprised that in this case, as in all others, one vice brought on a second, or that lying should be consequent upon treachery. Overbury gazed in his face for a single instant, and then replied, "I am happy to hear it, my good lord, for the man who counselled this did no friendly act to one who has ever striven to serve you." "'Tis most likely the king's own act," replied Rochester. "You know how often he determines on such things himself. But what is it, Overbury? It cannot be so bad as you seem to think." "As bad as may be, my good lord," answered the knight. "It is a sentence of banishment, ay, and worse than the banishment of any ordinary criminal. He who conspires against the good of the state, and is yet cunning enough, as so many are, to go within an inch of treason, yet not overstep the iron limit of the law, is exiled reasonably to other lands, that his turbulence may no more disturb the peace of England. But the whole world is left him to choose where he will make his refuge. He may suit his whim, his tastes, or his complexion, as best suits him. He may range from the damp pools of Holland and the misty Rhine to the far boundaries of Italy, may cross the Adriatic or the Hellespont, and become pilgrim to the sepulchre. He is as free as the air to sweep over the whole world, except this island, and may make himself a country where he pleases. But in my case I am shackled and tied down. My place of banishment is fixed in the most sickly and unfriendly region on the earth, among cold barbarians, unlettered, rough, and fierce, and all for the crime of—" "Of what?" asked Rochester, seeing him pause. "Of serving my Lord of Rochester, I suppose," replied Sir Thomas Overbury, "for I know of none other to charge myself withal." "Nay, nay," answered Rochester, "you must be jesting, my good friend. Speak in plain English. Remember, I never could make out a riddle in my life." "Well, then, the case stands thus," said Overbury. "His most gracious Majesty, from his particular favour to myself and you, proposes to send me to the court of Russia as his ambassador in ordinary, there to remain till in his good pleasure he recalls me. Now, I foresee that the day as well as the distance will be somewhat long. I love not travelling, at least have had enough to cure me of all fondness for such journeys, and therefore am even now sitting down to write to his Majesty declining the cold honour thus intended for me." "I fear you will offend the king," said Rochester. "Better offend the king than destroy myself," replied Sir Thomas Overbury. "But, in a word, I will not go. I love not bears and wolves, am somewhat chilly in my nature too, and though fur cloaks are comfortable things, I had rather wear them for show than for necessity. Let him turn Muscovite or Turk who will. I will have none of such an embassy. So if you will permit me, as this requires a speedy decision, I will even finish my letter, that his Majesty may not say I made him wait." "Well, well, if you are so headstrongly inclined," answered the favourite, "write out the letter, and I will carry it to the king myself, beseeching him to take your refusal in good part." "Not so, indeed," cried Overbury. "I cannot think of making your lordship my errand-boy." "But I must insist on doing it," answered Rochester. "You have done the same for me ere now, and no one can move the king in the matter with such probable success as myself. Do you doubt me, Overbury?" "Oh, not at all, my lord," replied the knight. "I doubt no man, much less one to whom I have been so devoted." And seeing that he could not avoid entrusting the letter to his former friend, he proceeded to write an answer to the king. "Pray make it humble and submissive," said Rochester. "As a slave," replied the knight, and wrote on. When the letter was concluded, he folded it, called for wax, and sealed it with his signet. Then, giving it to Rochester, he said, "I really am ashamed of using you as a messenger, but I trust that, in memory of the past, my good lord, from many friendly passages between us, and from my zeal and fidelity in your service, which might have been somewhat rude, but never wanting, you will use your best endeavours to obtain for me his Majesty's permission to decline the honour he intended me." "I will do the best I can," answered Rochester, "but you must not attribute the bad success to me if I fail. I fear at best you will greatly injure yourself, but that is not my fault." And away he went, saying to himself as he walked along the passages of the palace, "That man must be disposed of somehow. He suspects me, and will find some opportunity for revenge. I cannot trust him longer, and yet I would not injure him if I could help it. His own unruliness will be his ruin." In the meantime, Overbury sat with his head leaning upon his hand, in meditation bitter enough. "He goes to complete his treachery," he thought. "On my life, this feeble-minded favourite is as base as shrewder men. 'Tis safer by far to serve a sensible villain than a weak fool. One is sure of the former, so long as his interest goes with ours. There is no security with a creature like that. He will ruin himself, so 'tis no wonder that he begins by ruining others." With such reflections the knight remained for about 20 minutes, at the end of which time Lord Rochester returned, with a grave face, accompanied by Sir Charles Blount. Overbury received them with politeness somewhat too ceremonious, but Rochester immediately said, "I have made no way with your petition. The king insists upon obedience." "He shall not have it," exclaimed Overbury hastily. "I have yet to learn that an Englishman can be banished from the land at a king's will without any crime committed. I will not go, my lord, and methinks in his high favour my Lord of Rochester, if right willing, might have obtained a higher grace of the sovereign than merely that his poor friend should have leave to remain in his native land, rather than to carry his bones to Russia, but to leave them there." "You do me wrong, sir," replied Rochester. "I have brought Sir Charles Blount with me, who was present all the time, to inform you that I urged his Majesty as much as was decent to grant your request." "He did in truth, Sir Thomas," said Blount. "Then he has fallen indeed," cried Overbury. "I have known the time, Sir Charles, when, if this noble gentleman had asked the king to give him half a province, he would have had it, in land or money." "That is a different thing," said Sir Charles Blount drily, "from asking a monarch to permit his subjects to disobey him. I doubt not his Majesty would rather give half his kingdom than bate a jot of his prerogative." Rochester had sat while these few words were exchanged, with his eyes fixed upon the ground; but at length raising them, he said in an earnest tone, "I do beseech you, Overbury, for your own sake, obey the king, and be assured that I will do my best to shorten the period of your absence, and to obtain your recall as speedily as may be." This time he was sincere, for his heart somewhat smote him, and a dread of the reproach of men, when it should be known that he had dealt with such ingratitude to one by whose counsels and assistance he had prospered, affected him not a little. There is something that all great men feel, and even meaner persons too, when raised to high station by accident or fortune, in the stamp which history is to affix upon their name, which overawes many a bad action rising up in their heart, and gives energy and vigour to nobler purposes. Vague it is, and undefined, like all remote objects, like fate, like death, like the judgment after death, but still it casts its shadow over the present, and quells the dazzling brilliancy of pettier objects near. Weak and short-sighted as he was, Rochester experienced its influence at that moment. To be branded with the stain of foul ingratitude for coming times, to be marked out in the annals of the age as one who had betrayed and ruined his friend, to be held up for scorn and reprobation as a base and thankless villain, in the eyes of his children and his children's children, somewhat appalled him, and he wished that he had not taken the first step in a course so full of shame. But Overbury answered fiercely, with indignation and disappointment, and the rage of a strong ambitious spirit mastering common prudence. "It is vain, he said. "I am a free-born Englishman. I will not go. Let him make me if he can." "These words are unpleasant," said Sir Charles Blount. "Sir Thomas, I will take my leave. My Lord of Rochester, I must go." "And so must I," rejoined Rochester. "It is useless to argue longer with him." "Good-bye, gentlemen both," said Overbury. "Rochester," he added in a meaning tone, "Rochester, take care." The favourite turned and looked at him with a glance of anger and contempt, and saying in a low voice, "I will," he quitted the room. In about half an hour, it could not be more, a royal barge containing a gentleman, with his arms folded on his chest, his head bent down, and his brow frowning, together with a small party of the guard, and a messenger, was seen on the Thames, close to the stairs, and as the waterman pushed off towards the middle of the stream, the officer in command said aloud, "To the Tower!" The gentleman which that boat conveyed to the gloomy abode of captivity and sorrow was Sir Thomas Overbury. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. We must now return to pursue the homeward course of Sir Griffin Markham, as he proceeded from the Tower of London to his little lodgings in one of the streets at the back of Petty Wales. When he had walked about 2/3 of the way, he perceived a female figure hurrying on before him, with a man carrying sword and buckler a step behind him. She was wrapped in a large cloak, but there was something about her light figure and easy walk which made Markham instantly suppose that she was Ida Mara, and on passing by and looking at her face, he saw that the supposition was correct. He instantly stopped to speak to her, but the girl, who recognised him, notwithstanding his change of dress, made him a sign to forbear and go forward, and at the same moment the servant with buckler and broadsword told him in a sharp tone to walk on, and not stare into the gentlewoman's face. At length, at the shop of a silk merchant in a small way, Ida Mara paused, while Markham hurried on to his own lodging. After a few inquiries and the purchase of some insignificant articles, Ida Mara herself proceeded on her way, telling the man who accompanied her to wait where he was till her return or till she called him. She was soon in the entrance of Markham's lodging, the door of the passage standing open, but just as she had passed the threshold a hand was laid upon her arm, and a voice exclaimed in a tone of surprise, "Ida!" The fair Italian instantly turned round and beheld Sir Harry West. "In the name of fortune, my dear child, what are you doing here?" And perhaps in the circumstances of those depraved times, the good old knight might have suspected any other of the attendants of the court of imprudent, if not criminal purposes, in coming thus, with some degree of disguise, to such a part of the city. But Ida Mara was not to be suspected, and if a shade of doubt or apprehension had crossed Sir Harry's mind, which it did not, the beaming satisfaction which lighted up her face the moment she saw him would have dispelled it at once. "Oh, I am glad to see you, Sir Harry," she cried. "I was coming to seek you after I had been here. I have much to tell you, and if you will wait one moment, I will be down directly." "But where are you going to, my dear child?" asked the old knight. "Are you aware that this is not the most reputable part of London?" "I did not know it," answered the girl simply, "but at all events I must go, for it is about our dear lady's business, and I am to see a person called Grey." "I am going to visit the same man," replied Sir Harry, "so I will go with you, if you have not any private conversation for his ear, my fair Ida." "Oh, no," exclaimed the girl, "you may hear it all, for I have just the same tidings to carry to you, and perhaps it may be better that you should hear them together, for then you may devise some means of remedying the new disasters which have befallen us." "Stay a minute, Ida," said Sir Harry, seeing her about to mount the stairs. "Do you know the man you are about to visit? Do you really know who he is?" "He has carried several letters," replied Ida Mara, dropping her voice, "from my lady to her husband, and from him to her. I know, too," she added in a still lower tone, "that his name is not Grey." "That is enough, said Sir Harry. "Go on, my dear." The girl then ascended the steps, and knocked at a door on the first landing. Markham instantly opened it himself, and admitted them, somewhat surprised indeed to see Sir Harry with the fair Italian, into a small low-roofed chamber, scantily furnished, but strewed in all parts with various anomalous pieces of dress, from those of a high-bred cavalier to those of an inferior artisan. Swords, daggers, 1 or 2 curious articles of virtu, 10 or 15 volumes of books in rich old bindings, 2 masks, a pair of fencing foils, and the headpiece and breastplate of a horse arquebusier, gave it the air of a second-hand warehouse, and left scarcely a chair vacant for the knight and his beautiful companion to rest themselves on. "I am glad you are come," cried Markham, addressing Ida Mara after a few words exchanged with Sir Harry West. "They have straitened Mr. Seymour's captivity, and I fear something has gone wrong at your house too. What is your news, sweet Mistress Ida? Bad, I fear." "As bad as it can be," answered Ida Mara. "They have discovered that letters are given and received. An angry message has been sent by the king to my lady, and tomorrow morning she is to be removed to Highgate, to the house of one Mr. Conyers, there to remain till a lodging is prepared for her at a place called Durham." "Durham!" exclaimed Markham. "That is destruction indeed. She must not go to Durham if we can prevent it, Sir Harry." "How is that to be done?" demanded Sir Harry West. "Faith, if need be," replied Markham, "she must feign illness." "There is no need of feigning," answered Ida Mara in a sad tone, "for, from the moment she heard that news, she drooped her head like a gathered flower, and if they bear her to Highgate, it will be all that they can do." "Give me 3 days, and I will undertake for her escape," exclaimed Markham. "I am wiser now than I was some years ago, Sir Harry, and know how to make use of my time. Will you aid me, noble sir?" "With all my heart, hand, and means," said Sir Harry West, "for this cruel tyranny of the king towards so sweet and unoffending a lady justified what would be otherwise unjustifiable. To thwart him, what is to be done, my good friend?" "Much," answered Markham, "very much, and we must divide the labour. I dare not show myself amongst the great of the land. So you, Sir Harry, must see Lord Beauchamp and the Earls of Hertford and Shrewsbury. They must furnish us with men, horses, and money. Let them collect as many servants and beasts as they can round about Highgate, suffering no 3 of the knaves to know where the others are, but with orders to obey you or me implicitly. I will provide the ship and the disguises, and if we can but delay her journey till such a time as suspicion and vigilance be somewhat laid asleep, we are all safe. Tell me, Mistress Ida, is there any man about the lady who may be trusted? How many servants has she allowed her?" "3 men," replied Ida, "but the only one to be trusted is Cobham, who has been with her long. He is prudent and would sacrifice his life for her, I am sure." "Then you must let him into our secret," said Markham, "first speaking with the lady and asking her consent. You must tell her, too, to be prepared at any moment to put our scheme in execution. Let nothing take her by surprise, and, above all, give her some hint that it may be needful she should put on man's attire. If I know her rightly, that will be the greatest stumbling block." "It will not please her," answered Ida Murrah, "but still, for her own sake and her husband's, I am sure she will consent." "Were it not better," asked Sir Harry, "that the one escaped first and the other followed?" "No, no," replied Markham, "I have thought of that, but I am very sure that the durance of the other would be rendered 10 times as severe the moment one was gone. Let them both go together, Sir Harry, and there is but one risk for all." "But there is a difficulty," said Sir Harry West, "which you have not foreseen, good sir. Mr. Seymour has pledged himself not to go beyond—" "That is at an end," exclaimed Markham. "They have taken from him the limits they allowed, and consequently he is freed from his promise. He is willing enough now to escape, and, moreover, feels sure of effecting it with little, if any, need of your help. We shall but have to let him know where the ship lies, and he will undertake the rest. I will see you to-morrow at Highgate for Lady Fair, and tell you more when all is arranged. Now hie you home, for it is growing dark, and you are too pretty a flower to bear the night air." "I will go with you, Ida," said the old knight. "I have one of the men with me," answered Ida Murrah, "and have but to go down to the water-side. Have I anything else to tell the lady?" "Nothing at present," replied Markham. "To-morrow I will visit you, as I have said, in some shape or other, and if you should have occasion to write, let it be in your native tongue. I shall understand you. We shall see you safe till you have rejoined your companion. Go on, and we will follow." Thus saying, he opened the door of his room, and Ida Murrah, descending the stairs with a quick pace, walked on to the spot where Arabella's servant stood near the shop at which she had left him, Sir Harry West and Markham keeping at the distance of a step or 2 behind. The old knight, however, was not satisfied, even when he saw her under the protection of a single attendant, and still, accompanied by Markham, continued to follow her. At the end of the second street he had occasion to be glad that he did so, for by the small portion of light that was remaining, he saw a very extravagantly dressed personage, with black hair and beard, take hold of Ida Murrah by the arm, while a stout man who was with him thrust himself in between her and her attendant, seemingly inclined to pick a quarrel with the latter. "Ah, my dear, I have found you at last," cried the man with the black beard. "What in Satan's name are you running over me for?" said his companion, taking Arabella's servant by the throat. "I will soon show you," answered the man, drawing his sword, while Ida Murrah struggled to disengage herself from the grasp of the other, who only laughed and exclaimed, "Ah, you cannot get away now." But just at that moment Markham ran up to take part with Arabella's servant, and Sir Harry West, who was still a powerful man for his time of life, seized the fellow by the collar, who had got hold of his fair protégée, and by one pull, with a kick against the bend of the knees behind, laid him upon his back on the pavement. The man hallooed piteously, but the knight merely spurned him with his foot, saying, "Get up, impostor, and be gone. I know thee." It is probable that the old knight would not have suffered him to escape without further chastisement, had he not been afraid of bringing a crowd about the party, which might have proved inconvenient; and worthy Dr. Foreman, for it was he who had been thus overthrown, scrambled upon his feet again, showing but little inclination to bluster. Come away," he cried to the man who was with him, and then took 2 or 3 steps towards the corner of another street. Before he reached it, however, he turned and exclaimed with a significant gesture of the hand, "I will have my day." "To be hanged," replied Sir Harry West, and seeing that the other man was beating his retreat also, the old knight took Ida Murrah by the arm, saying, "Come, my dear, I will see you safe to the boat." He accordingly led her on to the water-side, and did not leave her till she was safely embarked upon the Thames. Sir Harry then returned with Markham to his lodging, more completely to define their plan of operations, and to commence the carrying of them into effect at once. In the meanwhile, Ida Mara returned to the house of Sir Thomas Parry, from which her absence had passed unobserved, and bore with her some hope of consolation to poor Arabella, who had given herself up to despair at the prospect of being removed to such a distance from her husband. She still remained so ill and weak, however, that the worthy knight who held her in his custody judged it expedient to intimate to the king that it would be dangerous to force a long journey upon her in her situation at the time. The reply of the king was as cold and unfeeling as might be. He believed she was feigning, he said, but that, at all events, she must be removed to Highgate, where his physicians should visit her. Accordingly, on the following morning, she was placed in a litter and carried to a house pleasantly situated at a short distance from the village, where she was received with much kindness by the master and mistress of the mansion. 2 of the king's physicians were already in waiting, and Mr. Conyers, into whose charge she was now given, in energetic language, pointed out to them the absolute necessity of allowing the lady time to recover, before it was attempted to remove her farther. "If you suffer her, gentlemen," he said, "to undertake a journey in her present state, and before she has completely regained her health, her death be upon your heads, for you must see that she is totally incapable of supporting it." The physicians agreed to the justice of his remarks, and drew up their report accordingly, assuring her that she should be suffered to remain for a week at least where she then was. As soon as they were gone, Arabella thanked her host gently and sweetly for the kindness he had shown her. "Nay, dear lady," he answered, kissing her hand, "I and my good wife are interested in the matter, for we shall thus retain you longer with us, and we propose to ourselves the pleasure of comforting and soothing you, which we do not estimate as a slight grace. For a few days, perhaps, we shall be obliged to have the appearance of strict jailers, but, as we are not such by nature, we shall, I doubt not, obtain permission to relax, especially if you would, when visited by any of the king's officers, assume the appearance of being somewhat reconciled to your situation, and submissive to the will of the king." The brutal and ungentlemanly reply of James, when the physicians made their report, is well known, but they adhered honestly to their remonstrance against any attempt to move the lady to Durham for some time, and when, on the following day, one of them visited her, he brought her the glad tidings that she was to remain at Highgate for a month. We must notice, however, before we proceed, an event which took place on the day of Arabella's arrival at the house of Mr. Conyers. After the hint which had been given by Markham, it may easily be supposed Ida Mara was frequently on the watch during the day for his promised visit, but the situation of the mansion, which was surrounded on all sides by extensive grounds, enclosed within high brick walls, rendered any communication with those without extremely difficult. At length, however, towards evening, she perceived from the window of her mistress's chamber a man bearing a bundle on his shoulder. He was apparently a porter, and seemed considerably advanced in life, walking with slow steps and bending under his load. When halfway along the gravel walk which ran from the gates to the house, he paused, laid down the packet, and wiped his brow. Lady," cried Ida Mara, addressing her mistress, who was lying down to take some repose, "here is somebody coming whom I think I know. I will run down and meet him." Be careful, Ida," said Arabella. "If they were to discover you and drive you from me, what shall I do?" "Something must be risked, dear lady," answered her attendant. "I am sure that is our friend." And away she went with a light step down the stairs and out by a side door. Knowing that she might be seen from the window, she walked slowly and deliberately along the path, till she reached the spot where Markham stood with his bundle. "What news?" she said, pausing beside him. "All is going on right," he replied. "A ship is hired, and will be ready in a few days. 'Tis a French vessel taking on a cargo, and may be known by the flag. It will be at Lille, but in the meantime let the lady know that friends, with horses ready for her service, are always to be found at the small inn called the Rose, on the road from this place to Newington." "What have you got there?" asked Ida Mara. "Some woman's apparel at the top," answered Markham, "sent by the Countess of Hertford, but underneath there is a disguise for the lady in case of need." "Will they not open it at the house?" inquired Ida. No, no, replied Markham. The man's dress is so folded up that they cannot see it, without cutting open the cloth it is wrapped in. But here comes somebody from the house. Have you any tidings to give me? Not as yet, rejoined the pretty Italian in haste. When I have, I will send it to the Rose. That will do, replied Markham. Now, remember, I have asked you if the Lady Arabella is here, that I have come with these things from Sir Thomas Parry's, where they have been left by mistake. You may pay me something for my labour if you will, for I am to be a porter, you know. How much do you charge? Asked Ida Mara with a smile, taking out her purse. Not less than 1/2 crown, madam, answered her companion, as Mr. Conyers approached. Remember, it is a long way. Oh, that is too much, said Ida, for carrying such a package as this. It is very light, and she lifted it with her hand. Not so light to bring 7 miles, mistress, rejoined Markham, acting his part with skill acquired by long practice. Ask this gentleman if I charge too much. What is the matter? Demanded Mr. Conyers, coming up. He asks 1/2 crown, sir, said Ida Mara, turning round, for carrying this parcel hither from Lambeth, where it was forgotten this morning. You had better give it to him, replied Mr. Conyers, smiling. It is a long way. The fair Italian put the 1/2 crown into Markham's hand, saying, Well, take it up to the house, then. I will come after you and carry it up to the lady's room. Stay a moment, said Mr. Conyers, as she was about to follow the seeming porter, who took up the package and walked on. A word with you, pretty one. Remember, when you wish to speak with any of your friends, it must be outside the wall. I have no orders to keep you within, but nobody except persons to myself must for the future pass the gates. His tone, though not unkind, was grave and significant, and Ida Mara, thinking it better to make no reply, merely bowed her head and withdrew, following her confederate quickly, and taking his burden from him at the door. She watched him as he returned towards the gates to which the master of the mansion had bent his steps after leaving her, and from which he was now coming back. Mr. Conyers, however, passed the pretended porter without stopping, and Ida Mara hurried with the packet up to her mistress's chamber. As soon as she was there, she opened it, and from the bottom drew forth a bundle sewed up in a linen cloth, which she instantly deposited in a closet, and locked the door. What have you there, Ida? asked Arabella. A disguise for you, dear lady, replied the faithful girl in a whisper, approaching close to her mistress's bedside. I know not what it is, but we will not open it tonight. She had scarcely done speaking when an elderly woman, an attendant of Mrs. Conyers, tapped at the door and entered, asking if she could be of any assistance. Yes, Mrs. Maud, replied Ida, if you will help me to lay out these things which seem to have been somewhat tumbled in coming, I will thank you. And aided by the maid, she took all the articles of apparel sent by Lady Hertford out of the package, one by one, spreading them forth with great care, though Arabella, who had never employed her in any menial capacity since her act of devotion in nursing Sir Harry West through the plague, told her it would be better for her to send for the maid, Helen, to perform that office. The servant of Mrs. Conyers, however, was for the time completely deceived, and on retiring informed her mistress, who had sent her to the lady's chamber, that there was nothing in the package which she had seen brought to the house but ordinary clothing. Good Mrs. Conyers was not a harsh or unkind personage, but she was one who possessed few very gentle feelings, and those that she did possess were so well sheltered by a considerable share of selfishness that it was somewhat difficult to get at them. She was of a prying disposition, too, but it fortunately happened that, as is frequently the case with persons of her character, the mind was as obtuse as the feelings, and with every inclination to act the jailer and the spy upon the fair prisoner, she had not the wit to execute the task effectually. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. All as we could wish, all as we could wish, cried Rochester, entering a room in Northampton House, in which the Countess of Essex sat with her mother, Lady Suffolk. We have the great majority of the judges, delegates. In a few days the decree of nullity will be pronounced, and we need not care a pin for that rank Puritan, Abbot, or the Bishop of London. They are the only two who hold out, for Ely and Coventry have yielded to the king's arguments." Lady Essex cast herself into his arms, with her face radiant with joy, and the shameless Countess of Suffolk rose and congratulated the lover of her criminal daughter, with as many expressions of satisfaction as if he were about to raise her to a station of honour and fame. "Get them to sign the decree quickly, Rochester," she said. "Abbot is a powerful man, and the See of Canterbury has no light authority. He may bring some of the rest over again, and it is as well to have as many on our side as possible." "There is no fear, replied Rochester. "They have pledged themselves to the king, and cannot go back. Nevertheless, be you assured, dear lady, I will lose no time. What I most fear is from that villain Overbury. He has written me this day a most insolent and threatening letter, and he may make mischief." "I wonder," said Lady Suffolk in a jesting tone, "if there be no butts of Malmsey now in that same Tower of London. But come, I will go and tell Northampton of your good news. He is as eager in the business as any of us." "Not as I am," answered Rochester, casting himself into a seat by the side of his paramour. "There I defy him." "But what says your dear good friend Sir Thomas Overbury?" asked Lady Essex. "My mother is right, Rochester. We want Malmsey but—" "It were not safe," answered her lover, looking down. "The man may drive me to punish him as he deserves, but how is the question?" "Oh, by 1,000 means," answered the Countess. "But what does he say? Robert? Let me see. Have you got the letter with you?" "Yes, here it is," answered Rochester. "A sweet composition, in truth, and one which shows that he and I are henceforth sworn enemies. One or the other must perish, that is clear." "Let it be him, sweet Rochester, let it be him," said the Countess, taking the letter and running her eye over the contents. "What says the villain?" she exclaimed at length, with her face burning as she read aloud some portions of Overbury's letter. "You and I will come to public trial before all the friends I have. They shall know what words have passed betwixt us heretofore. I have wrote the story betwixt you and me from the first hour to this day. Rochester, there is no time to be lost. He brings it on his own head. Let him take the consequences." But how?" cried Rochester. "How?" asked the Countess. "Is he not in the Tower? Is not my father Lord High Chamberlain? Are you not a privy councillor? Will the king refuse you anything you ask in reason? Rochester, means are not difficult if you will be firm. But place a secure man as lieutenant of the Tower, and leave the rest to me. What, would you have yourself overthrown by a worm, by a viper? Will you leave a snake to sting you, when, by one stroke of your heel, you can tread it into nothing? You have done all you have done, more than could be expected, to avoid the necessity he forces on you. You offered him rank, station, and high employment. He refused them all, and his own obstinacy sent him to the Tower. Now he would charge and calumniate you, knowing right well that slander always leaves part of its venom behind, whatever antidote we apply. He leaves you no choice. He forces you to declare that he or you must perish." "It is but true," replied Rochester, gazing on the ground somewhat gloomily, "and yet I would to heaven he did not force me to deal with him harshly." "Ay, but he does," exclaimed the Countess. "Tell me, if two men are in a sinking boat that will but bear one, has not the strongest every right to cast the other into the sea and save himself?" She paused for an answer, and her lover replied, "I think he has, but still he may regret to do it." "True," said Lady Essex, "true, and so do I, and so do you. But if that man were an enemy, who had brought him there only to take his life? He who weakly stands in fear of a man he can destroy deserves the fate that he spares the other. Had he been content to bear, even for some short time, with meekness and forbearance, the punishment he has called down on his own head, he might have lived on in peace for aught you would have said or I have done against him. But now, Rochester," she added, laying her fair and beautiful hand upon his arm, and speaking in a low but emphatic tone, "but now he must die. Do you mark me? He must die. It is not hate that makes me speak. We could have afforded to hate him, and yet let him live. I practise naught against the life of Essex, though heaven knows I have hated him enough. But to dread is different, to live in continual fear of what a fellow being may say, to know that our secrets are at the mercy of an enemy, to see him strive to curb us at his will, like a groom upon a managed horse, because he has got the bridle of fear between our jaws, is not an existence to be tolerated for an hour. Fling me, I say, such a rider to the dust and break his neck, or you are not half a man. This letter, this base and insolent letter, is his death warrant. And she struck it with the back of her fingers, with all the passion and vehemence of her nature. He has signed it with his own hand, she added. It is his own deed, and as he has planted the tree, so let him eat the fruit. But the means, cried Rochester. Where shall we find the means? Remember, such deeds leave marks behind them that may condemn us. Cold judges will not weigh the provocation, but only the act, will not think of how he drove us to destroy him, but punish us for his destruction. The king himself will suffer no private revenge. Remember the case of Sanquhar, where no prayers or entreaties would move him. Ay, but remember also, said the countess, that he was hated, you are loved. James smiled when he signed Sanquhar's warrant. Know you not why he looked so pleased? Was not Sanquhar a friend of that famous King of France, who so eclipsed the pale light of the Scottish star that he looked like Orion beside one of the little twinkling Pleiades? Did not Sanquhar stand by, unmoved by aught but laughter, when Henry vented a keen jest upon the birth of this British Solomon? And James paid him well. Him he detested, you he adores. Who does not that knows you, Rochester? And if this be so managed that no mighty hubbub is made about it, I will undertake the king shall aid you to conceal it, rather than punish you for an act most necessary. Besides, if I judge right, there may be things within the scope of your knowledge that this great monarch would not have told. I counsel you not to make him dread you, for that is too perilous. Show him all devotion, and there is no fear of his becoming an enemy to one who is so much his friend. Then, as for the rest, lend me your power, and I will give you the means. I will away with all speed to a certain serviceable woman whom I know, who will afford me good counsel as to what is to be done. But I must put off this gay apparel, and if you will be here to supper, I will have news for you. Hark, I hear my mother coming with my good Lord Northampton. He shall lend me his barge, and I will away. Let me go with you, said Rochester. What, in these fine feathers? Cried the countess, laughing as lightly as if her errand were but some pleasant scheme of momentary diversion. No, no, most noble lord, that would betray all. Another time you shall. Fair sir, she continued, turning to the Earl of Northampton as he entered, I beseech you, as your poor kinswoman and dependent, to lend me your lordship's barge for a short time. I have a secret expedition to the city, to visit a certain goldsmith, who must not know me, lest he charge his workmanship too dear. You will not deny me? She spoke in a gay and mocking tone, calculated to discover rather than to conceal the fact that she had some more important scheme to execute than that which she gave out. And the Earl of Northampton replied at once, It, as all else that I possess, fair lady, is at your devotion. Stay, I must order it. Nay, nay, said the countess, I will do so as I pass through the anteroom. Show him the letter, Rochester, and ask him simply what that man deserves who wrote it. Thus saying, she left the room, and Rochester placed the letter of Sir Thomas Overbury in the hands of the Lord Northampton, who had by this time become his chief friend and adviser at the court. The Earl read it twice, and then returning it, said in a marked tone, Death! A man, he added, who can betray the secrets confided to him is the worst sort of traitor, but he who can use them to intimidate another is lower than the common cutpurse upon the highway. Were this man out of prison, I should say, call him into some quiet corner of the park and draw your sword. As it is, I cannot so well advise you. The Countess of Suffolk made Rochester a sign not to continue the subject, and in a few minutes more Lady Essex reappeared, masked and habited with great simplicity. Now, she exclaimed, addressing Rochester, you may have the honour of handing me to the barge, or, if you like it better, may accompany me till I land near the bridge, and wait for me, like a humble slave, till I re-embark, for I will have no pert lover prying into where I go." Thus saying, she gave him her hand, and the Earl of Northampton, smiling as benignly on their criminal attachment as the Countess of Suffolk had done, conducted them to a door leading into the gardens, where he left them to pursue their way to the private stairs which were then attached to all the great houses that lined the banks of the Thames, from Whitehall to the City. Rochester and the Countess proceeded through the gardens, toying and jesting as they went, and then seated themselves in the barge, which speedily bore them down nearly to London Bridge. There the lady left her lover, and, followed by two men, entered upon the narrow streets of the metropolis, which she threaded till she reached the well-known house of Mrs. Turner. She paused in the little court and sent up one of the men to see if the respectable lady she came to visit was at home, and alone. "Say a lady wishes to see her," said the Countess. "Mind, sirrah, give no names, merely a lady." "I know, my lady," replied the man, who had accompanied his mistress more than once upon a similar errand, and entering the door, which stood open, he soon came back with tidings that good Mrs. Turner was within and disengaged. "Bless me, my lady," exclaimed Mrs. Turner, as soon as she saw the Countess, "I have not had the honour of a visit for I don't know how long, but I see that all has gone well with you. You could not look so fresh and so beautiful if you were not happy, though beautiful enough you were always, even when you were in the state of misery from which I had some little share in relieving you." Thanks, Mrs. Turner," replied the Countess. "The relief is not quite complete, but I think it will be soon. However, I have another business on hand, perhaps more important still. See that there is no one in that room, and lock the door." "Oh, there is no one, I am sure, my lady," said Mrs. Turner. "I take good care against eavesdroppers, but you shall see." And opening the door, which led to an inner chamber, she displayed a bedroom fitted up in a style of luxury which would have shamed a palace. Then she locked a door, which led from it to a back staircase, and tripping back on the tips of her toes, she sat down opposite to Lady Essex, saying, "Now, sweet lady, you see there is no one there, and if there be anything in all the world that I can do to serve you, I am ready. I am sure it is quite a pleasure to do anything for so great and generous a person." "That is all nonsense, Turner," replied the Countess. "What I have to do now cannot be a pleasure to anyone concerned, but it is forced upon me. Tell me, you who have such skilful means of gratifying hearts that love, have you not means of satisfying hate as well?" "Really, my lady, I don't know what you mean," said Mrs. Turner. "You must speak clearly, and I will give you a clear answer." "Pshaw!" cried the Countess impatiently. "Half of your trade, woman, is to understand at a mere hint. Tell me, if you had an enemy, one that you dreaded, one that rendered it necessary for your safety that he should be removed, could you not find the means, without much apparent dealing with him, to free yourself from your danger and from his enmity?" Mrs. Turner gazed silently in her face for a moment, and then, in a voice sunk to a whisper, asked, "Is it my lord your husband?" "He!" cried the Countess with a scoff. "But I have no husband," she added the moment after. "If you mean the Earl of Essex, poor creature, my hate ceased as soon as he ceased to trouble me. The idle bond between us will soon be snapped by the fingers of law, and henceforward I care no more about him than about any of the thousands who walk the streets of London, and whom I have never seen. No, it is another, a much less person, for you might fear to put your fingers in the peerage. But answer my question. Were such a case, could you not find means, I say?" "Perhaps I could, my lady," answered Mrs. Turner in a grave tone. "Perhaps I could." "Then you must make my hatred yours," replied the Countess, "and work against my enemies as if they were your own." "That I will, madam, I am sure, with all my heart," answered her worthy confederate. "But I must have help, my lady." "You shall have such assistance as shall render all easy," replied the Countess. "Ay," rejoined Mrs. Turner, "but what I mean is, I cannot undertake this thing alone. Good Dr. Foreman must give us assistance. I doubt you would not like bloodshed." No, answered the Countess. "There must be no blood, nothing to leave a trace of how the person died, quietly and secretly, and yet as speedily as may be." It will be difficult, madam, said Mrs. Turner, a very difficult thing indeed, for though one may get at their food so as to spice one dish to their taste for ever, yet if it is to be slow poison—" The countess started, and her warm cheek turned somewhat pale. "Is your ladyship ill?" asked Mrs. Turner. "No, no," answered the countess. "'Twas the word poison. Often," she added slowly and thoughtfully, "we must make use of means we do not like to hear named, and the heart shrinks at a word that is most bold in action. But it matters not. Poison, aye, poison, so let it be. Why should the sound scare me? Poison. Well, woman, what was it thou wert saying?" "Why, please you, my lady, that if slow poison is to be used, we must bribe some man who has constant access to the person, for it must be given daily." "None shall have access but yourself and those you send," replied the countess. "All food may pass through your hands, and yet I wish this were not to be done. Would that it could be accomplished boldly and openly without such silent, secret dealings, and that is impossible in this case." "Oh dear, my lady," replied Mrs. Turner in a soothing tone, "you need not distress yourself about it. You do not know how frequently such things happen." "Ah, is it often done?" exclaimed the countess. "Daily, madam," said Mrs. Turner. "Many a rich old miser finds the way to heaven by the tender love his heir bears to his money bags. Many a jealous husband troubles his lady's peace no more after she has learnt the secret of deliverance. Many a wise man's secrets find a quiet deposit in the churchyard, which otherwise might have been noised abroad. Many a poor girl, betrayed and wearied of, finds peace by the same hand that took it from her. But that's a shame, I say, and such means should only be used against the strong and the dangerous." The countess smiled bitterly. "Yes," she said, looking down, "there are gradations even in such things as these, and dire necessity still justifies the act that else were criminal. And so 'tis often done, good Mrs. Turner. I have heard of it, but knew not it was frequent." "Oh yes, my lady," answered the fiend. "Scarce a day, I am sure not a week, passes without a stone being put up by mourning friends in memory of those they would fain forget. And once the earth is shuffled in, you know, it matters little how the dead man went. In truth, to most men, 'tis a charity to cut them off from a few years of sorrow. 'Tis a sad world, full of cares, my lady, and I know that too, poor creature as I am. Here they are, pressing me hard for the rent of my house, and where am I to get it I am sure I cannot tell." "There," said the countess, throwing a purse upon the table, "and if you skilfully accomplish that which is needed, you shall be rich." The woman seized her hand to kiss it, but the countess drew it away, as if a serpent stung her. "Come, no foolery," she said. "You know I pay well for services, but they must be rendered duly. I have told you that this person shall be entirely in your power. You shall have every opportunity to practise on him your skill. He shall be altogether in your hands. Is there anything more you need?" "He," said Mrs. Turner, laughing with a low titter. "I thought first it was a woman, till your ladyship said he, for ladies have not, in general, such enmities to men." "My friendships are the friendships of my friends," cried the countess. "Their hate, my hate. 'Tis not that this man has injured me, but he is dangerous to one I love. He must die. See you the means. I have heard that the late Queen Catherine of France was so well served in cases such as these, that those whom she dreaded or disliked disappeared as if by magic. The smelling of a nosegay, a pair of scented gloves, a cup of fragrant wine, would clear her court in a few hours of those who cumbered it." "All tales, my lady," replied Mrs. Turner, "except perhaps the wine. I doubt not that she did deliver herself of enemies by such means, and those the best, too, she could employ. But odours to kill must be strong scents indeed, and 'tis more like some friendly valet helped to season the soup of the good monsieur, than that he took the poison by the nose. However, there is one thing I can say, that there is no secret in the sciences with which my friend, good Dr. Foreman, is unfurnished, and moreover that he will employ them all to please your ladyship." "Well, consult him then," said Lady Essex. "Let him know that his reward is sure. Think you he has ever practised in this sort before?" "I must not say that, my lady," replied Mrs. Turner with a shrewd look, but I know well that in this country, and in many others too, he has served great men in various ways, aye, kings and princes, and I suspect their foes have had cause to know it too. But he is as secret as the grave, and never babbles of the things he has done." "That is the man we want," said the Countess. "Speak to him about the matter, and let me know what he says." "That I will, my lady," answered Mrs. Turner. "But who is the gentleman we have to deal with?" "You shall know hereafter," replied Lady Essex. "What I have said is sufficient for the present." "Nay, but dear lady," urged her infamous confederate, "I fear Dr. Forman may not like to engage in the matter without knowing who the person is. I have no curiosity for my part." "Why should he hesitate?" demanded the Countess sharply. "One man must, to him, be the same as another, if what you have said of him be true. The butcher asked not where the ox he slays was bred or fattened, what green meadows fed it, from what streams it drank. The blow that ends it is all he has to think of, and so let it be here." "I doubt that will not satisfy him, my lady," said Mrs. Turner. "There are some great men he might not like to deal with. Any of his kind friends and patrons would give him pain to injure. Perhaps this very gentleman may have been favourable to him, may have employed him in things of the same kind." "'Tis not likely," answered the Countess with a gloomy smile. "But if he have, he will employ him no farther. The walls of a prison are round him, from which he will ne'er pass out alive. However, as your friend cannot penetrate into the tower to tell the secret to him who must die, and as he dare not, I think, betray it to any other, the man is Sir Thomas Overbury." And she fixed her beautiful eyes steadfastly upon the countenance of Mrs. Turner, as if to read the effect which her words produced upon the woman's mind. It was not such as she expected, for the passion in her own heart gave even her victim higher importance than he had possessed in the eyes of others. "What, Sir Thomas Overbury!" exclaimed Mrs. Turner in some surprise. "The friend of my Lord of Rochester?" "He was his friend," replied the Countess with marked emphasis, "but now—" She left the sentence unconcluded, and Mrs. Turner exclaimed, "Ah, I see how it is. I understand it all now. Such friends may become dangerous, lady. He may have secrets of my Lord of Rochester's which must not be betrayed, perhaps some of the king's too." "Perhaps so," answered the Countess. "All we know, however, is that he lies a close prisoner in the Tower by the king's own order, that no man, except such as have licence from his Majesty himself, is permitted to speak with him on pain of high displeasure, and that it were better for all parties that such things were brought to an end. See to it, good Mrs. Turner, see to it, and come up to me at Northampton House to-night at supper-time. The Earl will then be in the country, and you will find Lord Rochester and myself alone. If you have seen this Dr. Forman, then, you may bring him with you. And so, farewell." Thus saying, the Countess left her, hurried to the barge, and seating herself by her lover's side, was rowed back to Northampton House. But as she went, she vainly endeavoured to assume the light gaiety which she had displayed as they came, for the terrible conversation which she had just held with her instrument still cast its shadow upon her. While the act was merely a matter of vague contemplation, she had felt it but little, but, as with those who approach to climb a mountain, which at a distance looked soft and easy of ascent, she found the task more fearful than she had anticipated when she came to deal with the details. Even her bold and resolute spirit felt oppressed with the first steps to the terrible crime that was to be committed. The very lowness and pettiness of the means to be employed had something strangely horrible to her imagination, which she could not shake off. She sat silent and gloomy then, as the boat glided over the water, and Rochester easily divined that preparations were already made for the dark act they meditated. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. One wing of the old palace in the Tower, which has long since been swept away, was at this time, when the King's general residence was at Whitehall, given up to those prisoners of state who were not committed to that close custody which debarred them from a general communication with their fellow men. This was the habitation of William Seymour about a week after the period when the Lady Arabella was conveyed from Lambeth to Highgate. He had, in the first instance, been placed in the Beauchamp Tower, but had been removed to make way for Sir Thomas Overbury, and he now had larger apartments and better accommodation than before, as well as the range of the whole extent of the Tower itself, though the liberty of passing the gates, which he had at one time enjoyed, was denied him. From time to time he received the visits of various friends, and Markham was with him every day, bearing him tidings or short notes from his beloved wife, though their correspondence could not be so full as during the period of her confinement at the house of Sir Thomas Parry. The intervals of solitude to which he was subjected during those various parts of the day were passed in writing, reading, and meditating schemes of escape, and often, in deep reflection, he paced the old halls and corridors of the palace, pausing from time to time, as the sunshine penetrated through the tall windows, and fell upon mementos of men and ages gone, to read the homily it afforded of the transitory nature of all human things. He was one day, standing thus employed, gazing at a spot on the wall where some hand had carved the name of Edward Plantagenet, and wondering to which of all the many distinguished persons who had borne that appellation the inscription referred, when a gentleman, whom he knew well, named Sir Robert Killigrew, approached with the sauntering and meditative step of a prisoner, and gave him the good morning. "I was coming to seek you, sir," said Killigrew, "to pay you my respects as your fellow captive, which I have been since last night." "May I ask on what cause, Sir Robert?" demanded Seymour. "You would be long in divining," answered the knight. "That I may well be," replied Seymour, "for as things now go on in England, there is not an act in all the wide range of those which man can perform that may not, by the elastic stretching of the law, the cunning of the bad, and the indifference of all the rest, be construed into some crime worthy of imprisonment." "It is but too true," replied Killigrew. "My crime was but speaking a few words with poor Sir Thomas Overbury, who called to me when I passed his window, as I was returning from a visit to my poor friend Raleigh. For this mighty misdemeanour I was committed from the council table, and here I am, your servant at command, so far as services may be rendered within the walls of the Tower." "I must not welcome you, Sir Robert," replied Seymour, "for it were no friendly act to see you gladly here. What news was stirring when you left the court?" "Good faith, but little," answered the knight, "except that Rochester exceeds all bounds in favour, impudence, rapacity, and rashness. The functions of all offices of the state are now monopolised by him. There's not a privy councillor can wag his beard unless my Lord of Rochester give leave, and if a suitor have ever so just a claim, good faith, his gold must flow into the favourite's purse before he can obtain a hearing. He rules the court and the state, and were it not for Abbot, would rule the church too, I believe. But the Archbishop frowns upon him and holds out against the nullity of his fair countess's marriage with Lord Essex." "What does he do for want of Overbury?" asked Seymour. "Good faith, when I heard that the knight was arrested, I fancied that the favourite's day was at an end." "Heaven and the King forgive you!" cried Killigrew. "Why, it was Rochester himself did it. That is known to all the world nowadays, and as to how he does without him, he pins himself upon my Lord Northampton, that learned piece of popish craft. He is with him daily, hourly, and by his advice rules all his actions, as he did by Overbury's." "Poor Overbury," said Seymour. "I have no cause to love him, but yet I cannot help pitying a man cast down by that bitterest stroke of adversity, the falsehood and ingratitude of a friend." "I pity him too," replied Killigrew, "which was the cause why I stayed to speak to him. I know not what he has done to injure or offend you, sir, that you say you have no cause to love him, but he seems most anxious to see you, which, indeed, I was coming to tell you, though I cannot advise you to give way to his request, for by doing so, perhaps, you may injure yourself with the lieutenant of the Tower, who, it seems, already dreads he shall be dismissed for the short conversation I had with his prisoner." "Oh, Wade is a good friend of mine," answered Seymour. "He is under some obligations to my house. What did Sir Thomas say?" "As near as I can recollect," replied Sir Robert Killigrew, "that it would be a great consolation to him if he could speak with you or the Lady Arabella. But take care what you do, for I cannot but think that it is rash to make the attempt. The king's orders are most strict, that no one, not his nearest friends, not his own father, should have a moment's interview with him." "I will see him, nevertheless, if it be possible," answered Seymour. "The man who could refuse consolation, however small, to a poor captive shut out from human intercourse, must have a cold heart indeed, let the risk be what it may. I am sure you do not regret your captivity for such a cause, Sir Robert." "I regret my captivity, whatever be the reason," replied the knight, "but yet I would do the same tomorrow, I confess." "Well, I will go watch my opportunity," replied Seymour. "No one can tell what changes may be made, but if they remove him to the bell tower beneath the lantern, or to one of the dungeons, the occasion will be missed." "Farewell, then, for the present," replied Sir Robert Killigrew. "I had better not accompany you." "Perhaps not," said Seymour. Bidding him adieu, and then taking his way towards the tower in which Sir Thomas Overbury was confined, he passed once or twice under the windows without looking up, seeing that there were several persons in the open space between the walls. At length Overbury's window opened, but Seymour marked what he did not, that there was a workman wheeling a barrow round the other side of the tower, and taking another turn he came back again and looked around. "Hist, hist!" cried the prisoner. "Speak to me for a moment, Mr. Seymour." "I shall be back in an instant," replied the other, "when I make sure that we are not observed." In a few minutes he again paused beneath the window, the sill of which was nearly level with his head, but a little above, and looking up, he said, "Now, Sir Thomas, the workmen have gone to dinner. There is no one on the walls. What would you say?" Many things," answered Overbury, "but the time is short, and I cannot say all. I have injured you, Mr. Seymour, you and the Lady Arabella too. I would fain have your forgiveness, and beseech hers. I did it to serve a faithless man who has placed me within these bars. I it was who informed the king of your meetings and brought about your ruin. Had I known that you were married, I would have cut out my tongue ere I had uttered those words." "But did you not likewise, Sir Thomas, write to warn her to escape?" asked Seymour. "I have heard so on good authority, and that such was one of your offences with the king." I did," answered the knight, "but it was too late." "Well, then," rejoined Seymour, "the good act blots out the bad one. You have my forgiveness freely, Sir Thomas, and I may well assure you of my dear wife's also, for she it was who wrote to tell me you had done so, with words of kindness and gratitude." "God's blessing upon her!" cried the captive, "but I would fain do more. You are aware, sir, doubtless, that a permission in due form under the king's own hand was given for the lady's marriage to a subject. Why not use it for a justification?" "It has been urged already," replied Seymour, "but the king heeds it not. It was given to the Lady Arabella by the Countess of Shrewsbury, and we have demanded, all of us, if we have been guilty, that a public trial should take place. But the laws are now the common mockery of every idle fellow at the court." "It is so indeed," replied Sir Thomas Overbury in a sad tone. "I know it but too feelingly. So that is vain," he added after a moment's thought. "Then you have nothing left but flight." "How can it be effected?" asked Seymour in a doubtful tone. "By you, as easily as the wind waves yonder flag," replied the knight. "Oh, had I but your liberty to walk about unwatched, I would place the seas betwixt myself and England ere 3 days were over." But how?" demanded Seymour. "If you show me how, I will thank you indeed." "In 1,000 ways," answered the captive. "Why not, in a workman's dress, at some unsuspected hour, take yonder barrow and wheel it through the gates? Who would stop you? Who would ask a question? I have seen it done 12 times at least. Why not, habited as a carter, follow some empty waggon that has brought billets or merchandise into the fortress?" "The plan is not a bad one, in truth," said Seymour. "Perhaps, if driven to it, I may execute it." "Driven to it!" exclaimed Sir Thomas Overbury. "Is not every man who is detained a captive here unjustly driven to take measures for his own deliverance? Or do you expect that the king will be mollified and give his kind consent to your reunion with your fair wife? Ah, my good sir, you do not know the man. Were you aware of all that I could tell, you would entertain no hope. Dark and dreadful, sir, Dark and dreadful are the secrets of that palace at Whitehall. But if they mind not what they do, and continue this persecution of an innocent man, those secrets shall be told, let them affect whom they may." "I beseech you, Sir Thomas Overbury," said Seymour, "be careful. Remember, rash words may provoke revenge, and you are in the hands of men both powerful and unscrupulous. Threats, I fear, will avail but little." "I have no other means," exclaimed Sir Thomas vehemently. "The hope of truth, kindness, or justice from them is vain. 'Tis but from their fears that I can entertain any expectations. But hush!" he exclaimed. "Hush! Walk on, walk on. I see the lieutenant coming along the wall." Seymour, who was himself hidden by the tower, instantly proceeded in the direction of another building, some way before him, with his arms folded on his chest and his eyes bent down to the ground, in meditation on what he had just heard. He knew not that the lieutenant was coming in the opposite direction, but after he had walked forward about 100 yards, that officer came down by some steps from the wall, and joined him, saying, "Give you good morning, sir. I hope you are well to-day." "As well as one can be, Wade, in this place," replied Seymour, "and that is not too well." "Faith, sir, I do not know," answered Wade. "I feel myself very well here, and do not wish to change." "I am sure I hope you may remain, Wade," replied the prisoner, "as it satisfies yourself, and your loss would be a sad stroke on me." "Yet, Mr. Seymour, I am afraid we must both make up our mind to my going," said the lieutenant. "The crows of the court are picking a hole in my coat, because a gentleman, passing through, spoke for a few moments with Sir Thomas Overbury at his window, and I am to be dismissed, it seems. Sir Gervase Elwes has given the Lord Rochester £1,000, I hear, to have the post, so he is sure to get it. He may have more to give before he has done, however." "To what amount do you think?" asked Seymour with a smile. "The rapacity of these people is somewhat extensive." "To the amount of his conscience and his soul, perhaps," replied the officer in a meaning tone. "But these things do not do to talk of, Mr. Seymour, and if they drive me out so unjustly, I should much like to take some who are within these walls along with me." "Would to heaven you would make me of the number," replied Seymour. The lieutenant gazed at him with a smile, and then answered, "You know, sir, that there is not a man in the Tower whom I would sooner see out of this than yourself, from gratitude to my good Lord of Hertford. But in these matters, sir, every one must take care of himself, and I fear I must not do anything to help you out." "Thanks for your good wishes, Wade, at all events," replied Seymour. "So poor Sir Thomas Overbury is kept a close prisoner?" "Too close, sir," said the lieutenant. "Too close not to make men think that the offence charged against him is but a pretext, and that there is darker work below. I am not a man to serve their purposes, however, and I fancy my crime is more refusing to let some prisoners have access to him than permitting others. My Lord of Rochester sent a man here yesterday morning to wait upon him, as he said, a fellow whose look I love not. So I told him that no one should wait upon a close prisoner in my custody but my own servants. For them I can be answerable, not for others. This is my true fault, sir, but you must be good enough in your walks not to approach the Beauchamp Tower, whatever you do, as, if any one is seen speaking with the poor man again, I must place him in a less convenient room, and I do not wish to deal harshly with one I so much pity." "You are a good fellow, Wade," replied Seymour, shaking his hand, and leaving the lieutenant, he walked on, saying to himself, "This is something gained. Wade will shut his eyes as far as possible, that is clear. Escape, then, will be easy, but it must be executed before he is removed." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. The morning meal was over at the house of Mr. Conyers, and the Lady Arabella, rising from the table, approached one of the windows which stood open, and gazed out upon the green lawn and the fine old trees, while an expression of deep melancholy came over her face, which had before been cheerful. As she thus stood, the master of the mansion approached her, saying, "'Tis a beautiful day, lady. Would you not like to walk forth?" "Not yet," answered Arabella. I was thinking, Mr. Conyers, how quietly life might pass in such a sweet place as this, without ever stirring beyond those walls, and I was asking myself what it was that made confinement within them so burdensome. Here I have almost all that heart could desire, a kind host and hostess, every luxury that wealth can afford, fine sights before my eyes, sweet sounds for my ear, the gentle breath of summer fanning my brow, and space as large to roam through at my will as, to say sooth, a woman's feeble frame can well wander over untired. And yet I cannot school my heart to content." Mr. Conyers did not know well how to answer her. He was not willing to jar a thoughtful mind with a trite commonplace, and therefore he only inquired, "Pray, how did you settle the question, dear lady?" "I asked myself if liberty was all that I wanted," continued Arabella, "that bright spectre, the reality of which man can never know on earth, for if we be not slaves to others, we are still slaves to our own infirmities, and this flesh is the true prison after all. But I have never sought much liberty. I have been right willing to bow my designs to those of others, to yield ready obedience where, perhaps, I had a right to resist, striving to make my own heart my world, where no one can forbid the spirit from wandering in the garden which itself has planted. I have sought little else but that. I will tell you what it is that makes even this sweet spot a prison. It is not that I cannot pass those gates, for, were I happier, I should never wish to pass them. I have no desire for the wide world, but it is that those I love can never enter them, that the friends who are dearest, the hearts that cherish me, the souls with which mine is linked, have no admission here. I will go weep," she cried, suddenly dashing a tear from her dark eyelashes. "I will go weep, and I shall be better then." Thus saying, she quitted the room, while Mr. Conyers stood in the window with a sad and thoughtful brow. "I will be a gaoler no longer," he said after a pause. "This sweet girl is shamefully ill-treated, and if an Englishman's rights and liberties be really valuable, they should be as dear to me in the person of another as of myself. I have served the king well enough, without having this task thrust upon me. I will be a gaoler no longer, and so I'll tell the king to-morrow when I see him." "What are you muttering there, Conyers?" asked his wife, who was still sitting at the table. "I was saying, Joan," replied Mr. Conyers, "that I have had enough of a bad and disgraceful task, which no one had a right to force upon me, without even asking my consent. Let the servants know that the strict watch which I have seen kept up without my orders displeases me." "But it was by the king's orders," replied the lady, "and you forget that you lose all chance of promotion if you disobey." "Out upon promotion at such a price," replied her husband. "I have yielded to this too long. I am not a turnkey. My servants are not spies, or if they are, they shall stay no longer here. If the king must have such vermin, let him keep them himself. I will not. What right had he to impose such a trade upon me? And as I have never promised to obey, I will do so no more. I even reproach myself that I have done it so long already. The grief of the sweet lady touches me. Were she harsh and vehement, proud and indignant under injustice, I might feel it less. But she bears her wrongs with such gentle meekness, even when she feels them most poignantly, that it were a base heart indeed which did not share her sorrow and take its part with her." "Well, Conyers," answered the lady, "I grieve for her too, but I see no cause why you should sacrifice yourself for others, and you must recollect that if she were anywhere else she might be treated still more harshly." "That comforts me for the past," answered her husband. "If I had refused to receive her, others would have been found to undertake any base work that a king may require of a subject, but I can bear it no longer, and at all events none shall give orders in my house but myself. Baldock," he continued, as a servant entered to clear the table, "call the men and women of the household hither, my own, I mean, not the Lady Arabella's people." The servant retired, and Mr. Conyers walked with a hasty step up and down the room, still murmuring to himself, "It is too much." In a few minutes, the greater part of the household, which, as was the case in every gentleman's establishment of those days, was about 5 times as numerous as at present, was arrayed at the further end of the room, displaying a number of somewhat anxious faces, for their master's summons had been accompanied by an intimation from him who bore it that Mr. Conyers seemed somewhat angry. "Shut the door," said that gentleman. "Now, mark me, men and maids, I have seen things that I dislike, no matter what, but a spy is a thing I dislike, a base, unworthy animal which I will drive forth from my house like mice or rats, or any other vermin. Let me have none of them, or if I catch them, beware their ears. You all know me well. I love my people as my own family, while they are honest and true. But no person, not the highest in the land, has a right to give orders in this house but myself, and if those orders are disgraceful to a good man of an upright heart, I will find means to punish him who obeys them. You all understand me, so away without a word." "Well, Conyers, you know best," replied his wife, as the servants withdrew, "but I cannot help thinking—" "Do not think at all, good wife," replied her husband, "except about puddings and pies. In this matter I am determined, so take care that I have no meddling. Tomorrow I go to the king, and shall tell him what I think. He may send me to the Tower if he pleases, for it seems he may put an English gentleman in jail at his will, but he has no power to make him a jailer." While these events were taking place below, Arabella retired to her room, and for some time gave way to tears. She had just wiped away the drops from her eyes when Idamara entered and approached her in silence, gazing upon that fair face on which the recent marks of grief were still evident. "Dear lady, you are very sad," said Idamara at length, "but nevertheless I am in great hopes that in a few days you will be free. I told you last night what I had heard, that the difficulties respecting the papers of the ship were all removed, and that this day she would be prepared to sail to whatever port you like." "God send it," answered Arabella, "for though I am better in health, Ida, I am very gloomy. This long absence from my husband, the difficulties and dangers of this enterprise, the long, widespread, misty blank of the future, all rise up before my mind and agitate and terrify me." Idamara continued for some minutes in conversation with her mistress, trying to soothe and cheer her, and when she had in some degree succeeded, she added, "I hope I shall have more news for you in an hour, for I must now go forth and see someone who has written, asking me to come along the road to Hornsey. I do not know the hands, but it is in good Italian, and may come from some of your friends." "Well, go then, go, Ida," replied the lady, "but take care. I always fear for you, after that adventure you told me of in London. And what should I do without you, my dear girl?" "I have often thought of that, lady," replied Idamara, "but I have less fear now. You have friends here, and there are fortunate circumstances more than you know of." "Indeed," said Arabella, "what may they be?" "First," answered Idamara, "Mr. Conyers has just told the servants that he will have no spying into your actions, and is angry that you have been so watched. This is a great point gained, for servants soon learn to take the tone of their masters. But there is something more which I have thought, for these 3 days, to speak to you about. I often ask myself if the king's will, or anything else, were to take me away from you, what would you do for assistance? Your maid Jane is faithful enough, I believe, but she wants quickness, forethought, and skill. A day or 2 ago, however, I found that you have another friend in the house, the good woman Maud, who often comes in to see if she can help you." "Indeed," cried Arabella, "I should not have thought it, for she is somewhat rude and uncouth in speech." "Ah, dearest lady," replied Idamara, shaking her head, "they say in my country that the sweetest oranges have the roughest rinds. She came 3 days ago into my chamber and talked long about you. The good soul wept when she spoke of all that you have suffered, and said such words of the king as would send her into prison, were they heard. She said she was born upon the lands of your grandfather, Sir William Cavendish, and I am sure, quite sure, from all she told me, that you may trust to her entirely. She was sent here, it seems, the day of your arrival, to see what was in the packet that Markham brought. She laughed when she told me, saying that, as it was, there was nothing in it which might not be mentioned, but if there had been, she would have lost her eyes for the time, at all events. She is clever, too, and shrewd, though in a homely way, but I am sure you might trust her, lady, if anything should take me from you." "Ida, tell me the truth," said Arabella with an anxious look. "Have you heard anything that makes you suspect such a separation? Do you believe that it is about to take place? "No, lady, no, dear lady," replied the fair Italian girl. "I have heard nothing but what I have told you in truth. I would not deceive you on any account. No, not for your own good, for it is not right, and I never saw anything but evil come of doing wrong. I know not how it was, but when I saw this note written in a hand I did not know, a foolish fancy came across my mind. I do not well know what, a fear, no, scarcely a fear, a doubt, and I determined, ere I went, to tell you what I thought of Maud." "I wish you would not go, Ida," said the lady. "Indeed, I wish you would not go." "Nay, but I must," answered Ida Mara. "They may wish to see me about some point of vital consequence on which your welfare would depend. I must go, indeed, and the sun is getting high, so that I ought not to tarry longer. I will be back again with all speed, dear lady. It was a foolish fancy of mine, idle and groundless, I am sure." Thus saying, she kissed Arabella's hand and withdrew. For several minutes the lady sat in sad and apprehensive meditation, with her eyes cast down towards the ground, but then she rose with a sigh, and covering her head, walked out into the grounds, sauntering slowly along in the sunshine. After that she sat herself down at the foot of an old oak, the wide contorted branches of which, with their thick covering of leaves, afforded a pleasant shade. Musing sadly, she there remained for near an hour, raising her eyes from time to time towards the gates, which she still kept within sight. Ida Mara, however, did not appear, and Arabella became anxious. In about a quarter of an hour Mrs. Conyers came out and joined her, trying to give her consolation after her fashion, but she was not a person with whom the poor captive's heart could feel at ease. She knew her to be worldly and selfish, and though devoted to her husband and obedient to his wishes, there was a great difference in the manners of the two, even when doing the same things, which Arabella felt with all the sensitiveness of misfortune. Her presence then, under the anxiety which oppressed her, was a burden rather than a relief, and after remaining out of courtesy for about a quarter of an hour, she rose and went back to her apartments. Time passed, and Ida Mara did not come, and at length Arabella, giving way to the feeling she could not restrain, wept long and bitterly. Rousing herself at length, she called her maid from a neighbouring room. "Tell Cobham," she said, "to come to me instantly." "Ida has not returned?" she asked, with a last lingering hope. "No, my lady," replied the maid. "Mistress Ida went out near 3 hours ago, and has not yet come back. I wonder what can have become of her." "Send Cobham here," repeated Arabella in a faint tone, and sitting down again, she leaned her head upon her hand, with a sickening feeling of desolation at her heart. "Cobham," she said, as soon as the man appeared, "I am anxious about my poor Ida Mara. She went out 3 hours ago to take a short walk towards Hornsey, expecting to be back immediately, but she has never returned, and I fear some evil has befallen her. I wish you would take another man and seek for her in that direction. Make inquiries of all the people that you see, and bring me word what they say. You know how dearly I love her." "So does everybody, madam," replied the man. "I would rather lose my hand than that any ill should befall her. I will leave nothing undone to find her, lady, and be back as soon as possible." It was nearly evening when he returned, but he returned alone, and Arabella, when from the window she saw him coming, hastened out herself to meet him. "Have you no news?" she cried. "Have you no news?" "Nothing satisfactory, lady," replied the man, "but I met a gentleman about half an hour ago, who, when I made inquiries of him, drew me aside from the other man and asked me my name. I told him, and he then gave me this note for you, telling me to bear it to you with all speed, and to deliver it in secret. He said, moreover, that some of the king's people had been about all the morning, adding, he doubted not, that they had taken the young gentlewoman, perhaps before the council. I came back to bring you the note, leaving my companion to pursue the search, and now I will go back to him, though I fear it will be in vain." "Go, go, good Cobham," replied Arabella, concealing the note in her bosom with a trembling hand, "but be back at night, for I may need you. And yet, no," she added, "I will not be so selfish. Seek my poor Ida wherever she is likely to be found. Bring me some tidings of her at all events." "But if they have taken her away to the court," answered the servant, They will never let me bring her back." "It is not that I fear," said Arabella. "If she be at court, she is at least in safety. But there are other things I dread, good Cobham. She has enemies, as who has not? Seek for her then till dark, and if you find her not, set out by daybreak tomorrow for the court. To hear that she is there will be a relief to me. But I much fear, it is not so. You will there gain tidings, however, whether she has been brought before the king or not. If she have, I shall be satisfied. But indeed, I must have tidings of her." "You shall, madam, if human power can gain them," replied the man, and while he proceeded to execute his task, Arabella returned to the house. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. "No news of her, no news of her," said Arabella, addressing in a sad tone the maid Jane, who was arranging some articles of dress in her room. "Indeed, lady," replied the maid, with a manner so much less earnest than Arabella's own feelings, that it seemed to her harsh and cold. "Indeed, lady, I am sorry to hear that, but I dare say the king's people have got hold of her. They tried to question me one night at Greenwich, and when I said I had nothing to tell, they threatened to apprehend me and bring me before the council." "I trust it is into their hands she has fallen," said her mistress, "for then she has nothing to fear. Now leave me, good girl, for I would fain think over this matter." The maid obeyed, and the moment she was gone Arabella locked the door, drew forth the note from her bosom, and read it with eager eyes. As she did so she trembled violently, and sank down into a chair, murmuring, "Alone, alone, all this to be done, and no one to help me. Oh, Ida, it was cruel to take you from me. What is to be done? My thoughts are all in confusion. How can I ever carry this through by myself?" And bending down her head, she leaned her forehead upon her hand, and closed her eyes as if seeking to still the busy and hurrying images of danger and disaster which whirled through her brain. "But the good woman, Maud," she said at length. "Ida told me she would give me aid. Oh, can I trust her? And even if I can, 'tis sad to have none but a stranger to rely on for support. Oh, Ida, dear, good friend, where art thou now? But it must be done. That girl Jane I can place no trust in. She is cold and selfish, ay, and dull too. I must speak to the woman Maud, and that directly." And rising, she unlocked the door and called the maid. "Jane," she said, "I wish you to remove all those things from the end of the room into that little cabinet there, and—" "Dear lady," exclaimed the girl, interrupting her, "I can never do it by myself. I must have one of the men to help me." "I was going to say you cannot do it by yourself," replied Arabella, "but I will not have the men brought hither. Go and call good Mistress Maud. She is strong and willing, and I know her." The girl obeyed, and in a few minutes returned with the person she had been sent to seek. Having received the directions of the lady, they proceeded to execute them, and Arabella continued to gaze upon them as they did so, with a hesitating, uncertain look, as if she wished to speak, yet was afraid. At length, however, when they were done, she broke silence, saying, "My poor Ida, whom they have taken from me, tells me, Maud, that you were born upon my grandfather's estate at Hardwick, in Derbyshire. I should like much to talk with you about it, but have something to do just now. Can you come to me in an hour?" "Oh yes, dear lady," replied the good woman. "I'll come without fail. I often wished to tell you, but did not venture to speak to so great a lady." "A very poor one now," replied Arabella, "and never a proud one, Maud. Pray come." "That I will, madam," answered the servant, and retired. For half an hour more the maid Jane continued to bustle about the chamber, doing but little, yet fancying herself very busy. At the end of that time, however, she left the room, and before the hour was fully gone, Maud was standing by the side of Arabella's chair. The question of Hardwick and Sir William Cavendish was soon discussed, and Arabella, looking up in the good servant's face, said, in a sad tone, "My good mother, whom you talk of, Never thought to see her child so unhappy as I am, and she was spared the sight." "'Tis a sad case, dear lady, 'tis a sad case," replied the servant. "When I think of it, and how little you deserve such treatment, I could tear the eyes out of that king, or cry." "And now," said Arabella, "they have taken Ida Mara from me, at the very moment I needed aid and comfort most, and have none to help me." "Don't say that, lady, don't say that," cried the good woman. "I am not like Mistress Ida, to be sure, for she is as gentle and clever a young lady as I am a rough and dull poor creature, but still I will help you in any way that you may command, cost what it may." "Will you indeed?" asked Arabella, taking her hand and gazing up earnestly in her face. "That I will, lady," replied the maid, "even if it goes with my head. I never knew any one that would not help you. You get round everybody's heart, and my poor master is half mad at being made your gaoler. You have nothing to do but to command. I will obey you, without one care for the rest." Arabella covered her eyes with her hands and burst into a violent and sobbing fit of tears, for the words of affection and kindness, in moments of deep sorrow and anxiety, seem, by their gentle touch, to unfetter the strongest feelings of the heart, and leave them to break forth in unrestrained emotion. She soon recovered, however, and pressing the servant's hand in both her own, she cried, "Thank you, thank you. Mr. Conyers said something about going to the king tomorrow. Do you know when he sets out?" "At 2, madam," said the good woman. "His horses are ordered at that hour, and Mrs. Conyers goes with him." "Oh, that will just do," exclaimed the lady, "for the hour named is 3. I must send the girl Jane away on some pretence." "Oh, I will give her occupation, madam," replied Maud, "and if you want people out of the way, that is the best time of all, for there is a match of football on Highgate Green, and most of the men my master does not take with him will be there, I dare say, for when the cat's away the mice will play, you know, lady. Pray, have you any one you love coming to see you? If you have, I will take care that gates shall open and doors be undone, without any one knowing aught about it." "No," answered Arabella timidly, and looking anxiously in the woman's face to mark the effect produced by what she was about to say. "It is not that, good Maud, but on the contrary, I am going to see those I love." The woman looked surprised, and paused a moment thoughtfully without reply. "Well, it does not matter," she said at length. "Whatever you wish, I will do, lady, but I hope you have friends without to take care of you when you are there." "Many," answered Arabella, "many, good Maud, watching for me anxiously. If therefore you can contrive to give occupation to my girl Jane, and come to me as soon as ever your master and mistress are gone out, you will confer an everlasting obligation upon one who will never be unthankful, whether she have the means of showing her gratitude or not." "Fear not, lady, fear not, sweet lady," replied Maud. "Nothing shall stop me, and now I understand what you mean, all shall be ready. But I suppose we shall have Master Cobham to help us?" "Alas, no," replied the lady. "He is seeking for poor Ida, and I fear will have occupation enough." "Well, well, we can do without," rejoined Maud, "but I had better go now, for fear people should suspect anything." During the many hours which had yet to run ere Arabella's project of escape could be executed, as may be well supposed, her mind continued in a state of agitation and alarm, which would have overthrown her corporeal powers and rendered her unfit for the task, had not the sweet hope of seeing him she so dearly loved given her support and strength. Sleep visited her eyelids but little, and the very effort she made to overcome her apprehensions and invigorate herself for the performance of her purpose but tended to unnerve her. She did her best, however, to appear cheerful and at ease in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Conyers, and time, though his wings seemed cut during the first hours of the morning, at length brought about the moment she desired. A little after 2 she saw the coach, which contained her host and hostess, roll away from the door of the house, followed by all the train of servants and horses which were the customary accompaniments of ever so short a journey in those days, with people of wealth and station. Almost immediately afterwards, while she was waiting in agitated expectation for the coming of the good woman Maud, her maid Jane entered and asked her mistress's permission to go out for a short time, adding, in a deprecatory tone, I have not been beyond the gates for more than a fortnight." Arabella gave the permission with almost too much readiness, and in 10 minutes after she saw a gay party of men and maids take their way up the gravel walk. The next instant there was a tap at the door, and Maud came in, exclaiming, "Now, lady, now the house is quite clear. There is nobody left but the cook and myself, and the old butler who is in the buttery at the back of the house, corking the wine, and grumbling at the young lads for leaving him alone, though he has given them permission. I have brought you a cup of wine and a manchet to strengthen you for your walk." "But I must dress first," cried Arabella, whose limbs would scarcely support her. "I must not go in this garb." "Take some wine, lady, take some wine," said her companion. "There is much courage in the bottle. What dress shall I give you?" Arabella put her lips to the cup which the woman held, and took a small portion of the wine. "You will find it there, Maud," she said, "in that cupboard. There is the key. It is wrapped in linen." Her companion took the key, opened the closet, and brought out the packet, which had by this time been opened. But as she carried it to the bedside, a sword fell out, and starting, she exclaimed, "Why, goodness, lady, it is a man's dress." "Ay, good Maud," answered Arabella, while the colour rose warmly into her cheek. "I could not hope for security in any other guise. You must help me put it on, for I am so little accustomed to such a thing that I should never accomplish it alone." "Oh, I have seen many a lady in a man's dress," answered Maud, "in masks and mummings in the Queen's time. Take heart, dear lady. Do not let that frighten you. It matters not much what be the garb, so that you be safe under it. Here is a goodly doublet trimmed with bugles. You had better put this on first. Let me untie your dress, lady. Ay, it is pinned, I see. Come, come, let me help you. I will do it as soon again. Your hands tremble so." Arabella's gown was soon stripped off, and in its place her fair form was clothed in a velvet coat, though, to say truth, it needed some artful filling out to make it in any degree fit her slender waist. "Why, these wide French hose," cried Maud, taking them up from the bed upon which she had laid them, "are as good as a petticoat at any time." "Better for my purpose," answered Arabella with a faint smile. "Yet I think I should die with shame to be seen in them, were it not for so great an object. That cloak is very large, however, and will nearly hide me altogether." Some farther progress was then made in dressing her, and a long pair of russet boots with red tops, the least in size that Markham could procure, were drawn over her small feet and slender limbs. She was obliged to take them off again, however, for they were still too large. "In truth," she said, "they will take slippers and all. Give me the shoes, good Maud. Now for the rapier," she continued, when the boots were once more fitted on. "Heaven send I have not to draw it, for I fear the sight of a sword well nigh as much as the king." The cloak was then put on, and a large black hat, having some of the long locks of hair, at that time in fashion amongst men, fastened into the crown, was pulled over her fair brow. "There now," cried Maud, "you are as gallant looking a young cavalier as I should wish to look at." "A sad, faint-hearted one," answered Arabella. "Run, good Maud, run and see if the way be clear. I fear my little strength will fail me, if we stay long." "Finish the wine, lady, finish the wine, and take some bread with it," answered her companion. "I will go and make sure that all is right. Drink the wine, I beseech you. You need not think of your head. Fear will take off the effect." Thus saying, she sped away, and returned in a few minutes, saying, "All is safe. The cook is by the kitchen fire, sound asleep, and I hear old Jones thumping at his bottles. The door is wide open, and the iron gates unlocked. Come, lady, come, you had better lose no time." "Come with me to the iron gates, Maud," said Arabella in a beseeching tone. "I can scarcely keep my feet." "That I will, lady," answered the good woman. "Courage, courage, the worst of the business is over." "Would that it were," answered Arabella, leaning on her arm and proceeding down the stairs. Nothing occurred, however, to increase her apprehension. All was silent in the house, the quiet sunshine sleeping on the hall floor, and the insect world buzzing without. Not a sound met the ear but that hum, and the sighing of a light wind through the trees. Making a great effort, Arabella quitted the arm of her companion, when they issued forth from the door, and, walking with an unsteady step along the path, soon reached the gates. There Maud drew one of the valves back, and the lady put a ring into her hand. "No, no," she said, "I will none of it. Keep diamonds for yourself, lady. But if you will give me something, I will take your gloves which lie upon the table, just to think of you by." "Take anything, good Maud," replied Arabella, "and above all, my truest thanks." Thus saying, she passed out, and the maid closed the gates and retreated. Arabella stood alone for a moment or two in the open road, with her heart faint and her brain turning round. She felt lonely, desolate, ashamed, terrified. She was like some domesticated bird just escaped from its cage, not knowing which way to turn in the wide world around her. The next instant, however, her eye fell upon the form of a man, well dressed and of gentlemanly air, in the lane which ran under the walls of the grounds. Her first impulse would have led her to push open the gate and run back, but the moment after she thought she recognised the person who was now approaching, though she had last seen him in a very different garb. "Oh, it must be, I am sure it is Markham," she cried, panting for breath, and then, running on, she met him and caught his arm for support. Right, this is all right, lady," he said. "Everything is ready. I have horses at hand, a boat waits you at Blackwall, a ship at Lee." "But my husband," said Arabella. "He is by this time free," replied Markham. "You will soon see him. My Lord of Hertford commends himself to you, and has sent down men and maids to meet you." "But my poor Ida Mara," asked Arabella, "have you heard of her?" "No, indeed," answered Markham. "She must have been apprehended, but if so, she is quite safe. Come, lady, come." Supporting her by the arm, Markham hurried on down the lane towards Newington, and through several other intricate turnings and windings, the rapid pace at which they went relieving the lady in some degree from her fears, by preventing her thoughts from resting on her own situation. She felt tired and exhausted, however, when, at the distance of about 1.5 miles from Mr. Conyers' house, they came within sight of the small roadside inn called the Rose. 3 strong horses stood before the door, with a man holding them and a gentleman looking up the road. "That is Crompton," said Markham, "an old friend of your family." "How much I have to thank you all for," answered Arabella, and the next minute Crompton, advancing, took her by the hand, exclaiming, "How are you, sir? I am very happy to see you here." The moment she paused, however, agitation and apprehension took possession of her again. "I feel sick and faint," she said, and the ostler, who was holding the horses, remarking her face turn deadly pale, inquired, "Shall I call for some wine? The young gentleman seems ill." "No, no," answered Arabella, "some water. I am only fatigued with a long, quick walk." Water was accordingly brought, and then Markham, approaching to assist her, said, "We are rather late. We had better make haste." He then aided her to mount, while Crompton paid the ostler, who shook his head, observing, "The young gentleman will hardly hold out to London, I think." But the moment after, her paleness disappeared, blood mounted into her face, and, with a crimson cheek, she rode on with Markham. Crompton followed them immediately, and pursuing the by-paths with which they were well acquainted, the 2 gentlemen led her at a quick pace towards Blackwall. They reached the shore of the river about 6 o'clock, and there they found waiting a boat with 4 oars, containing 2 of her old men-servants and 2 women. "We will see you down the river," said Markham, "but Crompton and I must there leave you. The boat behind contains your apparel and Mr. Seymour's." "But my husband?" asked Arabella in a low voice. "Where is my husband, sir?" He will follow," answered Markham. "Sit here, sir," said Crompton, giving a sign to Markham to be cautious. "Remember, lady," he continued in a whisper, "these boatmen know nothing of the scheme." And, ordering the rowers to pull away, they were soon skimming over the bosom of the Thames. The boat directed its course at once to Gravesend, which they reached 2 or 3 hours after nightfall. "We must land here for a moment or two," whispered Crompton to the lady, "but Markham will arrange with the men to take you on, while you get some refreshment." Poor Arabella did all they wished, and though it was not without difficulty that her companions persuaded the rowers to go on to Lee, a large bribe ultimately induced them to consent, and the lady and her companions were soon once more upon the Thames. The night, fortunately, was warm and clear, and although Arabella was wearied and exhausted with anxiety, exertion, and want of repose during the preceding night, she closed not an eye, but watched the progress of the boat with her thoughts full of him she loved, and hope of soon seeing him, mingling with fears for his safety, and giving plentiful occupation for the busy mind during the whole night. At length the sky began to glow with the first beams of the morning, and a ship of considerable size was seen lying about a mile farther down the river. "There is the vessel, lady," whispered Markham, "which I hope will soon bear you and your husband safe to the shores of France." "Perhaps he may be on board already," said Arabella, raising her head, which had been drooping with pure lassitude. "That indeed would give me new life." "Perhaps he may be so," replied Markham, "but yet I doubt it. The wind is freshening for your voyage, however." "We must stay for him, at all events," cried Arabella. "If he has not escaped, I cannot make up my mind to go." "Indeed you are wrong," answered her companion in the same low tone. "Recollect, it is you who are the subject of the king's persecution, not Mr. Seymour. You once safe in a foreign land, his liberation would soon follow. I doubt not, ere 3 months were over, the king's full consent to your union would be given, in order to induce you to return." Arabella saw that there was some truth in what he said, but her mind took instant alarm at Markham's words. "I think you are apprehensive that he has not escaped," she said, in as firm a tone as she could command. "No, indeed I am not," he replied. "I feel confident he has, for George Rodney, Sir Harry West, and many faithful friends are all aiding him, and Wade, the lieutenant of the Tower, disgusted at the treatment of the court, will keep no very watchful eye upon his prisoner." "God send it," said Arabella. "We shall soon know," rejoined Markham, "for he must be here in an hour at the latest." I trust he is on board already," answered Arabella. "I have a fancy that it is so," and she went on buoying herself up with the happy expectation, till they were alongside of the vessel and she could see the people upon deck. Her husband was not amongst them. "He may be below," she thought, and her first question, when lifted into the vessel, was, "Has Mr. Seymour arrived?" The answer was in the negative, and the hope which had supported her during the last 2 hours being taken away, she sank at once, fainting, into the arms of Crompton, who was aiding her to her seat. It was long ere she recovered herself sufficiently to speak, and then, gazing around her, she found herself in the cabin of the vessel, with the 2 maids who had been waiting for her at Blackwall, using means to bring her to herself. She closed her eyes again, for Seymour was not there. In about 20 minutes after, there was a knock at the door, and starting up, she exclaimed in a weak tone, but eagerly, "Open it, open it! Perhaps he has come." But it was only Markham who appeared. "Dear lady," he said, approaching her side, "Mr. Seymour has not arrived, and there is nothing to be seen of him, as far as we can see up the river. Every moment that you stay endangers your safety. If he has escaped, he has gone to some other port. If not, your remaining here is ruinous to him and to yourself." "Half an hour, yet half an hour," cried Arabella. "I beseech, entreat you, my kind friend, stay but that short space." "Be it as you will, madam," replied Sir Griffin Markham, in a grave tone, "but that 1/2 hour may be regretted bitterly hereafter, when it cannot be recalled." "Well then, half that time," said Arabella, and bowing, the gentleman retired, giving orders to have everything ready to set sail the instant the signal was given. The 1/4 of an hour was barely at an end, when he again went down, and approaching Arabella, said, "Now, lady, now, remember, the safety of many others is compromised as well as your own." Arabella closed her eyes, and a slight shudder passed over her, but she made no reply. Sir Griffin Markham, however, took her silence for a mark of acquiescence, and going back to the foot of the ladder, exclaimed to those on deck, "Away! Set sail!" and Arabella turned round upon the couch and deluged it with tears. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. We must now turn to the events which were taking place in the city of London on the same day, but a little before the hour at which the Lady Arabella made her escape from the house of Mr. Conyers. Anxiously, William Seymour had counted every moment during that morning, till he saw at length a large cart, loaded with billets of wood, enter the open space before the old palace, and slowly approach the door which led to the apartments he inhabited. He had nobody with him, and descending himself to speak with the carter, he paid him for the wood, showed him where to place it, and then saying, "I will send one of my people back with you," he retired quickly to his chamber, locked the door, and began hastily to change his dress. The entire suit of a common mechanic had been already prepared for him, and was soon put on, making a great change in his figure and appearance, but a quantity of jet black hair had been also provided, which, with a beard of the same colour, skilfully managed by the hands of a French artist for some of the mummings of the court, completed his disguise. By the time that all this was arranged, the wood was unloaded, and going down, he addressed the carter, saying, "Now, my man, you had better move away. They will not let you stay here long." "The gentleman told me he would send down one of his people," replied the man. "Well, I am one of his people," answered Seymour. "What do you want? A draught of beer, I suppose. But we will have none here for you in the Tower. There's a groat for you, however, to buy some beer." The man took the money, whipped his horses, and moved dully on at their head, while Seymour, leaning his hand on the back part of the cart, followed, as if he was one of those attached to it. Proceeding at a slow pace onward, they soon reached the great western gate of the Tower, where no question was asked, and the cart, with those who accompanied it, was suffered to go out, though 2 or 3 persons belonging to the fortress and a guard were under the archway at the time. The carter then turned along the Tower wharf, but perversely stopped for a minute to speak a word to one of the warders at the south gate as he passed. Seymour, however, though we must not say he felt no alarm, continued carelessly to lean on the back of the vehicle, till the man had done, and then followed as before, saying a word to him from time to time, to keep up the appearance of companionship. The last point of danger was the iron gate at the other end of the wharf, but it was opened to let them out without inquiry, and in a moment after the prisoner felt himself a free man again. He was scarcely in the open street when a gay-looking gentleman touched him on the arm, saying aloud, "Hullo, my man, are you not one of Mr. Seymour's people?" "I am Lord Beauchamp's cooper, sir," answered Seymour with a low bow. "Sir George Rodney, I think." "Yes," replied the knight, "I want to speak with you, my good fellow. Come hither with me." "I must go," said Seymour, addressing the carter. "Good afternoon, comrade." And following Rodney, he hurried on through a number of narrow streets to a good-sized house on the other side of Tower Hill. The door was instantly opened to receive him, and a moment after Sir Harry West embraced him joyfully, exclaiming, "Welcome, welcome, my dear William. Your brother is within there. Take a hasty farewell, and let us go." "The boat is not come up," said Rodney. "Where is Lady Arabella?" asked Seymour. "Where is my dear wife?" "On her way to Lee by this time," answered Sir Harry West. "At least, so I hope and trust. Run down and see for the boat, Sir George. For heaven's sake, let us not lose time." "I will be back ere you can wink," replied Rodney, and while he was gone, Seymour proceeded to a small room where several of his friends and relations were assembled. While they were still in the midst of their congratulations, Sir George Rodney returned, saying that the boat was ready, but that some of the yeomen of the guard were walking about suspiciously upon Tower Hill. Let me see," exclaimed Sir Harry West, and he and Rodney went to the door with one of the servants who was in their confidence. In an instant he returned, however, saying that the men were merely lounging about, and taking leave of his friends, Seymour issued forth with the servant we have mentioned, whose garb harmonized better with the disguise he wore than the dress of Rodney and the old knight. The 2 gentlemen followed only a step behind, but ere they had gone 30 yards upon Tower Hill, and just as they were passing a party comprising 2 men, one walking on either side of a young ladylike woman, a quick cry burst from the girl's lips, and she darted towards Sir Harry West. The two men caught her instantly by the arm, but at the same moment the old knight threw himself directly in their way, exclaiming, "It is Ida Mara!" "Quick, quick!" said Rodney in a low voice to the servant. "Take him to the tobacconist's on the other side of the hill. We will be with you in a minute." And while Seymour, after whispering, "See to her safety, for heaven's sake," hurried on to a house which then stood a little beyond the spot where the Royal Mint now appears, Rodney returned to the old knight, between whom and the men that were holding Ida Mara, high and angry words were now passing. "I tell you we have the king's orders," said one of the two. "Interrupt us if you dare." "I certainly shall dare," replied Sir Harry, "for I believe you to be uttering a gross falsehood, sir. You are not one of the king's servants, I know, and it is but a fortnight ago since I saw you drawing cold iron upon a servant who was accompanying this very young gentlewoman. Aid me, Rodney, to apprehend these men." "Take care," whispered Rodney. "You will have the guard up." "I fear there's no other course," answered Sir Harry quickly. "We must act boldly." "Have with you, then," cried Rodney, and turning to the men who were whispering together, without losing their hold of Ida Mara, he exclaimed, "Will you set the lady free, curs, or must I make the sun shine through you?" And he laid his hand upon his sword. At that moment, however, 3 of the stout yeomen of the guard were seen coming from the gate towards them, and perceiving that there was no other resource, Sir Harry West called to them and beckoned with his hand. The yeomen instantly began to run, and the old knight, as they approached, exclaimed, "Here, guard, guard! These men are using the king's name on a false pretence." "What is the matter? What is the matter?" cried a warder who was at their head. "We will have no tumults on Tower Hill." "The matter is," replied Sir Harry West, "that these 2 men are detaining this young gentlewoman against her will, pretending that they have the king's orders. Now, I am sure that is false. Look at that fellow's face, how white it turns at the very sight of the yeoman of the guard. And this other man I know for the servant of a quack impostor here about town." "If it be so," said the burly warder, in a rough tone, "we will souse them in the river, but we must carry them before the lieutenant first. Lay hands on them, my men, and you, sir, come along with us too, for we must have proof against them." "That man's face is proof enough," replied Sir Harry West, hesitating, "and I was going with this gentleman on business of importance." "See, see," cried one of the men who had been holding Ida Mara, "he is afraid to make good his charge. He knows he cannot do it." "Well, I will go," answered Sir Harry West. "Rodney, you must proceed and finish the business alone. You can speak my sentiments to the other gentlemen concerned, and explain to them the cause of my absence. I will go with you, Ida," he continued. "Do not fear. In the hands of the king's yeomen you are quite safe." "I fear nothing when you are with me, kind Sir Harry," replied the girl. "Come along, then, come along," said the warder. "Sir Harry, I wonder if you are Sir Harry West," he continued, looking at the old knight. "I am sure you are, too. Why, I served with you, sir, in Ireland against Tyrone. Come along, sir, come along. We'll soon settle this matter. I will take your word against 1,000. And the whole party walked on towards the gate of the Tower. In the meanwhile, Sir George Rodney hastened to rejoin Seymour, whom he found with the servant in the shop to which they had been directed. A few rapid questions were asked by Seymour in regard to the sudden appearance of Ida Mara, for, as may well be supposed, he felt some alarm respecting Arabella herself. Rodney, however, had been informed by Markham that the fair Italian had been missed from Highgate on the day before, and having satisfied his friend on this point, they proceeded to the waterside. But half an hour had already been lost, and when they reached the bank of the river, the boat, which had been prepared, was not to be found. After some inquiries, they entered a wherry, and rowed towards the stairs, to which they were told it had been removed. But more time was thus lost, and in all, nearly an hour and a half was consumed fruitlessly. It turned out that the person appointed to steer the barge, a faithful but timid man, attached to that house of Hertford, had twice taken fright at some accidental events which he thought suspicious. When at length he saw his young master in the boat, however, he regained confidence, and steering boldly past a party of the royal officers who were going from Greenwich to Whitehall by water, he guided the vessel skilfully through the shipping in the pool and down the river. The rowers plied their oars diligently, but the time which had been lost deprived them of the tide, and by the time they came opposite to Erith, it was running strong against them. Thus day broke before they reached Tilbury, and the wind, freshening and considerably agitating the water, retarded them still more. About 9 o'clock the weary rowers came in sight of Lee, but, to their disappointment, no ship was seen at anchor there, though 2 or 3 vessels under sail were apparent at some distance. It was now evident both to Seymour and Rodney that the boatmen could go no farther, and landing at Lee they hired a fishing smack to convey them to a ship, which they had both fixed upon as one that, according to the account of the people on the shore, had been lying there for 2 days and had set sail about an hour before. The 2 gentlemen were soon embarked, and in the light boat which they had engaged they overtook the larger and heavier vessel, still in the mouth of the river. But it proved to be merely a Dutch brig, the captain of which would alter his course for no man, and an eager consultation was held between Seymour and his friend as to what was next to be done. "Here comes a large vessel, apparently light and in full sail," said Rodney. "If you will take my advice, you will board her at once, and hire her at any price to carry you to France. The wind is fair when once you are out of the river, and your friends here will let you know where to rejoin the Lady Arabella, for she has escaped, otherwise the Frenchman would not have set sail." "That is my comfort," replied Seymour. "That is my comfort. She sacrificed all for me, and knowing that she is safe, I care little what fate befalls myself." The plan proposed by the knight was accordingly adopted. The vessel towards which they now directed their course proved to be a collier returning to Newcastle, and for the sum of £40 the skipper consented to land Mr. Seymour on the French coast. Taking leave of Rodney then, with many expressions of gratitude, the fugitive bade adieu to the shores of England, not to return for years. The day was beautiful, the wind was fair and strong, and before evening the faint white cliffs of France were visible over the blue sea, spreading wider and wider as the ship sailed along. Shortly after, the distant sound of a cannon struck the ears of those on board, and Seymour asked, "What can that be? The day is fine, the wind not high. It cannot be a signal of distress." "It may be, sir," answered the master. "At sea there is no knowing when an accident may happen." But another and another gun was heard, and then came a short pause, after which 3 more were fired in rapid succession, and Seymour, gazing anxiously from the stern, perceived some vessels at the distance of 7 or 8 miles, in the direction of Pegwell Bay, with a wreath of white smoke streaming from the farthest of them. The next instant a flash crossed the cloud, and then a second, and after a lapse of some short time a report of cannon was heard again. The smoke now nearly concealed the ships, but to the number of 13 times the same sounds reached the fugitive's ear, and then all was still again. His heart was ill at ease. He would fain have persuaded himself that the event which gave him so much anxiety must be caused by some accidental circumstance unconnected with the fate of her who had sacrificed so much for him, that Arabella must near that period have well nigh reached the French coast. But apprehension, more strong than argument, would not be stilled, and sitting down by the helm, he buried his eyes in his hands. He felt then, whatever joy he might experience at his own escape, that the best right of man, the best gift of earth, was poor without her he loved. That liberty itself was nothing without Arabella. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Arabella Stuart by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. We must now return for a time to the party which we left upon Tower Hill. The warder and Sir Harry West walked on talking together, with poor Ida Mara keeping close to the knight's side, till they were within about 30 yards of the gate of the tower. Then, however, a slight noise behind caused a good soldier to turn round, exclaiming, "Look sharp to those 2 men." But his command came too late, for at the very same moment that it was uttered, the personage who had been foremost in detaining the fair Italian darted past the yeoman next to him, and at full speed ran away in the direction of Petty Wales. The yeoman gave chase, while his companion seized the collar of the other man, but the pursuit was vain, for, embarrassed by his somewhat cumbrous clothing, and being rather fat and pursy withal, the soldier lost ground every minute, and the fugitive disappeared amidst the lanes and alleys to which he directed his steps. In the meanwhile the other man was dragged into the tower by the neck, and the good old knight, following with Idamara, desired to see the lieutenant as speedily as possible, in order to ensure her liberation. While the warder was gone for that purpose, Sir Harry West inquired in a whisper whether Ida really thought that the people in whose hands he found her had authority from the king. "I know not, indeed," she replied. "They always told me they had, but I cannot help thinking that, if it was so, they would have brought me before him yesterday. Instead of that, they took me to a lonely house on a heath, which I heard them call Hampstead, and there they kept me locked up till this morning. They then brought me down into the town, and kept me for an hour in a house out in that direction," and she pointed eastward with her hand, "where a woman, dressed in very fine clothes, came and looked at me, but said nothing, and went away again. After that I was told they must take me to Whitehall, and they were carrying me along thither when I saw you. And I think," she added in a lower tone, "Mr. Seymour too." "Hush!" said the knight, "not a word of that," and as he was still speaking, the warder returned to conduct him to the lieutenant's lodging. The man who had been kept without, in the porch of the Gatewood Tower, was ordered to follow, with a yeoman to guard him, and making Idamara, who seemed weary and faint, lean upon his arm, Sir Harry accompanied the warder between the walls, and was soon in the presence of Wade, the lieutenant. The officer, at the first mention of Sir Harry's name, had ordered him to be admitted, though he was in conversation at the time with a gentleman from the court, who had come upon the pretence of paying a visit to Mr. Seymour, but in reality to smooth down the irritated feelings of the lieutenant, and induce him to resign his post quietly, without calling attention to the transaction by remonstrance or resistance. A servant had been sent to the apartments of Seymour to know whether he would admit Sir Charles Warner to speak with him, and the man returned almost at the same moment that the good old knight and his fair companion entered the lieutenant's room. Sir Harry might perhaps have felt a little alarmed if he had known the servant's errand, but the first words he heard were, "I have been to Mr. Seymour's, sir, and there saw one of his gentlemen, who says that his master is in bed with a raging headache, and cannot see anyone. He would not even go in to tell him." "Oh, never mind," replied Warner. "I will see him another day. Master Lieutenant, I will wait a little till you have dispatched this other business, for our conversation was growing interesting. Good morning, Sir Harry West." "To me, extremely so, sir," answered the lieutenant. "Sir Harry, I am your humble servant. What is this affair the warder tells me of? Pray be seated, young lady. The case does not seem to come within my cognizance." "It is simply this, sir," replied the old knight. "This young lady I have long known, and dearly love, as to her I owe my life, she having nursed me through the plague some years ago. She is now a gentlewoman attending on the Lady Arabella Seymour, and on crossing Tower Hill but now, I met her hurried along against her will by two men, one of whom I know to be the servant of a rank impostor and conjurer, one Dr. Foreman." "Oh, I have seen him," replied the lieutenant. "He is a knave, if ever there was one." "Ay, and has many ways of knavery," said Warner. "The report goes that many have suffered from his practices." "But what excuse do the men urge," asked the lieutenant, "for using this violence to the lady?" "They say they are commanded by the king to bring her before him," answered Sir Harry West. "I never said so," exclaimed the man, who was standing guarded by a yeoman near the door. "My comrade did, and so he told me too." "But where did they first lay hands upon the lady, and when?" asked the lieutenant, looking towards Idamara. "It was yesterday, somewhat before noon," she replied in her sweet musical Italian voice. "I had gone out for a short time from Mr. Conyers' house, where the Lady Arabella now lodges, to walk amidst the lanes in the neighbourhood, when these two men, with a third, whom I did not well see, though I think I know him, seized upon me suddenly, and saying that it was in the king's name, carried me to a place called Hampstead, where, in the midst of a wide heath, close by a deep wood, they placed me in a lonely house and kept me there all day. I demanded to be brought immediately before the king, but they only laughed at me, and when I would not eat the food they brought, they said that hunger would soon teach me better." "And why would you not eat, may I ask?" said the lieutenant. "Because I was afraid of poison," answered Ida Mara. "The man who I think was with them is one named Weston, who I know deals in such drugs, and, I fear, fatally." "Why, that was Weston who was with me just now," exclaimed the fellow at the door. "Some say he is Dr. Foreman's son, and some his nephew." "And do you pretend," asked the lieutenant, "that you have a commission from the king?" "Not I, sir," replied the man. "'Twas Weston said so, and he told me the same story, engaging me to go with him, and promising me a noble for my reward." "The case seems very clear," said the lieutenant. "The king would never employ such instruments as these, and I think, Sir Harry, that I had better keep the fellow for the stocks, and send the gentlewoman away with you." "It were the more prudent course," said Warner, interposing, "to convey them both to the king. His Majesty's name having been used, we cannot take upon ourselves to judge what people he, in his wisdom, may think fit to employ. And as the other man, it seems, is no longer here, from what the warder says, to answer for himself, none is so fit to investigate the matter as his Majesty." Of course," said the lieutenant, "and as your reasons seem to me just, Sir Charles, I think I must act upon them. Do you not think so, Sir Harry West?" "That you must decide yourself," replied Sir Harry. "But if such be your determination, I will ask you to wait for half an hour till I can send 2 of my own men to accompany this fair lady to the court, and guard her back to my house, in case the king should not detain her at the palace, for I have myself business which takes me in a different direction." "I must return to Highgate with all speed, dear Sir Harry," exclaimed Ida Mara. "The Lady Arabella will, I know, be alarmed at my long absence." The old knight mused, and then answered, "It will be too late to return to-night, but I will let the lady know that you are safe, as soon as a letter or messenger can reach her. But you will need refreshment too, my poor child." "That she shall have while waiting for your men," replied the lieutenant, "and fatherly care, depend upon it. Come, fair lady, I will take you to good Mrs. Wade, my maiden sister, who has a tender compassion for all distressed damsels, and will show you all kindness and courtesy." "The servant shall be here with all speed," said Sir Harry, rising. "Farewell, my dear child. We shall meet again, I trust, ere night. Then you shall tell me more of your adventures." The lieutenant, according to his word, led poor Ida Mara to his sister, who fulfilled his promise of showing her kindness, and about half an hour after she was placed in a boat with good Matthew Lakin, and another servant of Sir Harry West's, as well as a yeoman of the guard and the man who had remained in custody. It took them near an hour to reach Whitehall, for the tide had not yet turned in their favour, and the fair Italian was kept waiting for an equal space of time in a corridor exposed to the gaze of all the passers-by, and to the coarse observations of several men. At length, however, an usher approached with a rapid but silent step, and told her to follow to the presence of the king. She found the monarch in his closet with several gentlemen, some of whom she knew by sight, while the rest were strangers to her. Accustomed as she had been for some years to see the monarch daily, Ida Mara easily judged that he was in no very placable humour, by the way in which he moved about in his chair, and lolled his tongue out of his mouth. "What's this, my woman, what's this?" he said when she appeared. "No sooner have we done with one pother about the Lady Arabella, our headstrong kinswoman, than there comes another. Our lieutenant at the Tower sends us word that you have been carried off forcibly from Highgate. What did these fellows say?" "That it was by your Majesty's commands," replied Ida Mara, "and consequently I obeyed implicitly." "The condemned liars!" cried the king. "But you did right, lassie, you did right. What may this mean, my Lord Northampton? Why should any 2 men seek to carry off this young gentlewoman, and use our name to further their purposes?" "In truth, sire," replied the earl, "if your Majesty's keen judgment does not perceive the cause, it is vain for me to seek it. But I cannot help thinking that the king has already judged of the matter, and inquires but to show our want of skill." We have an inkling," answered James, laughing, "and will send off to Highgate this very afternoon. Tell me, pretty mistress, have you ever given the Lady Arabella any offence?" "None, may it please your Majesty," replied Ida Mara eagerly. I have ever striven to serve her faithfully and well, owing her my first duty after God and your Majesty." "Ay, but," demanded the king, "may she not think that your first duty was owing to her before God and myself?" "I trust not, sire, I trust not," replied Idamara timidly, and not knowing what was to come next. "I have always heard the Lady Arabella express herself most submissively towards your Majesty." That's right," said the king. "Submission in words is something, but we must have submission in deeds too, before we grant favour. And so she never complained to you of the restraint to which we have thought it right for her own good and that of the state to subject her?" "Never, sire," replied Idamara simply. "I have seen her weep often, but never heard her complain." That's right," repeated James. "But yet it's just possible, mistress, that she may have been deceiving you." "Oh, no," cried Idamara, with the blood mounting to her cheek. "I do not think that she is capable of deceiving anyone." We shall see," answered the king. "And so these men told you that I had commanded them to seize you. When was this, lassie?" "Yesterday morning towards noon," replied Idamara, "and they persisted in the same story today, when I met Sir Harry West on Tower Hill, and asked his protection." "And what did Sir Harry reply to them?" demanded James. "He is a wise man, Sir Harry West, and not that unlearned in the humane letters. He expounded one night a passage of the Italian poet Dante, without having heard an opinion upon the subject, in a manner quite conformable to our own, and thereby put to shame a gentleman of that country who insisted upon it, in spite of our expressed opinion, to which he might have reasonably bowed, that there was no latent or hidden meaning in the poet's words, but mere open and plain poetical figure." "What said the knight, I ask?" "He said, sire," replied Idamara, "that he was sure your Majesty would never use such instruments as they were, and he called up some of the yeomen of the guard who were standing before the gate, and placed us all under their charge." "The knight was right in fact, but wrong in inference," said the king. "We did not employ the men, but there is no telling what instruments kings may sometimes see fit to use. That their own wisdom must decide. Then, again, as to his conduct, Sir Harry displayed his skill and judgment in a manner that deserves our approbation. Had he taken upon him to deliver you with his own hand, besides the chance of brawling, which is always an offence, he might have trespassed unwittingly on his duty to us. But in placing the matter in the hands of our officers, he could not go wrong." "It seems to me, sire," said the Earl of Northampton, "that these men, who have dared to use your Majesty's sacred name in an unlawful manner, must lose their ears. I look upon this to be a very great offence." "Of that there can be no doubt," replied the king. "But we will confront the man they have caught with this young gentlewoman, and hear what he has to say. Let the fellow be brought hither." The king's orders were immediately obeyed, and the personage who had aided in carrying off Idamara from Highgate was brought, white and trembling, into the king's presence. He was subjected by James himself to a very close and keen examination, but he persisted in the story he had told the lieutenant of the Tower, saying that the man by whom he had been employed assured him that it was by the king's commands, and declaring that he knew nothing further on the subject. He acknowledged, indeed, that what Idamara had said was correct in all points, but protested that nothing could be farther from his thoughts than to use the king's name unauthorised. When questioned as to the name and character of his employer, he hesitated a little, but at length mentioned again the name of Weston, adding that he was attached to Dr. Foreman, the celebrated physician and naturalist, for such was the term which the charlatan thought fit to apply to his more secret avocations, though he certainly used it in a sense very different from that which is attached to it at present. The name of Dr. Foreman, however, created a little confusion in the king's closet. Lord Rochester and the Earl of Northampton whispered together for a moment behind the monarch's chair, and Rochester then addressed a few words to James himself in an undertone. "Ay, what, are you there?" exclaimed James. "Have you only just arrived at it? I saw the matter from the beginning. This young gentlewoman did not serve the people's turn to carry on their correspondence and communications, and so they have had her removed. But the lady shall to Durham to-morrow, if I am a crowned king, and you, my pretty mistress, shall be restored to her, with such other maids as she shall choose, knowing right well how to select those who will be faithful and true, and not plotters and contrivers. Who is that knocking at the door? See, Caro, we will not have anyone admitted just now." Lord Rochester quitted the closet for a moment, and then returned with a face full of consternation. "Mr. Conyers, may it please your Majesty," he said, "is waiting without. I have not spoken to him, but the page says he is in dreadful agitation on account of the Lady Arabella's escape." "Ha! How? What?" exclaimed the king. "Her escape? Body o' me! Call him in, call him in. How now, sir?" he continued, as Mr. Conyers appeared, with strong marks of emotion on his countenance. "What's your news?" "Such as I hardly dare to communicate, sire," replied Mr. Conyers, "though I have ridden post-haste to tell them. On my return to Highgate, after paying my respects to your Majesty, I found that, almost all the people of the house having been sent out of the way during my absence, upon one pretence or another, the Lady Arabella had made her escape." "I told you so, I told you so," exclaimed James. "The carrying off this girl was the first step. This is a deep-laid conspiracy, a plot as detestable as that of the Papists. Send for Cecil immediately. Send for Cecil. Let the council be summoned within an hour. My lords, we must look to the safety of the state. There is no knowing where this may end. We shall have a rebellion. If such a firebrand as this kinswoman of ours falls into the hands of foreign potentates, what is to become of us?" The confusion which now took place in the royal closet was beyond description. All order and regularity were lost in a moment. Every one talked to his neighbour. Very little real reverence was shown to the king. Some shrugged their shoulders and turned up their eyes, and James himself was in the most pitiable state of agitation. He relieved himself at length by 5 or 6 horrible oaths, and then, with difficulty obtaining silence, he addressed Mr. Conyers in an angry tone, interrupting his speech to that gentleman from time to time to make some observation to his favourite or those around. "Sir," he said, "you have betrayed our confidence and misused our trust. Have you sent for Cecil, my Lord Northampton? If you had been vigilant, sir, this could not have happened. You do not know the consequences, sir, of what has taken place. The devil is in these women, Caro. They are always making mischief, and there is never any telling where it will stop. You should have given us information of the first suspicious circumstance." "I saw none, your Majesty," replied Mr. Conyers boldly. "Don't interrupt us, sir," exclaimed the king. "There are some men that have no eyes to see with, and some that do not choose to use them when they have got them. Now I'll warrant you that you have come away without any clue to this mystery. My Lord Northampton, send off directly to the Tower and order that young ne'er-do-well William Seymour to be put in close confinement." And he added a coarse allusion to the probability of children springing from the marriage of that gentleman with Arabella. "Well, sir," he proceeded, turning to Mr. Conyers again, "have you any clue, I say? I'll wager now you have come away without any precautions at all, just to give the girl time to escape." "No, sire," replied Mr. Conyers, "though I thought my first duty was to make known to your Majesty what had taken place during my absence. I took care, while my horse was being brought, to give orders for immediate pursuit in every direction, and very probably before I returned the Lady Arabella may have been brought back, or at all events information may have been obtained as to what course she has taken." Go and see," cried the king, "and let us have instant tidings of what you discover. Present yourself to-morrow at 10 before the council, and bring all whom you may judge to have participated in this conspiracy along with you. Call a clerk, my Lord of Rochester. We will ourselves immediately dictate a proclamation." "What is to be done with this young gentlewoman, sire?" asked the Earl of Northampton. "Grey and Bradshaw will be very happy to take care of her," said Lord Rochester. "They have long wanted an opportunity of showing her their devotion." Hold your silly tongue with your gibing," cried James. "This is a serious affair, young man. Where can the girl be bestowed, Northampton?" "May it please your Majesty," said Idamara, "I would fain retire to the house of Sir Harry West, who is my first friend in this country. I can then wait your Majesty's commands, if you should have anything else to require of me." That is right," replied James. "You are wise and well-spoken, young woman, and shall not be forgotten. The very fact of their having you conveyed out of the way when the conspirators were about to execute the plot is a proof that you did your duty faithfully to your king. You may retire. Now send that man to the Fleet. By God's will, he shall stand on the pillory unless he makes full confession. Hold your tongue, sir. We have no time to deal with you now. Sit down there, Master Clerk, and write." The king then proceeded to dictate a proclamation, which was afterwards modified by the advice of Cecil, but which in the first draft displayed in a most ludicrous manner the trepidation into which he was thrown by Arabella's escape. He worked himself into the belief, and even contrived to impress the same idea upon the minds of most of his councillors, that the flight of his kinswoman, instead of being a mere effect of her attachment to her husband, originated in some dark and sinister design against his throne and family. His excited imagination pictured her throwing herself into the arms of some inimical power, and supported by fleets and armies, contesting with him the crown of England. He saw Papists and Protestants alike in revolt against his authority, rebellion spreading over the land, and his very person in danger. In fact, all the wild images that could suggest themselves to the mind of a weak, cowardly, and tyrannical prince rose up before him in an instant, and displayed their effect in every word and action. Nor did his terrors fail to be greatly increased when information was brought from the Tower that William Seymour was no longer to be found within its walls, and the whole court was in a state of movement and agitation during the greater part of that night and the succeeding morning. Letters were dispatched to every port of the kingdom, with orders to stop the fugitives and to send out vessels for their pursuit, if already at sea. Each of these dispatches was marked with the superscription common in those days on occasions of great importance: "With haste, post haste, ride for your life, and one of them, still in existence, bears the figure of a gallows and a halter, as an emblem of the king's wrath against anyone who should dare to disobey. End of chapter 40.